This story kicks off with a brutal betrayal. And Suho, our protagonist, a skilled swordsman, was brought to his knees by a group of people he once called comrades. His body was trembling, his arms showing clear signs of being poisoned. He coughed violently, his breath shallow and rough, and it didn't take long for him to realize this wasn't just any normal poison. It was something far more dangerous, possibly fatal. In front of him stood two of his teammates, and instead of helping him, they just laughed. They actually found twisted joy in watching him suffer. One of them, a warrior, sneered, saying Suho should have joined their plan. But Suho had chosen a different path. He remained loyal to his duties as a public servant, stubbornly clinging to his morals, instead of giving in to corruption. This team had just finished conquering one of the notorious 5 disaster gates, a place where terrifying monsters emerged. But now, these bastards wanted to leave that gate open. They didn't want to finish the job. They wanted to make sure the monsters weren't completely wiped out, so they could return again and again. Because as long as the danger remained, so did their jobs, their influence, and their status. If the monsters were gone, the spotlight would fade, and so would their power. Suho remembered all the time he'd spent with them, fighting side by side in life-threatening battles, trusting them with his life. And now, they stood before him, watching him die without a shred of remorse. They justified their actions by saying Suho was the only one who had opposed the plan. Everyone else was on board. Then the archer stepped forward and casually extended his hand, offering Suho a second chance. He said that if Suho agreed to join their side, they'd let him live. But Suho wasn't a fool. How could he trust people who had just poisoned him and stood back to watch him suffer? Besides, he could already feel it. His body had been pushed beyond its limits. The poison had spread too far. There was no coming back from this. His survival was impossible. But even if he couldn't live, he could still do one thing. Take at least one of these traitors down with him. With that, Suho began to gather every last bit of energy he had left. A powerful aura erupted from him, sharp and overwhelming. A couple from the group was immediately paralyzed with fear, backing away in terror. But the woman in the group, even more frightened than the rest, tried to calm everyone down, insisting they shouldn't panic. The archer, clearly on the verge of losing control of his bladder, could tell this was bad. Then Suho moved. In a single, swift motion, he charged forward. His blade slashed through the warrior's arm. And in the very next second, he beheaded the dark mage woman with deadly precision. The archer barely managed to retreat, dragging the healer with him. Their smug expressions, once full of arrogance, had completely vanished in an instant. They were replaced by sheer horror. The healer quickly tried to save the wounded warrior, casting healing spells desperately. But nothing worked. To her shock, she realized she couldn't heal him at all. Her eyes turned to Suho. She saw something strange, something powerful. Suho was no longer just a dying man. He was overflowing with the power of will itself. And not just him, his sword had transformed too, now forged completely from that same indomitable will. It was called the intangible sword, a weapon born from pure determination. But that power came at a cost. The energy that had kept him standing finally faded. Suho's strength gave out, and his body collapsed. He stumbled backward, falling off a cliff behind him. He dropped deep into the valleys below, disappearing from their sight, leaving behind nothing but silence. Suho slowly opened his eyes to the sound of chaos around him. There was shouting, sirens, and the distinct sound of people running. He was being carried by a firefighter, but he had absolutely no idea what was happening. His head was spinning, disoriented, and completely foggy. Everything felt utterly unreal, like a dream or a nightmare. The firefighter carrying him was racing towards a designated safe zone, moving quickly through the crowded, panic streets. Suho couldn't make sense of it at first. The last thing he remembered was dying. He knew for certain he had died, so how was he? Here, alive, confused, and being rescued. Then, suddenly, something clicked. He noticed what was truly happening around him. A gate had opened, a terrifying, presumable gate. It had caused a full-blown dungeon outbreak. Monsters were swarming the entire area. More specifically, goblins. Dozens of them were scrambling through the city, attacking anything and everything in sight. As Suho frantically looked around, he saw a familiar sign lying on the ground nearby. Syndrome Station. That's when it all clicked into place. His memories were absolutely correct. This was the exact station that had once been utterly contaminated during a sudden gate outbreak. He had seen this happen before. Suddenly, out of nowhere, an arrow came hurtling through the air and struck the firefighter carrying him. The man let out a cry as he instantly collapsed, and both he and Suho crashed to the ground. The goblins were getting terrifyingly closer. Despite the searing pain, the injured firefighter looked at Suho and urgently told him to run, but Suho didn't move. Instead of escaping, his eyes focused on the axe the firefighter had been carrying. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho grabbed it, took aim, and hurled it with all his might at an approaching goblin. The weapon sliced through the air and struck the goblin cleanly, taking it down in a single decisive blow. And then, right in that intense moment, something utterly strange appeared right in front of Suho. Floating text, just like a digital display. It was a system window. It congratulated him on his epic awakening. For a second, he just stared at it, utterly stunned. It was precisely like before, exactly as he remembered. The system prompted him to pick a class, and out of pure reflex, his finger instinctively twitched towards warrior. It was pure instinct, but then he paused. No, not this time. He decided to hold off on his choice. Suho then shifted his gaze to the goblins, who were now cackling wildly. Their screeches echoed across the battlefield, and they looked completely unbothered, laughing like lunatics as if victory was already theirs. But Suho wasn't amused. Without wasting another second, he launched himself straight into the horde. His movements were sharp and effortless, weaving through incoming attacks, like they were nothing more than a breeze. One goblin, eager to land a hit, tried to sneak up on him from his side, but the moment its eyes locked onto Suho, it froze in pure horror, because right in front of it, Suho had just retrieved the very same axe he'd hurled earlier. The goblin recognized it instantly, its face twisting in pure panic. And honestly, if goblins wore pants, that one probably would have pissed itself right there. But Suho didn't care. He wasn't here for theatrics. Before the creature could even let out a scream, Suho slashed it down in one clean motion, cutting it off, before it could make the area even more disgusting than it already was. He didn't stop there. Grabbing one of the goblins' swords from the ground, he kept moving. He knew exactly what he was dealing with. Goblins were dangerous, sure, but only to beginners. To someone like him, like a veteran who'd seen far worse. Cutting down goblins was no challenge at all. For Suho, it was easy as fuck. Suho continued slashing through the goblins, cutting them down one after another, with a speed and precision that was even sharper than before. In just a few minutes, the entire wave of goblins had been completely wiped out, and it so quickly it almost felt unreal and illegal. As the dust settled, Suho looked down at the sword in his hands. He realized how easily he had gotten carried away. In that moment, he wasn't calm or calculating. He had acted purely on instinct and raw emotion. And while that raw power was certainly useful, he knew that in moments like these, what he truly needed was a cool head. But then again, if he wasn't mistaken, he had been brought back to the past for a very specific reason. This was a second chance, a rare opportunity to start everything over from scratch, and he wasn't going to waste it. Suddenly, several system windows popped up right in front of him, congratulating him for mastering multiple swordsmanship skills. But just then, something else caught his attention. The firefighter nearby was staring at him, clearly curious. The way Suho had fought hadn't gone unnoticed, and the man couldn't help but wonder, is this guy a player? Suho simply gave a slight nod in response, and turned his focus back to the system. He had made up his mind about his class selection. He would become a healer. With that decision made, Suho walked up to the firefighter and politely asked if he could take a look at his injury. The man looked a bit confused. Just moments ago, he had saved Suho, and now Suho was offering to heal him? It didn't quite add up, but Suho didn't hesitate. He activated his magic healing light, and instantly, The warm glow of the spell began to take effect. In almost no time at all, the wound healed completely. The firefighter could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could Suho be a healer when he had just watched him take down an entire goblin, wave like a trained swordsman? Before the man could ask more questions, another system window appeared. It was time for Suho to select a weapon. From the arsenal, he didn't even hesitate. He knew exactly what he wanted. He picked out a beginner's sword, the same one he had used before, and began preparing himself to challenge the gate ahead. This sudden determination made the firefighter a little nervous, even panicked. The gate up ahead wasn't something to be taken lightly, but Suho had a powerful ace up his sleeve. He'd already unlocked his swordsmanship talent. This crucial detail, he'd done it before choosing a class. Skills gained from innate talent, you see, could be wielded no matter what class a player picked. And as the player continued to level up, those innate and class skills would also evolve and grow incredibly powerful. Suho remembered something. Isabella's Holy Spirit. That was the ultimate evolution of healing light. If only he'd wielded that kind of power back then, maybe things could have played out so differently. But this time he was doing things right. He had a crystal clear plan. He'd walked the path of both a formidable swordsman and a skilled healer. And as the faces of his former teammates flashed in his mind, those absolute scumbags who betrayed and abandoned him, his resolve only solidified, growing even stronger. He took a determined step closer to the gate, the very one that had nearly ended him in his past life. Back then, he was weak, a pushover, and completely unprepared. But now, with the fundamentals of swordsmanship etched deep into his very being, he knew he could handle it. Without even a flicker of hesitation, Suho boldly walked forward and stepped inside the gate. The moment Suho stepped through the entrance, he suddenly found himself standing in the heart of a dense, shadowy forest. Almost instantly, the system window materialized before him, displaying the area's name. Green Red. A strange name indeed. But there wasn't much time to dwell on it. After only a short while of walking, Suho stumbled upon the gruesome sight of multiple goblin corpses brutally scattered across the forest floor. Judging by their twisted positions and contorted expressions, it looked like they'd been fleeing from something, or someone far more terrifying than themselves. Their twisted bodies suggested fear, not just mere defeat. That's when Suho heard something, a low, guttural growl from nearby. He swiftly turned his head toward the source, and just like that, he recognized exactly what was behind it. Two towering hobgoblins, grotesquely dragging along the fresh corpse of a creature they'd just hunted. These weren't the weak, pathetic goblins he'd encountered before. Hobgoblins, on the other hand, were a whole different beast, bigger, meaner, and far more dangerous. And the moment they caught sight of Suho, their eyes practically glowed with savage excitement. To them, human flesh was an unbelievably rare treat. Without a moment's hesitation, they flung their current prey contemptuously aside and aimed their jagged weapons directly at Suho, ravenous to tear into fresh flesh. But what they didn't realize, what they couldn't possibly have guessed, was that the human they were so eagerly drooling over wasn't some mere ordinary prey. They were staring directly at a predator. The first hobgoblin roared and charged forward, its blades swinging incredibly fast, but sliced nothing but air. Suho dodged it with effortless precision. He already knew he was underleveled for these types of enemies, and his weapon wasn't nearly strong enough to slice through their thick hides with ease. But he didn't need to rely on brute strength. He knew exactly where to strike. In one swift, decisive motion, he lunged straight at the first hobgoblin, aiming directly for its vulnerable eye. The attack hit its mark perfectly. The creature let out a piercing screech, a sound loud enough to rattle the very forest trees. Suho, ever the soft-hearted one, ended the monster's pain by promptly killing it. But Suho had never intended to kill it so quickly. His attack had been far too effective, a pure, habitual mistake. He had hoped to use the creature to gain skills and experience from the ongoing fight, but had accidentally killed it too soon. Turning toward the remaining hobgoblin, Suho decided to make proper use of this one. The second monster, furious over its fallen comrade, roared, and charged forward relentlessly, swinging its weapon wildly in a fit of rage. But Suho remained calm and focused, expertly dodging each attack with careful footwork. The hobgoblin's slashes flew left, then right, swinging with furious abandon. But none of its wild blows landed. In this world, repeating the same action over and over could eventually lead to acquiring a new skill related to it. Suho knew this, and sure enough, after dodging several more attacks, a subtle grin crept onto his face. He'd successfully gained a dodge skill, but he wasn't stopping there. Now he set his sights on his next skill. Suho started parrying the incoming strikes, reflecting the blows with incredibly precise timing. Parrying wasn't just some basic move. It had deep roots in weapon-based combat and served as a vital foundation for many advanced skills. It was essential, and Suho wanted it. After a few more successful parries, the system finally notified him he'd acquired the parry skill. Unfortunately, by then, the hobgoblin had already worn itself out. It staggered, breathing heavily, clearly reaching its breaking point. And so, just like before, Suho gave it peace, this time by swiftly beheading it. It wasn't out of cruelty, just necessity. Now, with 2 fresh skills in hand, he was more than ready for more action. He wanted to face more monsters, not for the sheer thrill of battle, but to earn new skills, gather experience points, and grow stronger. Outside the gate, the atmosphere among the waiting hunters was tense and utterly frustrated. They had just found out someone had entered their assigned gate without permission. The moment the news spread, the curses began flying left and right. Most of them were furious and felt completely disrespected, grumbling about how some random person had the nerve to step into their territory. Some were already making plans to teach this mystery intruder a harsh lesson. Once they came back out, they weren't going to let it slide that easily. Meanwhile, not far from the gate, a firefighter was in the middle of a serious conversation. He was speaking with a few men in suits, people from the Hunter Association. They had come to investigate and were specifically asking about a hunter named Suho. The firefighter didn't hold back and told them everything he knew. For what he'd witnessed, Suho was no ordinary hunter. He had single-handedly annihilated a zombie horde and even healed his own wounds, all in the midst of pure chaos. One of the officers, hearing this report, looked visibly stunned. He hadn't even arrived late yet. Somehow, by the time he got to the scene, the goblins were already completely wiped out. And to top it all off, the person responsible was supposedly a healer. He tried to dismiss it at first, claiming it simply wasn't possible. In their experience, healers never had the combat power to accomplish something like this solo. But even so, if this guy truly managed to clear the gate solo, especially one crawling with goblins, then they absolutely couldn't ignore him. But if he pulled it off, they would have no choice but to recruit him. Meanwhile, Suho was back out in the field, relentlessly hunting down hobgoblins and raking in experience points. One after another, he moved quickly and efficiently, beheading multiple hobgoblins at once with chilling ease. His attacks were clean and perfectly controlled. He deliberately spared a single hobgoblin, letting it live. Just one glare from Suho was enough to make the monster bolt, faster than Usain Bolt himself. But that was exactly what Suho had planned from the start. He wanted the creature to escape and bring back even more of its kind. With a brief break in the action, he decided to check his status. Thanks to the relentless wave of hobgoblins he'd just defeated, both his stats and skills had improved significantly. While surveying the pile of goblin corpses around him, another thought crossed his mind. There was still something useful left in those bodies. Inside the monsters, there were magic stones. These particular ones were degraded magic stones, nothing too rare, but each one could sell for around 50,000 won. That was more than enough reason for Suho to take the time to collect them. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't bother with this kind of work. He didn't have the luxury of slowing down. But right now, his financial situation was closer, more fitting for a beggar than a hunter. So he wasn't about to let these precious stones go to waste. He quickly began extracting the stones from the fallen monsters. One by one, he carefully secured them all in his inventory. By the time he finished gathering his hard-earned loot, a genuine wave of satisfaction washed over him. This was quite the decent haul. But just as he was about to catch his breath, that moment of calm was brutally interrupted. A sudden, oppressive wave of pure killing intent slammed into him like a physical wall. As he turned to face it, about 30 hobgoblins were already bearing down on him. Leading them was the same monster he had mercifully let go earlier, the very one that had previously fled in terror. And now, with this overwhelming confirmation, the entire group surged towards Suho all at once. But Suho didn't panic. Instead, he instantly leapt into the air like a seasoned ninja, moving with the breathtaking speed and lethal precision of a trained assassin. Within moments, several hobgoblins had already been cut down, their heads rolling across the blood-soaked ground. His movements were unbelievably sharp and utterly effortless, like cutting through warm butter. Then, as if in direct reward for his efforts, the system notified him that he had gloriously leveled up. New, invaluable stat points were instantly added to his profile, making him even more astronomically stronger than before. With that significant power-up in hand and ample experience gained, Suho came to a clear decision. There was absolutely no need to drag things out any longer. It was time to decisively end this. He then dove straight into the monstrous mob of enemies, slashing ruthlessly in every direction, clearing the entire horde with astonishingly ruthless efficiency. At one point, a hobgoblin managed to charge him head-on, aiming to land a fatal strike. But instead of fear, Suho's face visibly lit up with intense excitement. He wasn't worried in the slightest. If anything, he looked even more utterly thrilled than before. The boss monster in this gate, a fearsome chief hobgoblin, was revealed to be a formidable level 20 enemy. As expected of a true boss, it came charging in first, desperately trying to land a decisive attack. But it failed miserably. Right after that, a sneaky group of smaller monsters attempted to pull a surprise sneak attack from behind. But Suho, without even fully turning around, reacted instantly and cut them down as if they were nothing. That's when the formidable boss monster abruptly switched tactics and unleashed one of its terrifying skills, fear. This fear skill was absolutely nasty. It completely paralyzed its target, shoving them into a state of pure, incapacitating terror. The higher the skill's level, the more potent its devastating effect. And since this was a powerful boss monster, that alone served as ample explanation for how it could wield such a potent mental type skill, even within a low-level gate. The real problem, however, was that Suho possessed no gear, or skills capable of shielding his mind, or resisting mental attacks at this critical moment. He had absolutely no direct counter for it. The boss saw this as its golden chance to finish the fight, and charged in, eager to claim an easy victory. But what it didn't anticipate was that Suho was no mere rookie. He was a seasoned veteran hunter, who'd faced down situations far more dire. He knew precisely how to deal with this predicament. Without a moment's hesitation, Suho gripped his blade tighter with his left hand and deliberately, sharply cut himself. The sudden, sharp pain instantly snapped him out of the fear-induced paralysis. The moment his mind truly cleared, he expertly parried the boss's ferocious incoming strike. Then, instead of immediately focusing on the boss, Suho made a calculated, quick decision. He swiftly turned his attention to the smaller monsters first. Within mere seconds, he blazed through the battlefield, mercilessly slicing down every last one of them. In just one short, explosive burst of action, he completely wiped out all the hobgoblins inside the gates, leaving absolutely no enemies behind except the boss itself. Before turning back to face the chief hobgoblin, he took a brief moment to quickly heal the wound on his left arm. Now, with all distractions eliminated and his body back in prime shape, it was just him and the boss, one-on-one. No more unwelcome interruptions. And from the look etched onto the monster's face, it no longer seemed all that confident. The true fight between the two had just begun, as they fiercely exchanged blow after punishing blow. Suho gave it absolutely his all, swinging his sword with fierce determination. But because of his relatively low level, none of his attacks seemed to deal any serious, lasting damage to the formidable monster. The direct approach was clearly not working, and Suho quickly realized this. He decided it was time to change tactics. Instead of striking wildly, he drove his sword straight into the monster's thigh, aiming for a weak spot to slow it down. In response, the monster unleashed its fierce skill once again, hoping to paralyze Suho and gain the upper hand. But this time it utterly failed. Once a person conquers their fear, it loses its terrifying grip. Suho had already faced and conquered it once before. Now completely unfazed, Suho focused all his attacks on that very same spot. He relentlessly slashed the injured thigh, mercilessly exploiting its weakness. After a few more precise and forceful strikes, the boss monster finally collapsed to the ground, barely alive and clearly on the brink of death. But Suho wasn't finished yet. Instead of delivering the final blow, he suddenly activated his healing light, a skill specifically meant to restore health, and use it on the monster. The creature, already confused and half dead, was now utterly bewildered. It couldn't grasp why the human, who had nearly killed it, was now attempting to heal it. Suho, on the other hand, was absolutely delighted. He had just realized he could keep the fight going. By repeatedly attacking and healing the monster, he could extend the battle and use it as intense training. Some time passed in this bizarre cycle: attack, injure, heal, repeat. And with every round, Suho grew stronger, his skills steadily improving. Eventually, he upgraded several of them to A and B ranks. Meanwhile, the boss monster, once proud and terrifying, was now overwhelmed by pure terror. It couldn't even bring itself to look at Suho anymore. Now that Suho had learned everything he could from this place, there was nothing left to gain. The monster's role in this trial was finished. It had served its purpose. With a calm expression, Suho ended it all, beheading the monster without hesitation. Just like that, the gate had been overcome. Suho stood triumphant. He was declared the gate's MVP, earning bonus experience on top of it all. His level had now soared to 10, a major milestone for any hunter. Even his healing skill, Healing Light, received an upgrade, advancing to E rank. And with that, he acquired a brand new skill, Cure. It might not seem like much now, but if his skills continued to develop at this rate, it wouldn't be surprising if one day he could neutralize even 10,000 types of poisons. This was only the beginning, but his future looked incredibly promising. With everything wrapped up, it was time to move on. Suho turned toward the gate's exit. Outside, the atmosphere was tense. The gate had begun to tremble faintly, causing people to whisper and wonder. Had the gate been cleared? Then, before anyone could speculate further, Suho stepped out, walking calmly and confidently, as if the chaos behind him didn't matter. Not a hint of exhaustion or discomfort on his face. Just quiet composure. People around him stared, unable to figure out who he really was, or what exactly he had done. And Suho didn't bother explaining. He simply let their curiosity grow. Soon after, multiple guilds rushed over. They had all come looking for the mysterious man, who had conquered the gate alone. But Suho ignored every offer, every scout, every invitation thrown his way. He wasn't interested. Instead, he walked past them and stopped right in front of a man in a formal suit. With a calm and confident tone, Suho greeted him. This man was no ordinary official. He was the team leader of the South Korean Hunter Association, Young Chulmin. And judging by the confused look on his face, he clearly wasn't expecting to be greeted by the person behind the gate's conquest. The scene shifts to the South Korea Hunter Association, where team leader Young and Suho were sitting across from each other. On the surface, it seemed like a standard registration meeting, but Chulman's mind was completely elsewhere. His thoughts kept drifting, pulled back to their earlier encounter. He remembered their first meeting, shaking hands casually, and how Suho had mentioned he was already headed to the Hunter Association anyway. At first, Chulman assumed it was just for a license renewal, something veteran hunters did all the time. But as their conversation progressed, It became shockingly clear Suho was there for his initial registration. That completely caught Schulman off guard. He was still trying to process how someone like Suho, registered as a healer, of all things, had managed to clear an entire gate all by himself. And the way Suho had acted, calm, casual, munching on snacks like it was just another Tuesday. Schulman had gone over Suho's aptitude test results again and again. Statistically, Suho seemed more like a warrior than a healer. The numbers didn't lie. He had the physical strength and combat instincts, not to mention the rock-solid composure you'd expect from a frontline fighter. It didn't make sense. While Schulman was lost in thought, Suho spoke up, snapping him out of it by asking, "Is there a problem?" That brought Schulman sharply back to focus. He began asking Suho a few routine questions. Background, education, that sort of thing. And that's when more pieces of the puzzle began to click into place. We learned that Suho was a college dropout. He had been studying physical education before quitting. Most students from that department usually chose combat classes, like warrior or archer, if they entered the hunter field. But Suho had gone in a completely different direction. He had selected the healer class. And the reason? He just hated getting hurt. Then, he went on to explain what had happened. Inside the gate, he described the sequence of events in a straightforward, almost detached way. Yet, he conveniently omitted one crucial detail, the fact that everything had simply been far too easy for him. He merely stated he fought to survive and left it at that. But when Suho nonchalantly brought up Chief Hobgoblins, Schulman instantly tensed up. Something about that just didn't quite add up. Gates spawning Chief Hobgoblins were absolutely not supposed to be easy encounters. So, with Suho keenly sensing his unease, he calmly accessed his inventory. The very next moment, he unceremoniously dumped all the loot he'd gathered from the gate right onto the table, the items landing with a resounding thud, and Schulman was utterly taken aback. His eyes snapped wide open in sheer disbelief, and for a fleeting second, he nearly panicked. These were the magic crystals Suho had collected from hunting those hobgoblins. The smaller ones originated from regular hobgoblins, while the larger, more refined one had undeniably come from the hobgoblin chief himself. Since Suho genuinely had no idea of their actual value, he politely asked the team leader if he could help him get them processed. Even as he desperately tried to maintain his composure, Schulman simply couldn't tear his eyes away from the glittering haul. It was indeed a phenomenal haul. Regaining his composure, he looked at Suho seriously and asked if he truly wanted to become a hunter. When Suho merely nodded, that simple agreement ignited a genuine spark of excitement in the team leader's eyes. Trying to steady himself once more, Schulman inquired whether this decision was simply made on a whim or impulse. But Suho responded with a calm, serene smile, firmly saying no. It wasn't impulsive in the slightest. While Schulman was still riding high on the wave of happiness from hearing Suho's decisive answer, Suho subtly shifted the tone and began to explain his true motivations. It wasn't about power, nor was it about money. It was deeply personal. He despised monsters, and he utterly loathed the gates they emerged from. As a young child, he had lost his entire family during a devastating gate shock. After that, he grew up in an orphanage, completely and utterly alone. He initially thought that slaying monsters would somehow ease that profound frustration and searing pain inside him. But even after defeating several monsters, that knot in his chest never truly loosened. No matter how many he killed, it remained. The ache never faded, and that's when he made a decision. He couldn't undo the past, but he could choose the kind of future he wanted to protect. He didn't want anyone else to suffer as he had. He wanted to fight, not for revenge, but for the safety of people. He wanted to be out on the field doing real work. And that's why he decided to become a hunter, not for any guild, but for the South Korean Hunter Association. Schulman was genuinely impressed by this answer, but as someone with experience, he also felt the need to explain the downsides. He told Suho honestly that the Hunter Association's pay scale was significantly lower compared to what private guilds usually offer. But Suho didn't seem bothered by that at all. As long as he had free access to multiple gates, priority in entering them and the authority to punish hunters who committed crimes that was more than enough for him. Schulman could barely believe what he was hearing. You see, even though the Hunter Association technically has gate priority, they often end up auctioning those rights off to private guilds. And the reason is simple. No official wants to put their life on the line for a small government salary. Most people claim they join to help others, but the reality is they aim for stable, safe positions where they can earn quietly without ever having to step into a gate. That's why so many aim for administrative roles instead of field duty, but in Schulman's eyes, Suho felt different. He wasn't chasing safety or comfort. He was a rare type, a true patriot who wanted to be out on the front lines, protecting people. Someone who genuinely believed in civil service. The happiness was so overwhelming that for a moment, Schulman felt lightheaded, but he quickly snapped out of it and got back to the task of handling the magic crystals. Now, to take the official hunter exam, one has to first pass an aptitude test, requiring both a written and practical exam. Unfortunately for Suho, though, this year's registration window had already slammed shut, and the exam itself was set for tomorrow. But Suho was in luck. He had brother Schulman backing him up. Since Suho had managed to conquer an entire gate all by himself, there was a good chance they could work some magic and snag special approval from the higher-ups. Getting that sorted wasn't a problem. What really concerned Schulman, though, was the written test itself. Acing that with only one day of prep would be nearly impossible for a regular person. But Suho, ever himself, was brimming with confidence. His philosophy, if an opportunity arises, you seize it, no matter what. The only snag? Our boy was practically penniless at this point. He didn't even have enough cash to cover the exam registration fee. So, swallowing his pride, he asked if team leader Schulman could front him the magic crystals. And Schulman, true to his reliable nature, immediately took on the task, no questions asked. At this moment, Suho's only anchor was his big brother, Schulman, and he was incredibly grateful for his help. Sometime later, they finished all the aptitude tests. Team leader Schulman then sent Suho the funds they'd earned from selling the crystals. Cut to the next scene. Suho was munching through Schulman's food stash, like he owned the place. Thanks to those magic crystals, he received 3 million won. And on top of that, since he registered as a civil servant hunter, he also snagged some sweet tax exemption benefits. But even that wasn't enough. He had one more request up his sleeve. He had heard the association had a library, and he wanted to cram a bit for tomorrow's written test. He politely asked if the team leader could allow him access. And of course, Schulman said yes with a smile. He even personally showed Suho the way to the library and told him he wouldn't even need an employee card to enter. As they parted ways, Schulman wished him the very best on his exam. Suho watched him depart, a quiet moment. He mused on how kind and dependable his brother remained. Deep down, he knew that one day, Schulman would undeniably become the president of the association. So, with Schulman now out of sight, Suho refocused on the library's vast collection. His goal was crystal clear, find a link to his past life. He recalled grand, pivotal events unfolding, tremors that rattled entire regions. Yet, the specific details always remained hazy. Human minds simply weren't built to carry memories across lifetimes, and he was no exception. Still, somewhere in this place held the key. A fragment of knowledge or a skill he desperately craved. After a bit more searching, Suho finally stumbled upon something truly strange. It was a massive book, ancient in appearance, and so thick it stubbornly refused to fit on any shelf. Curious, he picked it up. The moment he cracked it open, the system pinged with a peculiar message. This book, it declared, wasn't from this world. It also hinted at a special way to use it, something far beyond mere reading. And Suho, he already knew exactly what that implied. Without a moment's hesitation, he held the book triumphantly above his head, like an RPG character, attempting to trigger a hidden quest. For a split second, he felt like a total clown. Nothing happened, and his arms were quickly tiring. Frustration bubbled up fast, because he was absolutely damn sure this had to be the only way to activate it. Then, just before he could start cursing the book, the system spoke again. The book, Library of Memories had taken an interest in his story. That's when the real magic kicked in. The book shimmered, reality itself shifted, and in the blink of an eye, Suho was no longer standing in that dusty library room. He now stood before a massive, otherworldly tree, its roots sunk deep into glowing, ethereal stone, its branches reaching into a sky that wasn't even real, a spiral staircase gracefully wrapped around its trunk, leading ever upward into the grand unknown. And here it is, the Library of Memories. It's then revealed that the Library of Memories grants its user the ability to recall everything they've ever seen or heard, including painful or traumatic experiences. Normally, the human brain copes by forgetting, but once this ability is acquired, the user is burdened with flawless memory. The original owner of this skill was the manager of the Hexagon Guild, a former Korean Hunter Association employee. While studying in a library for a career change, she unintentionally gained this ability after using a book as a pillow, just because lying face down was uncomfortable. Suho thinks about how lucky she was to stumble upon such a skill and feels grateful to her for introducing him to it. He even plans to treat her to a meal one day. The system window then prompts Suho to donate his own story to the Library of Memories. He considers how powerful the ability truly is. It could help him restore every memory he's ever had, especially since human recollections tend to fade and warp over time. Realizing its value, he decides that obtaining the skill is necessary to retain every detail with precision. A message appears, confirming his story has been accepted. Suddenly, a strong wind whirls around him, and the system announces that the Library of Memories is now accessing and recording his experiences. Suho starts floating in midair, surrounded by radiant texts, as a diagram materializes above the book. Another message follows, stating that the Library of Memories has officially opened. It will store everything he's seen and heard, giving him access whenever needed, while also suggesting important information. Suho stares at his hand, sensing that the recording process feels a bit off, likely because this entire space is some kind of illusion. Now that he has the skill, he decides to try it out. He closes his eyes and revisits a previous battle. There, he sees himself severely wounded. The moment floods back with vivid emotions, and a furious rage boils within him. This memory's vivid clarity is confirmed once more. He sees the very faces of those who betrayed him. He now sees them for what they truly are, selfish cowards who deliberately delayed sealing the gate, all just to save their own lives. He vows he'll never forgive them, never forget. His consciousness drifts through countless system windows. That unsettling memory makes him wish he'd picked a memory that wasn't so agonizing. Then, completely out of nowhere, a system window flashes a shocking notification. He's offered a chance to grow infinitely stronger as the very first person to reach the realm of the transcendent. The system loudly declares a reboot for player Suho. He's left utterly speechless as the world around him rapidly reverts to normal. A crucial thought flashes through his mind. Could the system have truly sent him back in time? He recalls once reaching a state of unity with the divine sword and obtaining the very first SS rank skill. But now, as the first to attain transcendence, he's being given an unprecedented new opportunity, something no one has ever experienced before. Suho slowly starts to realize that his return to the past might not be just a mere coincidence. Moments later, he arrives by taxi at a specific location. As he steps out, he considers how truly meaningful this second chance truly is now. He now has an opportunity to prevent the disasters that once struck him down and to handle the unpredictable gates that had caused countless casualties. Determined to clear these gates quicker than before, he reminds himself that every single second matters. He soon reaches the towering Nexus building. Standing before it, he's instantly impressed by its sheer size and acknowledges it as the biggest private hunter academy in the entire country. He also sees it as a place he can make some serious money to secure his future. With firm resolve, he heads inside. A cheerful receptionist greets him, asking the reason for his visit. Suho simply replies he wants to meet Director Kim Soo. The receptionist looks utterly stunned. She quickly asks if he has an appointment. Suho responds no, but stresses its importance. He simply asks her to relay a message. The solo conqueror of Syndrome Station, the pre-catastrophe gate, is here. The scene then shifts to the director's office. A calm woman introduces herself as Kim Soo, the director of Nexus Academy herself. Suho, in turn, introduces himself. Director Kim invites him to take a seat and acknowledges his incredible achievement at the Syndrome Gate. She then probes, asking why he's come to Nexus. Suho calmly explains he's here to apply for a scholarship. The director is clearly blindsided by this request. Suho confirms it, adding that he also plans to take the Hunter License Test, which is scheduled for tomorrow. Still trying to make sense of it all, Director Kim asks when he first awakened. Suho, ever so calm, replies today, her shock deepening. She glances at her documents, repeating in disbelief. An unregistered hunter, awakened only today, wishes to take the test tomorrow, and has already solo cleared a catastrophic gate. Suho confirms it all, then adds that a connection within the Hunter Association secured him a spot in the exam. His goal is simple, to rank first. This bold declaration leaves the director even more dumbfounded. Suho then lays out his condition. If he ranks first, he wants to be officially granted Nexus Scholarship, student status with full financial support. Suho knew perfectly well that for an unknown newcomer, reaching the top would be no easy feat. But he was no mere beginner. He was a true, battle-hardened veteran who had cleared countless gates before. Whether anyone else believed him or not was irrelevant. The choice was theirs alone. Still, Director Kim acknowledged that clearing such a dangerous gate alone was no small feat, however. She warned him that the Hunter test was an entirely different beast, with an average pass rate under 20%. Suho made one thing clear. If he didn't get first place, they could simply ignore him and scrap the scholarship deal entirely. Intrigued, Director Kim asked why he chose Nexus over more prestigious academies, like Hexagon or Prime. Suho answered bluntly, despite being the biggest academy, Nexus had hit a rough patch in recent years. It hadn't produced a single top-ranking student, and that had severely hurt its reputation and admissions. Silently, Director Kim acknowledged the truth. Nexus was in desperate need of a win, and no current student had shown any real signs of becoming a breakout talent. If Suho actually secured first place, Nexus would benefit the most from the spotlight. His proposal, in that sense, was perfectly timed. Still, the director couldn't help but wonder, what kind of person makes such a bold offer, and with that much confidence? Curious, she then asked how much money he was expecting from the scholarship. Suho responded by asking about the rewards for becoming the top student. She explained that the prize included a full refund of tuition, an additional bonus of 30 million won, and the opportunity to immediately join the Nexus Guild. Suho nodded. It seemed fitting for the country's largest academy. But then, with a grin, he added that 300 million won would be even better. The number stunned Director Kim, but Suho pressed on, saying that, considering the advantages that came with being the top student and the sheer scale of the academy, the amount was perfectly fair for Nexus. 300 million wasn't that much anyway. Deep down, Director Kim knew he wasn't wrong. Reluctantly, she agreed and told him that if he ranked first, she would pay him the 300 million. Later, Suho wandered around the campus. The more he explored, the more he realized just how truly enormous it was. Bigger than most amusement parks. Once enrolled, he wouldn't be wanting for anything. The staff member showing him around chuckled proudly, explaining that Nexus was the largest academy in all of South Korea. Suho couldn't help but notice the guide looked exhausted, realizing he was likely woken up just for his tour. A pang of guilt struck him. Suho quickly thanked him for the late-night tour. The guide smiled, replying that it was the least he could do for someone so important. Just then, Suho spotted someone training alone on the grounds. Intrigued, he asked if they were a student. The guide nodded, explaining that student trained relentlessly every night and was the academy's most dedicated student. Suho was intrigued. The student's name was Dahan. The guide called out to him, reminding him to look after his health. To which Dahan replied with a smile, saying he had to push himself even harder, since he was already in his 3rd year. Suho recognized him instantly. In his past life, he had teamed up with Dahan on countless raid missions. Back then, Dahan had been the nation's premier tanker, renowned for his unmatched endurance and impenetrable defense. It had been truly unfortunate when pure tankers eventually fell out of the meta over time. But now, seeing Dahan wielding an axe instead of shield, Suho suddenly realized Dahan still hadn't unlocked his true potential. This was a perfect opportunity. He could guide Dahan now and eventually recruit him into the Great Hunter Association. The guide then introduced them. After a brief greeting, Suho asked if Dahan intended to use the battle axe as his main weapon. Dahan confirmed it. Suho then asked why he had chosen that particular weapon. Dahan explained that, since he aimed to be a frontline fighter, his instructors had suggested the axe, saying it matched well with his physique. The guide chimed in, adding that few weapons could rival the battle axe in sheer destructive force. Suho asked if Dahan had only trained with the axe. Dahan admitted he had. He called himself a slow learner and said trying out multiple weapons felt like a waste of his time. It had already taken him 2 years just to get somewhat decent with the axe. Yet even now, he still wasn't feeling particularly adept with it. Suho silently analyzed the situation and pinpointed the real problem. It wasn't that Dahan lacked effort, but that the battle axe simply didn't suit him. This wasn't a matter of dedication. It was a clear case of poor direction. If his progress hadn't improved early on, he should have switched weapons. Suho found it astonishing that even the nation's top academy missed something so glaringly obvious. He suggested a complete shift in mindset. Since players would eventually receive stat adjustments, it made far more sense to pick a weapon that genuinely felt natural to them. With skill correction effects in play, proficiency could indeed rise quickly, but true performance in battle relied on knowledge and experience. In Dahan's case, the battle axe was an undeniable mismatch. While it certainly delivered heavy hits, its long cooldowns left users incredibly vulnerable. And considering Dahan's massive frame, it became even tougher to protect him effectively. When Dahan heard this, he was completely taken aback. He'd spent the past 3 years training with an axe. Suho acknowledged his dedication, but gently pointed out that Dahan's real strength might lie in tanking. He advised Dahan to experiment with a kite, shield on his left arm, and a one-handed blunt weapon in his right hand. According to Suho, this setup would dramatically boost Dahan's overall combat effectiveness. Dahan hesitated. Switching roles right before the exam felt incredibly risky, especially since the test was happening the very next day. Suho then asked him to truly think about what truly forms the backbone of any raid party. While many believed it was the mage, in reality, it was always the tank. The tank's job was to draw the enemy's focus and protect the team. To do that properly, a tank needed both a sturdy shield and a secondary weapon for effective crowd control. Suho's logic finally resonated with Dahan, making perfect sense. Empowered by this realization, Dahan decided to take the leap. Suho was thrilled Dahan didn't let any lingering doubts slow him down. He admired Dahan's quick thinking and lightning-fast adaptability. Suho offered a heartfelt wish of good luck. Dahan thanked him warmly before making his departure. Immediately afterward, the guide revealed Director Kim's instructions. He was tasked with giving Suho a comprehensive tour. That's why he had introduced Suho as a mere guest. But now, the guide's curiosity was truly piqued. Could Suho actually be an instructor? He seemed to possess vast knowledge of combat and intricate contracts. Suho confirmed his role. Indeed, he was an instructor, though a thought nagged him from within. It must seem incredibly suspicious, he mused. Someone unlicensed knowing this much was certainly odd. He clarified that he was more akin to a stakeholder. The guide nodded, then mentioned he'd just received a call. The contract was finally ready. It was time to head back to the director's office. Then arrived the pivotal day of the hunter test. The sprawling area in front of the association building was absolutely swarming with eager examinees, every single one armed with their trusty swords. poised to earn their coveted hunter licenses. Each applicant had been preparing relentlessly, pouring their all into this crucial moment, honing their skills and pushing themselves to peak performance. Yet, ironically, Suho himself, the very man who'd cleared a gate single-handedly, was currently in his absolute worst condition. After completing the test, Suho walked out, deep in thought about its true purpose. It had been organized, he knew, due to escalating concerns about potential doping. But in his seasoned opinion, those measures barely scratched the surface. Most true cheaters weren't using drugs at all. Instead, they were exploiting skill buffs during the test itself. One woman, in particular, stood out, and several others had displayed magic levels that no natural level 5 should possibly possess. Then, the system chimed in, notifying Suho that his magic sensing ability was now far sharper than almost anyone's. He had, in fact, fully mastered the skill of magic detection. Thanks to this, Suho found it effortless to spot any oddities, although nothing had been officially reported yet. He could already tell that many were shamelessly cheating. With these buffs, he knew it was time to put a definitive end to this. Looking directly at Chulman, Suho felt grateful to have at least one honest person around as he walked through the hall, where other candidates were discussing their tests. He couldn't help but feel like he'd unintentionally become a cheater himself. Chulman walked up and asked how the test went. Suho replied he was confident he'd pass, but then asked why Chulman was there. Chulman explained he was helping out, since the association was always short-staffed. He also heard this written test was the hardest one yet, but Suho's confidence was impressive. Suho responded that he believed he'd solved it, and asked if he could bring something up. Chulman agreed, as long as it wasn't about the test itself. Suho said it was somewhat related. He pointed out that during the test, there hadn't been any checks for buffs, and asked why. Chulman asked what he meant by buff checks. Suho explained that while the association did conduct urine and blood tests to prevent drug use, and confiscated personal items to prevent cheating through gear, they didn't seem to check for skill-based cheating. He suggested that using magic detection could help spot buffed individuals more effectively. Chulman appreciated the input and promised to look into it. Before the practical exam, Suho said he'd get ready for the next test. Before he left, Chulman stopped him and said he personally hoped Suho would do well and that they'd get to work together. He wished him luck on the practical, and Suho thanked him. 30 minutes later, at the site of the practical test, the announcer informed everyone that the exam had been delayed by 2 hours due to issues with the dive capsules. All candidates were directed to grab lunch at the cafeteria and wait either in the lounge or the training area. But Suho wasn't convinced. It felt like an excuse. He suspected that brother, Chulman, had already started cracking down on those trying to cheat, using buffs, moving swiftly, just as he'd expected, with 1,200 candidates and a pass rate of under 10%. Just by spotting, eliminating cheaters would easily drop that rate to 7%. Anyone who passed under those conditions would undoubtedly be a top-tier talent. Suho decided to scan the other candidates to spot anyone worth keeping an eye on. Just then, some loud voices grabbed his attention. One man was aggressively challenging another to a match. The second guy snapped back, telling him to back off and stop picking fights. But the first guy insisted he only wanted to spar, joking that the other was just afraid his lack of skill would be exposed. Annoyed, the second man shoved him and told him to get out of his face. The first man then raised a wooden sword and asked, what would happen if I struck first? Before things could truly escalate, Suho stepped right in and blocked the wooden sword with his own, forcing the attacker to pull back. The second man was stunned and asked Suho if he'd lost his mind, but Suho calmly said he'd handle it and told the man to stay out of it. The guy asked who Suho was. Was he some sort of officer? Suho simply said he was just another test taker, but warned that dealing with someone like this attacker would only cause unnecessary trouble, so it was best to leave it to him. The attacker then questioned, why was Suho getting involved? Suho smiled, introduced himself, and offered to be the attacker's sparring partner, since he was so eager for one. But the attacker wasn't impressed. He scoffed, saying, He wouldn't waste his time sparring with someone weak. Like Suho, that word weak caught Suho off guard. The attacker claimed Suho just got lucky earlier and warned him not to get arrogant, ordering him to leave. But Suho turned the tables, asking if he was scared. The attacker, annoyed, asked what that was supposed to mean. Suho suggested they find out if it really was just luck, hinting that the attacker was too scared to test it. This provoked him, and the man accepted the challenge, hurling insults, and flat out called Suho just another coward in the crowd. Suho, surprisingly, agreed to the spar, but insisted they get a supervisor's approval and use the designated sparring arena first, with permission swiftly granted. Both warriors stepped into the training arena, immediately drawing the attention of nearby students. The referee promptly reminded them they could only use training weapons, provided by the association, of course, and warned that the match would be stopped if things got out of hand. As the match began, the attacker charged first, wildly swinging his wooden sword. Suho blocked it with baffling ease. The attacker then leapt into the air, swinging downward, but Suho dodged effortlessly. Furious and utterly surprised, the attacker threatened to tear Suho apart. But Suho stomped down on the man's wooden sword and taunted him, calling him pathetically weak. The brutal insult pushed the attacker completely over the edge. This man, Park Young, was infamously known as a mad swordsman, obsessed with nothing but strength, always seeking out skilled opponents to fight. His insatiable thirst for power had turned him into a truly relentless combatant. Suho remembered how skilled Young had been during their last encounter and was utterly surprised to see him among the same batch of test takers. He immediately realized that Young needed to be stopped before he repeated past mistakes. Without a shred of warning, Suho delivered a powerful kick that sent Young flying as he slammed into the ground. Suho then openly mocked his earlier arrogance. Stunned, Young questioned how Suho was so impossibly strong. Suho calmly warned him that charging in blindly wouldn't work against him, hinting that Young had never faced someone as truly powerful as a level 10 before. Most of his previous opponents probably never got past level 5. Getting back up with a confident smirk, Young admitted Suho seemed far too calm and announced he'd finally go all out. Suho welcomed it. Young then unleashed a barrage of strikes, but Suho dodged every single one with effortless grace, his hand still casually resting on his sword. The intensity of Young's assaults had definitely ramped up, and Suho acknowledged the new weight behind them. Then Young went all in, unleashing his full power, using his signature dragon sword technique. A flash of blinding light erupted as their blades clashed. Young was certain he'd finally landed a decisive hit and began to celebrate. But when the light faded, Suho was still standing, completely unharmed. He'd flawlessly blocked the attack, shocking Young. Young trembled, demanding an explanation. Suho smirked, simply stating the attack was too slow. In reality, Young had only managed a basic version of the dragon sword technique, without a hunter's license. It was impossible to truly master the real thing. Enraged by the blatant humiliation, Young charged again, fueled by fury, but Suho dodged every single attack with unnerving ease. At one point, Suho dropped into a low crouch, clearly baiting Young into one last reckless charge. Just as Young shouted that the match was over, Suho landed a powerful upward strike straight to his chin, knocking him out cold. Young hit the ground, defeated and utterly dazed, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. Suho, unfazed, calmly repeated that Young's attacks were simply too slow. Though Young was seething, all he could do was lie there, muttering Suho's name under his breath in disbelief. Watching this unfold, Suho realized that Young's obsession would now revolve entirely around defeating him, completely ignoring everyone else in the process. With that particular distraction taken care of, Suho figured the testing center might finally quiet down for good. Meanwhile, the supervisors who had been observing everything were left completely stunned, snapping them out of their daze. Suho casually spoke up, reporting he'd accidentally knocked out Park Young and asked them to take care of him. In the very next scene, Suho sat inside a room filled with all sorts of machines. Looking around, he noticed there were more skilled individuals present than before. probably anti-doping inspectors, disguised as technicians as the room grew noisy. Suho's irritation was palpable. He clearly just wanted them all to disappear. Then, a technician approached him and told him to lie down. He then explained how the emergency button worked in case anything came loose during the dive. Suho confirmed he understood. Once the system powered up, Suho lay down, and cables were attached to both sides of his head. A system window appeared, indicating that the Hunter practical test program had been activated. As Suho's consciousness connected to the simulation, the dive progress steadily climbed, 5%, then 40%, then 77%, until it hit 100%. The connection was successful, and the healer class test scenario began. When Suho opened his eyes, he found himself in a different world. Right away, he could tell this test wasn't going to be easy, especially considering how few people passed the healer exam. In front of him lay wounded individuals, calling for help, some trapped under rubble. One girl, in particular, was desperately trying to lift a huge stone. As Suho took in the chaotic scene, he silently criticized the Hunter Association for being too ruthless with the scenario. The whole situation already felt traumatic. Before continuing, let's understand the context of the practical test. It's considered the centerpiece of the Hunter exam. The main goal is to evaluate how well a participant fits into their chosen class. Every year, the simulation scenarios change, and the criteria for passing also vary. So typically, these tests involve one-on-one fights or surviving waves of enemies. A participant score depends on how long they last and how many opponents they defeat. But for healers, it's different. The focus isn't just on how strong their healing powers are. While healing ability matters, the most valued quality is sacrifice. Healers, who put their own lives on the line to save others, earn higher scores. As monsters began to approach, Suho reflected on the nature of the test. Now, in this dire scenario, the healer was fully expected to sacrifice himself, protecting the patient. The only catch, his actual stats were still active. Strolling confidently toward the monstrous horde, he spotted a gleaming sword on the ground, and just looking at it, he knew instantly he'd have to suffer a brutal beating before finally kicking the bucket. Yet, unlike all the others, he strongly questioned the logic of simply letting himself get beaten to a pulp. Dying once had already been quite enough. Thank you very much. Just then, from nearby, others screamed in terror, spotting the monstrous threat. But Suho knew those frantic screams were nothing but cruel illusions. In reality, he was surrounded only by silent, still corpses. He calmly approached a terrified, trembling girl and simply asked, "Are you okay?" Shaking uncontrollably, the girl warned that the monsters would certainly return, and they had to run. But Suho knew the true mission. He absolutely had to protect her, no matter what, until the end. Calming her fears, he promised her the rescue team would definitely come, and that he'd keep her perfectly safe until then. With steely resolve, he firmly stood his ground, ready to bravely face the oncoming monstrous horde. Back in the bustling observation room, players were starting to exit their simulation pods, one by one. A player stepped out, his expression grim, thinking he really could have done much better. A woman quickly thanked him for his efforts and smoothly instructed him to gather his belongings and head straight outside. She then moved to another pod, swiftly checking its display screen. It clearly displayed a participant's crucial details. Kong Jin Young, Archer class, with a recorded time of 9 minutes and just 4 seconds. She then commented that this season, the scores were proving particularly low, all due to the test's brutal difficulty. Feeling a sudden surge of curiosity, she asked Director Shin just how long Suho had been inside. Shin simply replied, 30 minutes. Absolutely shocked, she repeated the number aloud, completely unable to believe it had been that long. Rushing frantically over to Suho's machine, she checked the display screen herself. 30 minutes, still utterly in disbelief. She desperately asked if Suho was a warrior. Shin calmly corrected her, explaining Suho was, in fact, a healer. Refusing to accept it, she immediately accused him of lying. But Shin then pointed to the sword Suho had been wielding and urged her to take a closer look. Together, they meticulously reviewed the simulation footage, witnessing Suho's incredible combat in action. The woman again questioned if he was truly a healer. Completely stunned by his formidable combat ability, she pondered aloud, a thought escaping her lips. Could he be disqualified for not dying? But Director Shin quickly clarified the situation. There's no rule that explicitly requires death. The test's true purpose is to diligently protect the patient. Understanding, she nodded firmly in agreement. Shin continued to elaborate on the details. Suho is brilliantly meeting every single condition. He never once abandoned the patient's side. He fought fiercely near her, healing her ceaselessly throughout. He was literally risking his life to keep her safe. As long as all these crucial conditions are met, disqualification simply isn't an option here. Upon hearing that, the woman confidently concluded, the top score for this intense exam has undoubtedly already been determined. Meanwhile, Suho was still locked in fierce combat within the simulation, wielding incredible, unmatched skill. He effortlessly sliced through menacing monsters in a single blow. Yet, even after securing his swift victory, Suho felt an overwhelming sense of it's not enough. He needed to be faster as even more monsters rapidly materialized. He eliminated them, one relentless wave after another, displaying unwavering focus. Eventually, he spectacularly wiped them all out. A system message then popped up. Your understanding of the skill footplay is remarkably high. Congratulations, you've mastered footplay. But Suho absorbed the message, realizing with a jolt that even though this was merely a simulation, since it was intricately based on real-world mechanics, the system could still precisely recognize his physical control. The system duly acknowledged that he was directly controlling his own body and movements, making it entirely possible to master physical skills. That is, even here, though, the experience gained was undeniably less than in real combat, but it was still an absolutely fantastic way to train. In addition to honing his swordsmanship, he had picked up a myriad of various skills and upgraded all his basic sword techniques to A rank. While there were no experience points or item rewards, the results were still immensely satisfying. If he could eventually manage to raise all his sword skills to A rank, what power he'd wield, or even higher, he could develop a technique, like Park Yong's dragon sword technique. Another message popped up. Great achievement. Your understanding of swordsmanship surpasses everyone else's. The system is impressed by your unique style and wishes to register it. Would you like to create a new swordsmanship skill? By combining your basic sword techniques and footwork, Suho smiled, finally ready to forge his own style. Guardian Sword. A confirmation window appeared, asking if that would be the official name. Suho confirmed. Another message then congratulated him for his supreme mastery and recognized the creation of a brand new, unique swordsmanship skill. Guardian Sword S. This powerful new ability boosted the effects of all his sword and footwork skills by 50%. As a reward for this monumental achievement, the system awarded him 10 bonus stat points and expressed its hope that Suho would continue walking the path of the sword. A final message confirmed. He had unlocked Sword Mastery S. This was a privilege granted only to those with a deep understanding of swordsmanship. This lifted all restrictions on learning and using sword techniques, enhanced all sword-related abilities by another 50%, and removed any limitations tied to sword use. Suho quietly thought back to his past life. Back then, it had taken him over 10 years to reach this level of skill. But now, thanks to the knowledge he carried from that life, he had progressed much, much faster. He recognized how much his value had grown, turning his focus to the exam. He recalled that the number of monsters was predetermined, and he couldn't help but wonder how much effort had gone into preparing the whole thing. With all his objectives completed, only 2 paths remained. Either die at the hands of the monsters, or wipe them all out himself. The supervisors watching the live footage were left absolutely speechless. They couldn't believe what they had just witnessed. For the first time in the history of practical exams, someone had absolutely decimated every single monster. They weren't just awestruck by his combat prowess, but also by his incredible success in healing the patient. One examiner even playfully quipped that they didn't even need to bother checking. The final rankings, the winner was absolutely clear. Just a few days later, the scene abruptly shifted to the Hexagon Guild's headquarters. A confident guild member boldly declared that their student, Kian, would undoubtedly be this year's top scorer. Another member eagerly agreed, proud of all the effort they'd poured into his rigorous training. But then, someone suddenly noticed a congratulatory letter. As it was read aloud, a wave of confusion quickly spread. Kian wasn't the top scorer after all. The name on the letter was, in fact, Suho. Everyone was stunned, and the atmosphere immediately shifted, tense and utterly confused, as someone then asked, "Where's Kian?" At that precise moment, the guild master received a call, and the scene changed once again. Suho was now on a call with the team leader. The leader apologized for the delayed congratulations, explaining he'd been completely swamped with work, but he made sure to profusely praise Suho for earning the absolute highest score, even admitting he hadn't expected such incredible consistency from him. Suho responded humbly, saying it was all thanks to the team leader, though the leader quickly deflected the credit, saying Suho's achievements were entirely his own doing. He also pointed out that Suho's truly exceptional performance had helped expose a number of crafty cheaters who were illegally boosting their skills. This would lead to much tighter rules in future exams, which he definitely saw as a positive outcome. Then, the team leader cautiously brought up a crucial question. Was Suho still interested in joining the Great Hunter Association? Suho replied that, although he might stay with the guild a bit longer, his ultimate goal hadn't changed at all. He still firmly intended to join the association. The team leader appreciated his clear answer and said he'd reach out once the recruitment or testing schedule was fully ready. Suho agreed with a confident smile before ending the call. The leader reminded Suho to eat properly and look after his health, and Suho returned the same kind words. Just after the call ended, the team leader glanced down at something he held, quietly reminding himself to eat as well. Meanwhile, Suho paused for a moment, the leader's tone still echoing in his mind. It fell off, he mused, wondering if everything was okay. Just then, his phone rang once more. Suho checked the caller ID and seemed to recognize the number. He answered, calmly introducing himself. The caller was indeed Kim Soo, who immediately congratulated him on his success and confirmed that his payment had already been sent, exactly as per their agreement. Suho acknowledged her impressive efficiency, praising just how professional her large guild truly was. Then came her eagerly awaited proposal. She invited Suho to officially join the Nexus Guild, promising benefits far better than anything any other guild could offer. Curious, Suho asked how far they were willing to extend. Kim Soo assured him she'd do absolutely everything possible to match his expectations perfectly, as he was a top student and scholarship recipient. She added, adjusting the contract terms would be no problem at all. She even went so far as to suggest meeting in person to finalize the deal immediately. Suho, however, politely declined for the time being, mentioning he had personal plans for that day. He promised to review his schedule thoroughly and get back to her soon after. Still, he subtly hinted that, considering he was already a Nexus scholarship recipient, it would be most logical to join Nexus over any other guild. Kim Soo was absolutely overjoyed by his response. Her excitement was so utterly intense that even her nearby co-workers couldn't help but notice. She practically begged him not to sign with any other guild. In the meantime, amused by her sheer enthusiasm, Suho chuckled and agreed to meet her. Soon, as the call ended, Suho couldn't help but smile, still hearing the echo of her thrilled voice. Right at that moment, the taxi driver informed him they had arrived. Suho thanked him and stepped out of the car. Now, standing outside, Suho reflected on everything that had just happened. He had successfully cleared the test, secured his license, and received his payment. The next chapter of his journey was unfolding right before his eyes. With quiet determination, he pushed forward, ready to start farming at the Lighthouse General Market. Suho checked his phone, reflecting on how quickly he'd gathered everything he needed. Now, the only thing left was to acquire a weapon. With that goal in mind, he arrived at a small, tucked-away shop, deliberately avoiding the crowded ones. He wasn't entirely sure they'd have what he sought. As he stood outside, he wondered if this quiet place might just hold the perfect weapon. Stepping inside, Suho greeted the shopkeeper, who asked what he needed. Suho explained he'd just become a hunter and was searching for a lightweight weapon. The shopkeeper directed him toward a section filled with cheaper items. When Suho glanced at them, he noticed thick layers of dust and quickly realized most low-grade weapons came without verified data. But that didn't mean every unverified weapon was useless. Some weapons needed to undergo a process called liberation before revealing their true potential. These special weapons usually gave off a subtle aura, a kind of signal, though most players in places like this wouldn't recognize it. Suho picked up one of the weapons and activated his magic detection skill. A faint smile appeared on his face. He had found it. After walking out with the weapon, Suho thought to himself, if the owner ever found out the spear's true worth, he'd regret letting it go so cheaply. But for now, it was time to begin. Suho closed his eyes, focused, and began pouring his magical energy into the weapon. The spear absorbed his power at a fast pace, draining his energy quickly. Realizing how much it was taking out of him, Suho stopped and collapsed to the ground, completely exhausted. He understood that if he'd pushed just a bit more, he might have passed out from magic depletion. To awaken the weapon, his magic stat needed to hit at least 100. Even though he couldn't use it yet, he was certain it would become a powerful asset in the future. He promised himself he'd level up fast and unlock its full potential soon. Meanwhile, inside the PBS building, reporter Jinwei got a phone call from Suho. Suho introduced himself and confirmed he was the top scorer in the recent hunter test. He also dropped a bombshell, revealing he had personally handled the unprecedented gate incident at Syndrome Station all by himself. Jinwei was absolutely floored by this revelation, taking a moment to silently process the fact that Suho had cleared such a dangerous gate. Even before officially becoming a licensed hunter, in Jinwei's eyes, Suho was already a monster. When Jinwei asked why Suho had reached out to him directly, Suho explained he'd found Jinwei's blog. During a search, he mentioned that while he knew about Jinwei's privileged upbringing, he respected Jinwei's decision to pursue journalism out of genuine interest. Suho then revealed he had big plans and would soon become a source of major headlines. He then proposed that Jinwei work as his exclusive reporter. Jinwei was skeptical, wondering if Suho was just trying to tie down a wealthy journalist as his subordinate. Internally, he dismissed Suho as just another ambitious oddball with delusions of grandeur. Even though he understood what Suho was suggesting, Jinwei was uncomfortable with the idea. He admitted he craved exclusives, but he had no desire to work under anyone. Suho clarified that he wasn't looking for a subordinate, but a reliable partner. Jinwei responded bluntly, suggesting that Suho's offer seemed like a tactic to boost his own market value. Before joining a guild, Suho admitted there was some truth to that, but not entirely. He wasn't doing this to increase his worth, but to gain fame. His ultimate goal was to become a civil servant. Jinwei was caught off guard. Did Suho mean joining the Hunter Association? The idea of chasing fame to become a public official seemed utterly absurd to him, but Suho was dead serious. He wanted to work hands-on in the field as an integral part of the Hunter Association. That made Jinwoo immediately question his background. Was Suho just another rich kid, treating demanding hunter work as a mere side quest? Suho then revealed he was actually a gate orphan, and that very past was what fueled his drive toward public service. It shaped his life's true purpose to conquer gates. As Jinwoo glanced at his laptop, he questioned if Suho was genuinely serious about this. With so many strange people emerging lately, it was getting incredibly hard to tell anymore. But in the end, he decided it didn't really matter all that much. He acknowledged Suho's passionate point of view, but ultimately declined the offer. He preferred choosing his own stories to cover. Still, Suho wasn't one to give up easily. He suggested a bet. A curious Jinwoo asked what kind. Suho then proposed this. He'd earned Jinwoo's trust by proving himself as a formidable hunter. He dramatically announced he would attempt to clear the Tower of Challenge alone. That very day, Jinwoo was absolutely stunned. That tower was infamous. Clearing it was considered utterly impossible, even for a full season party. Doing it solo sounded downright insane. But Suho was confident that if he pulled it off, it would be enough to fully convince Jinwoo. And if he succeeded, he wanted Jinwoo to become his personal, exclusive reporter. Suho remembered the Jinwoo from his past life. A top-tier broadcaster from PBS, famous for his pride and elite background. He'd gained immense popularity as a journalist who never took requests. Yet, in Suho's previous life, they had teamed up many times, all thanks to Jinwoo's sharp reporting and rare influence over public opinion. But that same brilliance made him dangerous to others, like a constant thorn in someone's side. Eventually, Jinwoo got caught up in political conflicts, was ultimately forced into early retirement, and eventually disappeared from the public scene. This time, Suho silently vowed to prevent that grim fate. During their call, Suho made his bold proposal. If he could conquer the Tower of Challenge solo, Jinwoo had to become his personal reporter. Stunned speechless, Jinwoo, remembering their deal, if Suho actually pulled it off, Jinwoo had promised he'd back him up with all his journalistic might. The call ended with Suho confidently declaring it was time to begin. After the call, Jinwoo felt a wave of irritation, thinking Suho was seriously driving him crazy. He couldn't stop dwelling on Suho's sudden, unexpected request, baffled about its origin. Even though he was clearly annoyed, he didn't completely hate the idea. Something about the proposal felt genuine, and Suho didn't seem like the type to scam anyone. Caught between frustration and curiosity, Jinwoo muttered to himself that he was losing it. Still, he shrugged it off, thinking it was a harmless gamble. If it turned out real, great. If not, no big deal. The scene shifts to the Tower of Challenge. Suho stands at the entrance, showing his hunter license to the gatekeeper. The man notices Suho came alone and warns him. Solo entry is allowed, but it's risky. Judging by Suho's license number, he assumes Suho just passed his test. The gatekeeper suggests teaming up, since even the lower levels often lead to injuries, or worse, but Suho insists on going in alone, respecting his choice. The man informs him of the 70,001 entry fee, and tells him to pay once he gets the invoice. Suho nods and thanks him as he steps forward. The gatekeeper shouts after him to be careful and retreat if things get too dangerous. Suho simply gives a nod and walks inside. While walking, Suho reflects on the Tower of Challenge. It's widely known as a training ground for players. Below level 20, this public gate is government maintained and meant to help players grow stronger. Now that his level has been reset, there's no better place to start over. As he pushes the door open and steps in, the system immediately announces his entry. It tells him that he can give up any time, and if he declares withdrawal, he'll be teleported back to the entrance instantly. Suho summons his sword just as the system triggers. The first floor challenge begins. A slime monster appears, launching its attack. As he fights, Suho can't help but notice the monster's massive size and its surprisingly swift movements. This momentarily catches him off guard. Despite it being just a level 1 creature, with barely any attack power to speak of, its movements are just plain irritating. Getting stuck with it could seriously slow him down. Determined to finish this quickly, Suho plunges his sword right through the slime's core, destroying it. But then he realizes something crucial. This slime, it can multiply. That irritating trait means that when its core splits, it regenerates into several smaller versions, even though there's a limit to how much they can divide. This regenerative ability still poses a significant threat. It's one reason why most players enter the tower. In parties, as monsters usually show up in groups, on almost every floor. Not wasting any time, Suho starts wiping out the multiplying slimes. He leaps into the air, stabbing one mid-jump, then hurls his sword to take down another. As he falls, a slime swings its tentacle at him. Suho grabs it mid-air, preventing a hard fall, and uses that grip to catapult himself back upward with clean and precise strikes. He slashes through the remaining tentacles and clears out the rest of the enemies. The system then notifies him that he's conquered the first floor, asking if he wants to move on. Suho looks up, his eyes full of resolve. With 48 more floors to go, there's absolutely no time to waste. The system then signals the start of the second floor. Challenge. Suho thinks back to the Tower of Challenge, remembering that in his past life, the highest official record reached was the 48th floor. At present, the record only goes up to the 29th floor, both milestones achieved through party play. Typically, challengers enter the tower in groups, and the number of participants determines the difficulty level. The more people in a party, the less experience each person earns. But it's a safer way to progress. Most hunters aiming for top records form parties of level 20 members. With these thoughts in mind, Suho conquers the 18th floor, his gaze now fixed higher, realizing he's unbound by conventional methods. Without a moment's hesitation, he boldly embraces the 19th floor challenge, triggering the next stage immediately. Unlike earlier levels swarming with multiple enemies, this floor holds only a single formidable monster. While that undeniably makes the opponent stronger, it also means that defeating it alone is enough to clear the stage. The instant the monster materializes, Suho surges forward and fells it with a single, devastating sword strike. The system promptly announces the 19th floor's completion, offering him the option to proceed to the 20th instead. Suho decides to pause the challenge, meticulously examining the monster's corpse. He immediately spots something peculiar. Unlike other defeated monsters that vanish instantly, this one leaves behind a peculiar red gate. It's a clear, undeniable hint from the tower that there's far more left to uncover. Suho retrieves a unique item from the remains, realizing it serves a very specific purpose, even though it can't be used on its own. Activating his magic detection ability, he swiftly locates a hidden space linked to the red gate. This hidden area, astonishingly, turns out to be the subspace fortress of the Fortress King, Zhangpyeong. This subspace is truly unique because, unlike others created using items, it permits living beings to enter and leave freely. Stepping inside, Suho finds himself within what appears to be a vast cave. A glowing object materializes, and the system informs him that the fortress's previous owner is no more. Suho is then prompted. Does he wish to claim ownership? He accepts, reaching out to grasp the glowing object, which instantly begins to fuse with his body. The system confirms that Suho is now the new master of the subspace fortress, which is no longer merely an item. It has transformed into a skill permanently bound to him. The system further explains that the fortress's appearance will change, depending entirely on Suho's magical power. The entire space begins to warp and shift. What was once a barren cave transforms into a lavish, fully furnished room. Impressed, Suho quickly realizes this space is far more sophisticated than he ever imagined. Its vast size expands in sync with his magical strength, and it even adapts perfectly to his personal preferences. Suho feels immense relief that he stopped Zhang Pyong-ho from ever getting his grubby hands on this incredible power. That monster had once used this fortress to stash everything, from illegal drugs and stolen artifacts to even kidnapped people. Recalling the sheer horror of those sleepless nights and the suffering caused by such crimes fills Suho with utter disgust. But now, with the fortress firmly in his control, he knows such darkness will never be allowed to repeat. By stopping the terrifying rise of the Fortress King and gaining a powerful personal base of operations, Suho feels he scored an absolutely massive win. With this newfound resolve burning within him, he gets ready to keep relentlessly moving forward. Meanwhile, Jinwoo was scrolling through his phone, devouring an article with rapidly growing interest. He noticed a significant number of students had started gravitating toward Nexus lately. Suho had once mentioned wanting to join the Elite Hunter Association, but this exclusive media coverage was suggesting something else. It implied Nexus was incredibly confident that Suho would ultimately end up joining their ranks. Jinwoo felt a pang of uncertainty. Only time would truly tell, yet he couldn't stop obsessing over how many floors Suho had already cleared. Then, right on cue, a sudden system alert popped up on his screen. The 30th floor has just been conquered. The Tower of Challenge record has been utterly shattered, and someone is already advancing to the 31st floor. The nearby crowd instantly went silent, utterly stunned. Murmurs spread. A new record? Was it a team raid? Or something even more unbelievably insane? Their collective shock deepened even further when the system immediately announced yet another shocker. The 31st floor has also been cleared. Just moments after it had begun, Jin-woo completely froze, his eyes wide. If this truly was Suho, then he'd completely misjudged him until this very moment. Until now, Jin-woo had casually chalked up Suho's wins to nothing but luck and mere theatrics. But if this insane, relentless pace was truly real, then Suho was a formidable rival he'd be stuck competing with for a very, very long time. Inside the Hunter Association, Director Kim heard the earth-shattering news and was visibly rattled. She quickly confirmed the incoming reports. Suho was absolutely smashing records live. Realizing Suho's immense value, she knew they had to craft an irresistible offer, one that simply couldn't be refused. She ordered her team to alert the president, an office manager, then head straight to headquarters. Meanwhile, the system fueled. Chillman's rapid ascent through the Tower of Challenge was something the world had truly never witnessed. If Suho genuinely wanted to join the association, this was a once-in-a-generation talent. Just then, Chillman's phone suddenly rang. It was the vice president of the association. Curious, Chillman picked up. The VP asked where he currently was. Upon hearing Chillman was near the tower in Pango, he immediately seized the opportunity. He told Chillman to bring Suho in. Chillman lit up, thinking he'd finally been given the chance to recruit Suho. But the VP quickly shut that idea down. He didn't want a recruitment. Just a photo of Suho with the association president. Then he hung up, leaving Chillman stunned and bitter. He thought to himself how these power-hungry executives were exactly why the public saw them as corrupt and incompetent. In his mind, only hunters deserved to be in charge of the association. He stared at the tower, trying to think of a way to convince Suho to come in. Inside the tower, Suho had just cleared the 48th floor, updating the tower record once again. Exhaustion was starting to weigh him down. Constantly pushing forward was incredibly draining. He wondered when this madness would finally end. Still, when he opened his status window, his spirits instantly lifted. Hitting level 39 felt like a true reward. With every floor cleared, he earned 5 bonus stat points, and each one felt like a precious gift. Knowing the system inside out made it feel like he was building a game character, a second self. And honestly, it was kind of fun. With his stats now set, Suho prepared for the final challenge. The 49th floor had begun. A glowing crystal appeared in front of him, and from it, the final boss emerged. A tower dragon, level 49. Suho stared aghast. He immediately recognized how absolutely broken this creature was, even without pure blood traits. Simply being dragonborn made it absurdly powerful. It made him question if this floor was ever truly meant to be beaten. But Suho knew exactly why he was here. He wasn't going to hesitate. Gritting his teeth, sword in hand, he charged at the final boss with full resolve. Ready to end this, Suho moved in to confront the dragon, ready to attack. In response, the dragon launched its own devastating assault, forcing Suho to leap into the air to evade it. While airborne, he quickly noticed something crucial. For a beast of its enormous size, the dragon was shockingly fast. Suddenly, a dark aura leaked from its claws, creating a powerful pulling force that dragged Suho straight toward its gaping jaws. Right before he was sucked in, Suho grabbed the dragon's mouth, hoisted himself over its massive head, and slammed his sword down with all his strength. The dragon roared furiously and tossed its head so violently that Suho was flung away, forcing him to retreat to safety. As he caught his breath, Suho realized something deeply concerning. His strongest strike hadn't even left a scratch. All he had managed to do was mildly annoy the creature, the dragon, then smash the ground with overwhelming power, sending deep cracks tearing through the floor. Suho ducked behind a large rock, silently grateful for his incredibly high stats. Without them, The shockwave would have killed him instantly. He quickly understood that. Although the dragon's level wasn't unbelievably high, its natural traits made its body absurdly durable. Standard attacks were useless. He needed to target its weak point, the reverse scale. Since this dragon wasn't level 100 yet, it likely couldn't completely hide that critical scale. After scanning its body, Suho spotted the vulnerable point near its tail. Wasting no time, he charged in, striking the rock-hard scale. With all his might, the dragon howled in agony, and a system notification flashed before him. The tower dragon had entered a berserk rage. After its weakness was struck, Suho left his sword lodged deep within its reverse scale, knowing this fight wouldn't end quickly, and dragging this battle on would only make it even more perilous. He channeled even more power, pushing the blade deeper. Enraged, the dragon unleashed its terrifying fear ability. Suho's body froze solid. As he plunged into vivid hallucinations, the system confirmed his fear status effect. He tried to cure himself, but the system notified him that such a high-level fear effect couldn't be dispelled. Before the dragon could crush him with its tail, Suho ripped open the entrance to his subspace and vanished. Inside, he immediately chugged a purification potion. The system confirmed the potion's effects took hold. As the terrifying hallucinations vanished, relieved, he reminded himself that only those he permitted could enter this subspace. He had bought the potion casually from the general market, completely unaware he'd need it so soon. The fight was far more intense than he'd expected. Even after removing the fear status once, he wouldn't gain immediate resistance, and cure spells were completely useless. That meant he'd have to repeatedly retreat into his subspace and rely on purification potions, a strategy clearly unsustainable. He needed another plan. Searching through his inventory, he briefly considered calling upon the mad pulverization scholar before he could make a decision. The system notified him that he had learned a basic combination formula from a skill book, and a combination jar materialized. Understanding its significance, he placed 3 unusual items into the jar: the unknown thief's socks, the unknown minstrel's instrument, and the unknown cleaner's broom. The jar began its mysterious fusion process. Suho knew that combinations using absolute formulas always succeeded. Many so-called trash items actually concealed hidden value. The process concluded successfully. A rare treasure had been forged, introducing the first Mumu, a powerful ring born from a basic level formula. Suho also snagged 10 bonus stat points for crafting a first-ever item. He knew first-time items were usually S grade or even higher, and this one was S+ because it was a growth-type item. He promptly equipped the ring, and the system instantly bound it to him. Suho recalled that in his past life, he had missed the chance to claim the first Mumu because the mad pulverization scholar discovered it first and publicly shared its recipe. This time, Suho had claimed it all for himself. With these extra stats, he opened his status window and allocated 4 points to his magic stat, boosting it to 100. The system congratulated him. His magic stat had turned a striking red, an achievement he'd never reached before. Earlier, he'd thought level 50. Purple status would take forever, but now it felt completely achievable. Purple still required 700 points. A long journey ahead, but he was confident he could reach it. After finalizing his stat allocation, Suho summoned his familiar old spear and began infusing it with his magic. The weapon absorbed power at an incredible pace. Once the required amount was infused, the system acknowledged its successful awakening. The spear had transformed. It was now the legendary Shadow Spear. Round 2 was about to commence. The system then revealed the weapon's true origins. It was one of the Shadow Lord's formidable treasures, forged from the very bones of a shadow beast, and it had acknowledged Suho as its very first awakener. The spear could now be summoned from a shadow and regenerated using magic and shadow energy. Suho immediately grasped the weapon's immense value. Just as Jongpyong had his subspace fortress, the Shadow Lord, a monarch-level being, had once wielded this very spear. if that entity truly existed within the gate. Suho was now holding its signature weapon. A wave of relief washed over him as he secured it before any dangerous foe could claim it. Time to put it to the test. He summoned the spear again, marveling at its convenience. Knowing he couldn't strike from inside his subspace fortress, he'd need to emerge and strike the reverse scale. While the mighty dragon slept, Suho burst from the subspace and scaled a rocky ledge, overlooking the beast, raising his shadow spear. He hurled it straight, aiming for the stone, embedded in the dragon's massive tail. The spear pierced right through, and the dragon writhed, bellowing in pain. Suho leaped down as the system announced. The dragon had entered another enraged state. It unleashed its terrifying dragon fear. But Suho instantly phased back into subspace, avoiding all status effects completely. His hit-and-run tactics were in full swing. Suho struck repeatedly, retreating each time. The process took longer than expected, but soon enough, the reverse scale's durability plummeted under 10%. It wasn't completely destroyed, but it was now too weak to protect the dragon any longer. Stealth would no longer work. Suho abandoned subtlety and launched a full assault. Bursting from the fortress, he launched himself skyward and drove the shadow spear straight into the dragon's eye. The impact shook the entire area. Suho was thrown back, but the enraged dragon showed no mercy. As it searched for him, Suho seized the moment, circling behind and rushing straight for the tail. The dragon unleashed dragon fear again. But Suho shattered the stone first. The system confirmed it. The reverse scale was destroyed, and the dragon's power drained rapidly. Suho grabbed a purification potion and surged into the air for the finishing blow. With a clean slash across the throat, the dragon collapsed. The battle had finally ended. The system declared that Suho had cleared the 49th floor and set a new record for the Tower of Challenge. He received 10 bonus stat points, and more rewards began pouring in. Lying on the ground, he took in the incredible achievement. He had conquered the entire tower, something neither his past nor present versions of himself had ever achieved. For reaching level 40, he gained a brand new skill, Healing Spirit, an area of effect healing ability that, once mastered, could envelop an entire battlefield. But the evaluation wasn't over yet. Recognizing the immense difficulty of his feat, the system rewarded him with dragon blood. Suho was shocked. This was Yoma's signature power, the infamous monster player. So this was where Yoma had obtained it from the Dragon Mountains. The system explained that inheriting dragon blood granted a dragon's immense power, depending on how far the user pushed themselves. Before Suho could summon the shadow spear again, the system suddenly alerted him. The weapon was reacting to the tower dragon's shadow. It absorbed the shadow entirely, undergoing yet another transformation, Shadow Spear, plus a hidden function called Shadow Devour, not even listed in its original description, had grown significantly stronger. Part of the weapon's consciousness had even awakened. Suho checked the updated stats and was utterly stunned. Shadow Binding and Shadow Regeneration had both risen from A rank to S rank. Shadow Binding could now rip out a target's shadow and immobilize them, while Shadow Fangs tore the shadow apart, causing continuous bleed damage. Growth-type weapons truly exceeded normal equipment. Satisfied, Suho prepared to leave. But something on the ground instantly caught his attention. A massive fawn. The system identified it as a mighty dragon's fawn, capable of inflicting an incurable debuff that nullified all recovery. Suho was stunned yet again. He had obtained a dragon byproduct, something believed to be almost impossible to secure. It confirmed that the tower dragon had been a pure blood dragon, which naturally dropped such rare materials. This entire battle had been a massive jackpot, with everything collected. Suho finally turned to go, certain that reporter Jean, we were waiting for him outside. Suddenly, the tower crystal shattered, and the system calmly declared that the trial tower had been conquered. The conqueror was the player named Suho, and every other player was forcefully expelled. From the gate, a portal appeared, and several hunters came crashing out of it, sprawling across the ground, utterly stunned. One of them fell to his knees, clutching his head in pure disbelief, muttering that this couldn't be real. Had someone actually entered the trial tower alone? His teammate, still sprawled on the floor, asked who Suho even was. The hunter simply pointed ahead and asked if the guy standing there was the one. His partner turned his head and quietly confirmed, yeah, that was definitely him. Because the size of the crowd was insane, and there wasn't even space to breathe right now. Suho was completely surrounded by reporters. Cameras were flashing nonstop, and everyone was shouting at him, demanding comments and reactions to his conquest. But Suho silently thought about how exhausted he was. He'd taken a lot more damage from the tower, dragon than he expected, and all he really needed now was rest. Definitely not a screaming media mob. He hadn't expected reporters to swarm him like this. His attention shifted when he spotted reporter Jean Wee, who was sitting dramatically on the hood of his own car, looking utterly, genuinely stunned. A psycho. That was probably the first thing running through his head, because someone conquering that tower solo was unreal. Suho casually walked up behind him, placed a hand on his shoulder, and greeted him. Jean Huey screamed, fell to the ground in panic, and then widened his eyes in disbelief. As he realized who it was, he stuttered Suho's name and asked how he even escaped the crowd. Suho smiled lightly and said he just slipped away. He explained it like he'd just executed some secret, ultimate stealth technique and vanished without leaving a single footprint. Extending his hand forward, Suho asked why Jean Huey still didn't trust him. The reporter slowly reached out, staring at him as if he'd lost his mind, and asked if he even realized how insane he sounded. Suho, unperturbed, simply replied that if Jean Huey truly didn't trust him, then he should just say so directly, and Suho would adjust his actions accordingly. Jean Huey then stood up, brushed himself off, and declared that if he didn't trust him, he wouldn't have helped him get this far. He then urgently told Suho to hop into the car before the press had a chance to notice them. Inside the moving car, Suho received a call from team leader Chulman. Chulman congratulated him on clearing the trial tower, admitting he'd wanted to thank him in person, but Suho had vanished far too quickly for that. Suho politely thanked him, explaining he'd been hiding out because he was exhausted. Chulman chuckled, remarking that Suho always managed to exceed expectations. He asked if Suho was still in Pangeo, and if he wanted to meet up. Suho explained that a friend had already picked him up, then inquired if there was anything specific Chulman wanted to discuss. Chulman admitted there wasn't anything pressing, unless Suho could perhaps stop by the association, if he wasn't too utterly exhausted. Suho paused, repeating the word, the association. Chulman confirmed it. He explained this was an absolutely unprecedented event. Everyone had believed the trial tower was impossible to clear. It had also been functioning as a public gate, and considering its massive scale, they needed an investigation. Suho countered that he didn't recall investigations being conducted when major guilds cleared difficult gates. If there was information they needed, couldn't they just request it instead? After a quiet second, Chulman agreed, wishing him a good rest. Suho thanked him, then ended the call. He leaned back, thinking to himself, without a doubt, the chairman or vice chair wanted him there, probably for photos and PR. He respected Chulman, but he had zero interest in doing anything for the higher-ups. If he let them drag him into bureaucracy, oh boy, he's definitely walking straight into trouble now. He'd been planning to dodge it entirely until he officially joined the Hunter Association. Jean Hui glanced at him from the driver's seat, asking if he could ask something personal. Suho nodded, giving him the green light. Jean Hui observed that with Suho's incredible abilities, he could practically go anywhere, especially in government roles. Suho just smiled. The government pays well, he began, and no matter how powerful private guilds pretend to be, the government holds all the actual authority. Jean Hui blinked, reminding him that private guilds boasted immense fame and influence. Suho responded calmly. Fame is fleeting, nothing but a manufactured spotlight. Right now, private guilds might seem like heroes, but eventually, the public won't admire them. They'll fear them instead. Jinhui nodded slowly, admitting Suho had a solid point. Suho sighed, then continued his explanation. If I want to end the gate crisis for good, I need support. I can't do it alone. That's why I chose the government association. Jinhui smiled, commenting that Suho would have a massive advantage over other players, because no one else possessed such duty and conviction. Suho simply thanked him, as he quietly mended his arm with a small healing spell. Then, Jinhui asked if he planned to apply through the normal, general recruitment process, adding, "It would be such a waste for someone like Suho to take a level 9 field position." Suho replied that wasn't what he was applying for. Jinhui then guessed level 7. But Suho calmly stated he wanted level 5. Jinhui almost shouted, "Are you serious?" Suho told him to stop asking if he was serious every 2 seconds. Jinhui looked at him curiously and retorted, "Of course I want to know why. It's only natural." Suho smiled lightly and said he'd explain it all, but Jinhui better not put in his article. And also, he should keep his eyes on the road. After some time telling the full story, reporter Jinhui was absolutely stunned by Suho's plan and exclaimed, "That's a brilliant idea." The protagonist calmly replied, "Yes, it is, but it mustn't appear in the article just yet, because I want to officially announce it myself." He'd leverage him again later, and when that moment arrived, it would inevitably shake everything up, meaning Jinhui would get exclusive access, ahead of anyone else in the company. Jinhui stared him down, then asked if Suho was planning to wring out every single drop of benefit from him, and Suho casually replied that if he's buddies with a reporter, he should obviously use that to his advantage. Jinhui let out a laugh. Fine. Suho could milk him for all he's worth. Then he suddenly asked if Suho wanted to go home now, given his personal info had already leaked, and probably a mob was waiting. Near his house, our protagonist just smiled and calmly answered he'd simply vanish. Again, just like he did back at the tower. But Jinhui paused and suggested maybe Suho should just crash with him for a bit, explaining he had a massive house all to himself. The guest room was exquisitely furnished, and the security was so tight that nobody could possibly break in. Suho paused for a beat, then asked where exactly he lived. Jinhui proudly stated his home was in Kaiser, Cheongdong, and Suho couldn't help but think with genuine surprise that those were premium, luxury apartments worth hundreds of billions. Upon arrival, Suho stepped inside and momentarily froze, not out of pure awe, but because this place looked like the final boss of rich kid housing. It was the kind of luxury that doesn't brag. It just exists, demanding you stare. Jinhui welcomed him in, totally unfazed, and told him to just treat the place like his own home. And Suho just nodded mentally, noting this was exactly what life looked like when you're born, with premium DLC enabled from birth. Jin. Then, we pointed toward a device sitting neatly on the table, a convenience function pad, accessible via its installed community app. Suho could order food, shop online, call for support, and even summon an emergency healer if he needed one. Jinwoo noted that Suho was looking significantly better now, compared to when he first got into the car. Suho simply replied that he was a healer. Jinwoo blinked, completely stunned, and asked again. And Suho, slightly annoyed, repeated, "Yes, I really am a healer." The journalist apologized, admitting that even though he'd read it everywhere, his brain still refused to believe it. After all, healers typically joined a guild first, then leveled safely. They didn't just casually solo clear the tower of challenges. Picking up his bag, the man said he had to return to the office for work, and reminded Suho of the password. Suho told him not to worry, and wished him a safe trip. After the door closed behind him, Suho finally opened his system window and checked his status. He decided it was time to distribute the stat points he'd earned from clearing the tower. He balanced stamina with the other attributes and poured the remaining points into sensitivity. At this level, it wasn't just an elite route anymore. It was the path of a successor. And even he had to admit his stats were looking absolutely insane now. Once that was handled, Suho switched to a different task. He'd been a master at detecting surveillance equipment in the past, and with his newly improved sensitivity, He could probably detect anything. And even if he trusted Jinwoo, he wasn't stupid enough to blindly assume a Chabel's place was completely clean, better paranoid than dead. After scrutinizing every detail for a while, Suho finally dropped onto the sofa, feeling drained. The house was huge, way bigger than most subspace grade houses he'd seen before. Honestly, finding hidden cameras felt harder than slaying that dragon earlier. With no devices detected, he finally let himself relax, but his phone wouldn't stop buzzing. Notification after notification kept flooding in. When he checked, Suho realized his personal information had been compromised. Someone had exposed his number, and the messages just kept flooding in. Quickly accepting the situation, he decided he needed a new phone and number. Remembering the community app Jean had mentioned, Suho gave it a try, and to his surprise, it was incredibly efficient. He transferred all his important data to the new device, designating it for private use. Even though his old phone kept getting bombarded, he planned to switch numbers very soon. He glanced at the time, a little past 5 p.m. He figured he had time for a quick break before heading out again. Meanwhile, elsewhere that very night, inside a quiet building, a mysterious gate suddenly appeared. Several masked individuals stepped through it. They carefully scanned the area. No witnesses, no surveillance, nothing. Perfect. Then they opened the bags they carried and began placing bombs with practiced precision. But while they were still in the middle of setting everything up, Suho appeared right behind them, completely calm, as if he'd walked in on a casual meeting instead of a full-blown terrorist operation. He calmly stated, "Bombing public buildings wasn't exactly a brilliant idea." The masked group froze instantly, utterly confused. This building was supposed to be empty today. Suho agreed that normally, yes, but he came because he expected something like this. The panic erupted. One man yelled for everyone to retreat and scrambled frantically toward the gate. A girl in the group stumbled, collapsing to the floor. Her teammates hesitated, asking if she'd tripped. One tried to lift her, but she wouldn't budge an inch. Another insisted they hurry and drag her through, but the girl's legs remained rooted to the floor. What they didn't know yet was Suho had already unleashed Shadowbind, chaining her with his dark energy. Still struggling frantically, the man shouted that something was terribly wrong, and the girl muttered one cold, chilling word, "Abandon." The man adamantly refused, unwilling to leave her behind. But the girl insisted and ordered them to kill Suho. The remaining 3 charged forward together, fueled by sheer panic. But before they could even take a single step, an invisible force slammed them to the floor. Suho's intimidation skill instantly smothered them. With them completely subdued, Suho asked if they were members of Banshee. The narration clarified, Banshee, a notorious terrorist group, responsible for bombings and widespread chaos, even though they were eventually caught in the past. The damage they caused was absolutely massive, and only 4 members did all of it. The group was shocked someone recognized them, and demanded to know how Suho knew their name. Suho calmly stepped toward the man closest to him and removed his cap. He identified him as Kwak Deho, the muscle, who worked day labor jobs and handled heavy tasks. Then Suho pointed to another, Seo Kaiwan, the bomb maker, who worked as a middle school science teacher. Next, Kim Hyun-min, the transporter, an everyday delivery driver, using a movement skill to vanish after attacks. Lastly, Suho turned to the girl, Koo Yunhwa, a university student and the true leader of Banshee. Her EMP ability erased electronics and magic supports with ease. Stunned, Yunhwa demanded how Suho knew everything. Suho smiled and said anything could be uncovered if someone tried hard enough, and she already knew that. Still refusing to believe him, she demanded again to know who he was. Suho acknowledged her quickness and reminded her she already knew the answer. He said out loud that if she still didn't trust him, he could prove it by handing her over to the authorities. Right now, realizing he wasn't bluffing, she finally asked what he wanted. Suho said she should have agreed earlier, and also pointed out this wasn't a great place to talk. He told her to retrieve the bomb, and said they'd talk at their hideout instead. She stared at him, wondering just how much information he knew, but finally agreed. Suho turned to Hyunmin and asked if he could move now, and told him to open the door, since a taxi was clearly out of the question for them. As they settled into their secret hideout, Suho told everyone to finally relax, and even remove their masks if they wished. Yanhwa stubbornly refused, but then dramatically ripped hers off anyway, quickly telling him that she only did it because the room felt stuffy, and certainly not because he told her to. She then immediately demanded answers again. How did he know who they were? Why did he even approach them? And why would someone renowned for conquering gates come after a terror cell like them? Suho just smiled and coolly admitted that she had asked so many things at once. He didn't even know where to begin. He revealed he used his own unique skills he had never publicly revealed, to track and identify all of them, just as they had kept their own hidden. Finally focused, she asked again, "What do you want?" Suho then extended a surprising offer. He wanted them to work with him. He brought up his recent PBS interview and the future plans he shared during it. Yanhwa immediately assumed he meant joining the Hunter Association. Suho confirmed it, but before she could spiral, he quickly clarified. He wasn't handing them over for forced recruitment. He explained he would take the level 5 exam, then move through 1 or 2 positions, and eventually join the Special Forces Division. Yanhwa looked absolutely stunned. Suho told her not to make such a face. He knew they hated the Special Forces, which was precisely why their bombings targeted related sites. He understood completely because he shared the same reason. Suho then revealed the truth. He was a gate orphan. He used to think it was just a coincidence, until he later learned the disaster had actually been manufactured on purpose. After every cleared gate, that land transformed into premium real estate. The government knew a gate shock was coming, and let it happen anyway, all for profit. There were massive development projects behind it all, and Suho already knew who was truly responsible. So, his goal was incredibly simple: become the head of the Special Forces, and make those responsible pay dearly. He then explained the Special Forces wielded the highest authority in the association, swayed other government offices, and could even prosecute hunters. He offered them revenge, but on a strategic, lawful path, not reckless terrorism. Yet, Yanhwa still pointed out, there was no guarantee Suho would pass the level 5 test. Suho just smirked, telling her to wait and watch, and with one last, stern warning that another attack would mean he'd personally deliver them to the government. He decisively ended the conversation. Inside, Suho knew they had to be utterly shocked. In his past life, Banshee had always been an untouchable ghost. During their interrogation, he realized they were people much like him, victims twisted by revenge into villains. If only someone had guided them sooner, maybe things wouldn't have spiraled. So this time, before they crossed the line entirely, Suho planned to redirect them, no matter how long it would take. He was certain Yanhwa would accept. His offer was simply too tempting, and his competence was undeniable. He urged them to think carefully and choose wisely. The scene then shifted to the South Korean Hunter Association, where the vice president was already in a foul mood, sternly lecturing team leader young Chulman for failing what he called a simple task, and sharply reminding him that even the president cleared his entire schedule just to meet about Suho. Though he let it slide for now, he made it abundantly clear that if the same mistake happened again, there would be severe consequences. All Chulman could do was bow his head and acknowledge the warning before being dismissed and ordered back to work. The moment he stepped outside, he exhaled in utter exhaustion, reflecting on how long he'd been sitting there, listening to endless complaints, and how, for a second, he genuinely considered quitting everything and joining a civilian guild instead. But then, he quickly reminded himself of why he joined the Hunter Association. In the first place, after surviving so much, enduring just one more miserable moment wasn't impossible. So, he quietly urged himself to stay strong. Just then, Pai Song-yeol, the head of the Special Investigation Department, suddenly appeared, placing a hand on his shoulder. Schulman, already pretty irked, wondered why he had to run into this person right now. Forcing a polite tone, he tried to act normal and asked, "What's the chief doing here?" Pai responded with his usual playful attitude, saying he heard his cherished team leader Yang was getting an earful again. He even complimented Yang's patience for enduring the old geezer's constant nagging. But Yang immediately took the blame, saying everything was his fault. As they walked together, Pai shifted the conversation and brought up rumors about Suho, supposedly causing problems. But Chunman clarified that Suho wasn't exactly causing trouble. Though yes, the story was spreading fast. Pai noted that only a handful of people were aware, and then casually offered his help. When Chunman asked what he meant, Pai gave him an absurd suggestion. Just accuse Suho of something, drag him in for questioning, and clear things up later. Because, according to Pai, it was all about making the process look clean and controlled. If Suho was summoned, then the president would be pleased. The issue would look handled, and Suho would be released afterwards, with the association looking authoritative. He added that, since Suho wanted to join the Hunter Association anyway, it would benefit everyone involved. Yang stared and cautiously called Pai's ideas mischievous, because interfering with someone as successful as Suho could backfire spectacularly. But Pai didn't flinch, and instead admired Yang's morality, questioning why someone in his position was so nervous over a single hunter. Yang responded politely, but Pai wasn't finished. He quickly reminded Yang that prosecutors still held the power to investigate and charge any hunter, and that hunters once feared them for good reason. He was clearly hinting Yang should be more flexible, instead of blindly clinging to protocol. After a tense, silent pause, Yang finally nodded, saying he'd keep in mind. Pai then left, but not before offering support, and a final reminder that there were always alternative ways besides strictly following the rules. Once alone, Yang quietly replayed their entire conversation, thinking about how he used to deeply respect Pai as one of the few grounded hunters within the association, someone who felt truly grounded, unlike the disconnected elites at the very top. But now, he wasn't so sure anymore. Knowledge changes people, and Pai knew far too much, which made him dangerous. Feeling uneasy, Yang went outside, found a quiet spot, and sat down. Lost in thought, his mind drifted back to Suho, how the guy initially supported the association, but then suddenly distanced himself. It wasn't entirely shocking, though, since major guilds offered ridiculous benefits that could sway anyone's loyalty. Yet, Young still wondered what Suho was truly thinking. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Suho stepped out of taxi and activated the ring on his finger, the one called First Mumu. He recalled how reckless he'd been when he first activated it. But now, after conquering the Tower of Challenge, he had completely mastered its usage. It was time to move. He walked toward the Seoul Central Blood Center building and activated his magic detection skill, scanning the surroundings until he found it. A faint trail of magical energy. Gates naturally emitted magic, so even hidden ones always leak traces. Following the faint signal, Suho found a faint gate hidden like mist, one that required specific conditions to open. Without hesitation, he pulled out a knife, sliced his palm, and let the blood drip toward the gate. He already knew this particular gate demanded blood. Once it absorbed enough, the system confirmed conditions satisfied. A hidden gate had been discovered, and Suho snagged 5 bonus stat points. This gate's name, Blood's Decree. Suho steps inside and tosses glow-in-the-dark powder ahead, lighting up the cave-like environment. The first stage? Definitely a cave system. So, he pushes deeper in. Then, a mysterious liquid drips onto his head. He looks up, realizing it's not just cave water. Nope, it's saliva. Above him hover countless vampire bats, all hovering around level 63. Suho smirks, enjoying the dramatic welcome. Without a second thought, he activates intimidation, and instantly, every bat loses control, crashing to the floor. Calmly, he steps toward a single bat, driving his shadow spear straight through its body. He lets the spear devour the shadow, eliminating every bat in the room at once. Opening his status window, he feels a wave of satisfaction. This method, perfect for wiping out low-tier enemies. With an S-class intimidation skill, level gaps become meaningless. Most hunters focus on 2 primary stats, but Suho decoded the full color-coded stat system and plans to raise everything evenly. Reviewing his numbers again, he wonders if his level is just too absurd for simply hunting bats. His curiosity leads him to check the combat log, and that's when he notices something strange. Among the corpses is a blood slime. It must have been hiding among the bats and accidentally died from the intimidation shockwave. The cleanup feels a bit boring, but he acknowledges intimidation's usefulness. Since, while high-level monsters can resist fear effects, the skill still works, unless the opponent belongs to a special category. Soon, he reaches the boss room, excitement building. Without hesitation, he enters. The moment he steps in, he summons his sword, and instantly, a large vampire bat lunges at him. He blocks the attack, identifying it as a great king. Vampire bat then counters with a swift slash. Then from behind, a golem lunges, forcing Suho to dodge sideways. Neither monster felt like a true boss, though. These are just mini-bosses he fought both at once. He slashed relentlessly at the golem and spun to counter the bat's attacks. When the golem tried to punch, Suho deftly slid backward to avoid the hit, then slammed his sword into the ground, unleashing a shockwave that erupted through the room, hitting both monsters. He thought the fight was finished until the dust cleared, and both monsters were still standing. The battle intensified, and Suho quickly realized mere physical attacks alone wouldn't finish high-level targets. It was time to use what he'd prepared. Just then, both enemies attacked simultaneously, one from the front and one from behind. Suho summoned another sword, and when the explosion settled, he'd driven one blade into the bat and the other into the golem. Even repeated attacks weren't enough to finish them, but Suho finally grasped the key. Their weakness was pure silver, infused with holy power. At that exact moment, the system notified him. Holy power had now been successfully applied. The silver sword in the bat's body glowed, and a lightning strike crashed down on it, slicing its throat and obliterating the monster. Instantly, Suho stood over the corpse, his foot on its head, watching it erupt. Like an insect crushed under a giant hand, holy power was devastating. The golem lunged again, but Suho moved first, cutting it into pieces with his wholly enhanced sword, until the system confirmed its defeat. Looking down at the weapon, he acknowledged how perfectly it worked. A healer-exclusive skill that allowed holy enchantments had become an incredibly powerful advantage. And enchanting silver weapons with holy energy turned every strike into a guaranteed critical hit, making it the perfect counter for enemies in this game. Suddenly, Suho sensed a powerful presence behind him, and as he turned, he realized the true boss of the hidden gate had finally appeared. Then, a figure stepped forth, brimming with murderous intent, revealing himself as the Cursed Prince, a monstrous level 76 elite. He then furiously accused Suho of invading his domain and slaughtering his subordinates, before imperiously demanding he kneel and confess his sins. But Suho was here to capture him, not to bow down. That confidence infuriated the prince, and with a furious roar, he unleashed his true power, branding Suho unbearably arrogant. His first strike slammed forward, but Suho blocked it with casual ease, and then calmly asked if the prince was done with his dramatic entrance. Instead of answering, the prince drove his hand into the ground, and suddenly the entire battlefield transformed as a blood-veiled mist erupted everywhere, obscuring visibility completely. The dense aura made it impossible to detect any movement. Normally, movement was undetectable, so Suho braced himself, knowing the prince could attack from any direction. He sensed something behind him and reacted instantly, just as the prince lunged, blocking the strike perfectly, utterly shocking the boss, who couldn't understand how Suho predicted his attack. Suho retaliated with a confident slash, thinking he'd landed a clean hit. But the prince only laughed and mocked him, saying such weak attacks could never harm him. Then, a system alert flashed. The Cursed Prince had activated Blood Scream. Suho immediately stabbed his sword into the ground and activated Healing Spirit. A cleansing aura burst outward, and the prince visibly reacted to the sensation as Suho's wounds vanished completely. With a slight smile, Suho revealed he was actually a healer. The prince glanced down, stunned to find a wound on his abdomen. Proof that Suho's strike had worked after all. Suho prepared another technique, but the prince snapped and charged forward. Enraged by the humiliation of being injured by a mere human, Suho met him head-on, his sword clashing against the prince's clawed hand. As the two engaged in a fast-paced battle, a furious exchange of brutal blows. For a brief moment, the prince believed he had the upper hand, unleashing a lightning-fast barrage of strikes. But Suho suddenly vanished, reappearing right behind him, delivering a devastating, clean hit. Blood gushed from the prince's mouth as he stumbled backward, reeling, and Suho immediately rushed in, pressing his relentless assault. Refusing to retreat, the prince activated even more power and charged directly back into the fray. The two collided with an explosive, massive force, sending powerful shockwaves across the entire battlefield. As they landed, the scene shifted instantly. The cursed prince's head was severed from his body and tumbled across the ground. Suho approached casually and crouched next to the severed head, mocking how incredibly easy the win had been, until the head suddenly lunged forward and bit his hand. The still living prince cursed Suho inside his mind, demanding his blood and promising to enslave him. With pure, unadulterated disgust, Suho ripped the head off and tossed it aside, thinking the prince was basically just a mosquito, biting him without warning. Then, the system announced the start of kin conversion. Suho collapsed to the ground as blood rapidly drained from his body, dizziness and a pounding headache overwhelming him, while a violent thirst clawed at his very throat. Inside his mind, the prince declared it was already too late, but Suho told him to shut up, refusing to listen as the conversion agonizingly continued. Suho reminded himself that to gain the vampire trait, synchronization had to reach a certain threshold, and once it did, he needed to purify the infection instantly with holy water when kin conversion hit 50%. Suho believed he was close to acquiring the trait and reached for the bottle, only for it to suddenly shatter. The prince laughed, saying this was his domain, and nothing Suho did would matter now. Suho realized the prince had been far more cautious than expected. The corridor that had been destroyed was now restored, and even the prince's body was missing. Everything had been reset for the next phase. Still refusing to give in, Suho desperately tried to plan his next move, but the system issued a grim warning. His very blood was beginning to corrupt. The confident prince declared there was no escape, but Suho revealed he had one final card up his sleeve. The system instantly responded. All conditions to unlock the second power of Dragon Blood had been fulfilled. He had reached level 50 and crucially survived a mentally and physically life-threatening situation. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Dragon armor available. Suho smirked, realizing he'd triggered it just in the nick of time. Kin conversion stopped dead in its tracks, and the system reconfirmed that all conditions for unlocking the second stage of Dragon Blood had been met. Dragon armor activated. He now possessed Dragon's endowment and dragon skin, granted by the armor itself. The moment Dragon's endowment activated, further assimilation was blocked and purification began. The corrupted blood inside him converted into pure blood and was absorbed into his system, while the remaining corruption was utterly annihilated, thanks to the Dragon Blood effect. Suho successfully mastered the unknown power hidden within the corrupted vampire blood and felt his body become incredibly lighter. He remembered planning to unlock the second Dragon Blood power using a custom gate at level 50, but instead it happened here completely unexpectedly. Checking his newly unlocked skill, he saw Dragon's Endowment, an innate trait exclusive to descendants of Dragon Blood, representing nobility and superiority. While active, it granted immunity to infection, corruption, and allowed the automatic absorption of corrupted sources to purify, heal, and evolve. The system had never shown the second awakening condition, but Suho had learned it from Yoma. Since kin conversion was genuinely life-threatening, the system recognized it as the trigger, Although the endowment purified the blood, it also preserved the vampire power inside it. He then examined another skill directly tied to vampirism. However, it remained sealed for now. Clear evidence that he had nearly become a full vampire. He couldn't help but wonder if he had technically acquired it or not. His initial goal was to obtain powerful vampire traits, but it seemed dragon and vampire blood obviously couldn't fully coexist. Still, the skills he did gain were more than strong enough, so he accepted it. Just then, another new skill appeared, Blood Weapon, a truly rare ability. Only usable by noble-level vampires or higher ranks, but demanding huge quantities of blood as fuel. He quickly realized then he would need to hunt a massive number of monsters, and planned to develop Phantom Shadow right alongside it. Right then, the Cursed Prince began mumbling to himself once more, and Suho sharply told him to stop, because his rambling was both annoying and utterly incomprehensible. The prince lamented, utterly defeated, and questioned how Suho could possibly still be alive after being bitten, muttering something about curses, and even calling himself completely useless. That was when Suho realized Phase 2 was beginning. The system immediately confirmed it. The Cursed King laments his cruel fate. His power surges dramatically. Suddenly, blood rained down from above, and from within that crimson, terrifying downpour, the Cursed King emerged once more. Now, level 80, radiating pure fury, as he declared he would utterly destroy all beings superior to him. He'd burn them, crush them, and cast them into the deepest pit. His horrifying blood wings unfurled, and a chilling scream echoed throughout the chamber. Suho immediately sensed the overwhelming, insane spike in magic power. This was no longer the same monster he had faced. The Cursed King had evolved into something entirely new and terrifying. The king then launched a devastating dark force attack that detonated into a massive, earth-shattering explosion. But when the dust finally cleared, Suho was gone, only to reappear in the air directly above the king's wing and unleash a devastating sword strike. Yet, the Cursed King barely reacted and claimed that a mere blow like that, he simply couldn't be brought down. Suho realized his power wasn't the only thing growing. His intelligence was evolving too. The king's wing became a deadly weapon, swinging, smashing Suho away with raw, overwhelming force. Suho quickly regained his footing and instantly sensed the grave peril. The king lunged forward with another relentless assault, but Suho met the incoming strikes head-on, his sword blazing with activated holy power, as he boldly declared that his holiness would overpower all the strength the king possessed. But in the very next instant, the Cursed King utterly shattered Suho's weapon and sneered that holy power meant absolutely nothing to him now. Suho swiftly pulled back, his mind rapidly analyzing the situation. A wholly enhanced weapon had shattered like mere glass, meaning conventional weapons would be utterly useless now. Without a moment's hesitation, he summoned his bloody sword. Upon seeing it, the Cursed King exploded with uncontrollable rage, demanding Suho surrender it immediately as he launched another brutal assault. But Suho, in turn, infused the bloody sword with holy power and effortlessly sliced straight through the king's attack, completely shocking the king, who simply couldn't comprehend what had just transpired. Suho finally understood. Blood weapons scaled in both power and durability, their strength tied directly to his stats, and at his current level, the sword had already achieved a terrifying red rank, more than enough to decisively end this fight. The Cursed King conjured a bloody spear, vowing to tear Suho apart as he furiously charged in. The attack came in blazing fast, but Suho swiftly shifted his bloody sword into a shield form, blocking the spear and leaving the king stunned once more. Suho declared, "You're not the only one capable of transforming a blood weapon." He then smoothly reverted the shield back into a blade, and in one swift motion, slashed the Cursed King's throat. It was one clean, decisive motion. The king's severed head hit the floor, still wearing a twisted, arrogant smile. Confidently, Claiming that merely cutting off his head meant absolutely nothing, Suho simply kicked the head across the floor, then summoned his shadow spear, slamming it forcefully into the ground. Instantly, chains erupted, wrapping themselves violently around the severed head. Shadow Bind locked it solid. Suho knew he had to finish this fast. Before the monster unleashed more chaos, the system promptly notified him. That vampire blood had just been activated, and the absorbed blood was now securely stored inside the blood jade. Meanwhile, the Cursed King screamed furiously at Suho to get his hands off. Suho meticulously examined the blood jade. It was his first time seeing it in person, and it already held a massive amount of collected blood. According to the Blood Monarch, the blood jade was only visible to its owner. The Blood Monarch himself was once just a normal healer, working at the Central Blood Institute, until fate dragged him into the Hidden Gate. In Blood's decree, he reached the boss room, but failed to defeat the Cursed King and was bitten, instantly turning into a vampire. Normally, that would spell certain death since once bitten. The victim utterly transforms into a monster, and the gate permanently seals shut. But the Blood Monarch resisted the curse, using his incredible healing abilities, and neutralized the kin conversion. At that moment, powerful new vampire skills awakened, and completely reshaped his entire stat system. With this newfound power, he easily defeated the Cursed King, conquered the gate, and became infamously known as the Blood Monarch, a global villain feared worldwide. Eventually, Suho caught him and extracted all critical information about kin, conversion, blood weapons, and vampire blood. But even now, the Cursed King raged, promising furious revenge and absolutely refusing to accept humiliation. Suho simply welcomed it, daring him to try. Then, the system activated the Phantom Shadow, which resonated with the Cursed King's shadow, and absorbed it fully until not even a trace remained. With that, Suho acknowledged that Blood's decree had finally been cleared. The system confirmed the Hidden Gate's conquest, and proudly declared Suho the MVP. An exit gate materialized before him. As he prepared to leave, Suho reflected on everything. Once again, he was reminded of the overwhelming reality of dragon power. No matter how terrifying kin conversion seemed, compared to dragon blood, it was utterly insignificant. Still, he was incredibly annoyed the vampire had managed to escape. Then, the system suddenly announced a special, unexpected reward. After meticulously analyzing Suho's unique talents, it bestowed upon him a skill perfectly tailored to his needs. Plus, it awarded him 10 bonus stats for this incredible achievement. The new skill was called New Blood. Suho had never even heard of such a skill before. As he scrolled through the intricate system window, he immediately realized its immense, game-changing value. This was an absolute jackpot, a massive boon for his future. But that wasn't all. He had also obtained an S-rank original vampire skill. This was something even the mighty Blood Monarch never possessed, considering his vampire traits were only A+ rank, and none were labeled royal or original. Suho swiftly concluded that this incredible upgrade must be entirely due to the unique effect of New Blood. Originally, he had planned to monopolize powerful existing skills, but reality had turned out far, far better than expected. Still, he sternly reminded himself not to get careless. Just because things were going incredibly well right now didn't guarantee they always would in the future. With the gate finally conquered and his objective secured, Suho declared exactly what needed to be said. He had gained everything he came for, and now it was time to go big. The scene shifts to Nexus, a massive, towering building. Inside Nexus, people move steadily through a pristine corridor. Miss Sway confidently led the group forward through the slightly open doors. A man could be seen sitting calmly in a plush chair. This, it turns out, was none other than the guild leader. He calmly told Miss Sway to enter. She informed him that Hunter and Suho had asked her to deliver an urgent message. Tomorrow, he would be coming to officially join the guild. The man repeated the astonishing statement in utter disbelief, almost as if questioning if he'd truly heard correctly. The back of his luxurious chair faced them as he processed the monumental news. Then he finally spoke, stating that proper, extensive preparations needed to be made. His face finally became visible as he slowly turned his chair. He added that no one truly knew what this Suho was planning, and everything needed to be handled with extreme care before he suddenly changed his mind. Outside, magnificent tall buildings stretched endlessly toward the sky before the scene shifted, moving inside an even more elegant. Stepping into the well-furnished room, Suho paused at the entrance, peering inside. There, he spotted Jean Huey, completely sprawled across the couch, drooling in his sleep. Suho stared for a beat, before finally asking why on earth he was sleeping there. The reporter weakly pushed himself up on the couch, explaining that Suho had conquered the Tower of Test today, and even if only temporarily, they were now living together. And to top it all off, Suho was his partner. As he spoke, the young man clutched a bottle, happily declaring that such an incredible milestone absolutely called for a celebration. He explained that when he'd returned home, Suho wasn't there, but he couldn't just ignore such a historic moment, so he started drinking by himself. Suho watched him for a moment, then remarked that handling everything all at once must have been truly exhausting. He assured him that in the future, there would be plenty more reasons to celebrate. Still clutching the bottle, the drunken reporter blinked slowly and asked if Suho was absolutely certain about that. Suho simply told him to relax. The future would reveal everything. Glancing at the food spread out on the table, Suho then asked the surprised and slightly tipsy reporter whether he still wanted another drink. Even at such a late hour, with a big, satisfied smile, Jean Huey immediately agreed. Next to the plates of food sat a glistening glass of wine, and Suho commented that he'd tried the community app Jean Huey had recommended, and found that it worked perfectly. He also added that he genuinely liked the apartment itself. While eating, Suho mentioned he'd read the reporter's blog, and could tell the young man was doing quite well, leading him to assume his companion must be incredibly wealthy. They continued drinking wine together, and with a cheerful, boisterous tone, Jean Huey explained he wasn't just rich. He was the youngest son of a Chable family, meaning he couldn't simply be considered normally wealthy. Surprised, Suho asked if he truly belonged to a Chable family, then took another sip from his glass. Jean Huey continued speaking, saying that since Suho had shared one secret, he wanted to share one of his own in return. He revealed that he was the youngest son of the president of the Daisen Company. Suho responded that if he was the president's son, then he was likely also the heir. But the reporter shook his head and explained that his father had many children from different women, and his own mother had been just a mistress, meaning he was merely an illegitimate son. He admitted he had never told anyone that. But since he would likely be working with Suho for a long time, he felt Suho should know everything. Suho looked at him with surprise and asked if that meant journalism was just a hobby for him. Jean Huey answered that it was partially true, and he genuinely enjoyed the work. He added that his father gave him anything he wanted, yet he had no right to inheritance and no influence within the company. He had even been offered the opportunity to run a subsidiary company, but he refused, admitting openly that he was a good reporter, but knew nothing about business. Suho lifted his glass again, remarking that at the very least, Jean, who was an excellent journalist, smiling brightly. The reporter replied that it meant a lot to hear that, and confessed that he had never met a hunter like Suho, before both men slowly stood up, and Jean Wee suggested a toast for the two of them. Suho agreed without hesitation, and their glasses clinked lightly together. The next morning, Suho walked through the apartment yawning, and from the kitchen, Jean Huey greeted him with a cheerful good morning while pouring boiling water into a cup. Suho asked if he really planned to work on the weekend, and the reporter replied that he had a lot to do, standing in front of the window and rubbing the sleep from his eyes. Suho mused that maybe they shouldn't have indulged so heavily last night, but Jinhu just laughed it off, assuring him everything was perfectly fine. He'd actually had an amazing time. Suho then questioned why Jinhu was already heading out, hunting for new material. The reporter simply replied that he couldn't just live off articles about Suho forever. Upon hearing that, Suho casually confessed That was precisely why he respected Jinhu so much, which made Jinhu pause in genuine surprise at the unexpected compliment. After taking a thoughtful sip, he inquired what Suho planned to do today. And Suho reminded him that today was the very day he'd mentioned. Before Jinhu could even fully process it, he blurted out, "Are you going to Nexus?" Suho nodded, explaining that last night he'd hit level 50 and received several upgrades, so it was finally time. Those words made Jinhu freeze solid, burning his hand with the hot water. He was startled because just yesterday, Suho had only been level 40. He spun around, staring at him in utter disbelief, demanding to know how anyone could jump 10 levels in a single day. Suho merely shrugged as if it were nothing, clarifying that, to be exact, he was now level 51. The reporter just gaped at him, as if he were some bewildering, unresolved riddle, mumbling that the more he got to know Suho, the more utterly mysterious he became. Suho commented that the way Jinhu said that sounded strangely suggestive, and as Jinhu scratched his head, Suho asked why he was looking at him that way. Without a moment's warning, the reporter suddenly pushed him toward the hallway, exclaiming that if he was going to walk into such a serious organization, he absolutely needed to look like he belonged there. Suho protested, saying he didn't need anything fancy and was perfectly fine with his casual clothes. But the reporter vehemently insisted, saying he'd gladly lend him proper clothes and a watch. When Suho continued resisting, the reporter declared that appearances absolutely mattered at places like Nexus, and reminded him that he could also pick any of his cars if he walked in, or arrive by public transport, or even a taxi. Everyone would gawk. A quiet, upscale district appeared as a sleek, red car glided to a halt instantly, capturing the attention of those waiting outside. The door swung up, and Suho emerged, dressed in a sharp, elegant suit that fit him perfectly. He cleared his throat for a moment, realizing that everything had turned out surprisingly well. A man in a suit politely approached, extending a business card, and introduced himself as Bae Dong-yuk, the head of Nexus. Suho accepted it with a polite smile, introduced himself as An Suho, then followed him into the guild building. Moments later, he sat across from 3 Nexus representatives. Dong-yuk calmly stated that over the past few days, Suho must have raised his level significantly, and wondered if that sudden progress made him reconsider his goals, especially since he previously mentioned wanting to become a government official. Suho explained that nothing had changed. His goal remained exactly the same. The leaders exchanged surprised glances, prompting Sui to ask what exactly that meant. Dong-yuk leaned forward and asked why Suho would want to join a private guild if his true intention was government service. Suho responded honestly, saying that joining Nexus would make reaching his goal easier. He announced that he planned to take the 5th rank exam this year. Someone then asked whether he only wanted bonus evaluation points, and Suho replied that while technically yes, it was only one part of a larger strategy. If he only pursued the Hunter Association, the association would assume he had no alternative. That was precisely why he intended to join Nexus, because once the association saw others offering better terms, they would improve theirs as well. He added that while serving Nexus, he would dedicate himself fully to the guild, making the partnership mutually beneficial. Dong-yuk listened silently, as Suho promised to give 100%, but the guild master eventually leaned back, saying he understood. However, he had one crucial question. He pointed out that when Suho first approached them, Nexus was floundering, and the hero's abilities were a complete unknown. Hiring him back then was risky, but still reasonable. But now, any guild in Korea would fiercely fight for him. So why, out of all of them, did he only approach Nexus? Suho smiled quietly as the guild leader continued, acknowledging Suho was clearly talented, but his true intentions remained unclear. Folding his hands, Dong-wook warned that unless Suho answered honestly, cooperation would simply not be possible. Suho closed his eyes briefly, then replied that he had personal reasons. He reminded Dong-wook of the public speech he gave earlier, where he promised Nexus would do everything in its power to destroy all gates. In Korea, Suho acknowledged Nexus provided more support to victim families than any other guild, and was clearly the most passionate about eliminating the gates. He said he had no doubt that speech was sincere. Because of that powerful conviction, he wanted to work with Nexus, help them, and contribute everything he had. He smiled widely and added that he hoped they could continue cooperation, even after he eventually joined the Hunter Association. Dong-wook lowered his gaze, admitting the reasoning satisfied him. Then he asked whether Suho truly believed joining the association was necessary, since Nexus already worked tirelessly to clear gates and support hunters. Suho agreed, but explained that if Nexus truly wanted to end the gates completely, then they needed to go to places even other hunters couldn't reach, like the sealed, high-risk gates under strict government control. His gaze shifted to an image of one such chain portal. Beyond ordinary mid-level entrances, there were also the 5 Great Gates. That was why he needed government authority. But until that fated moment arrived, every successful raid would blazon Nexus's name, alongside his own. The impact would completely reshape Korea's guild power structure, rocketing Nexus straight to the #1 spot. Dong-yu, resting his hands on the table, added, all of this, he stated, would only last as long as Suho remained by their side. Suho nodded, confirming. That was precisely why he promised to give his all while he was here. Suho then blinked in shock, suddenly asking if he'd already found team candidates. After their previous conversation, Suho confirmed it, then dropped the bombshell. The first candidate was Kang Daeon. Sui froze, then asked again, as if she couldn't believe her own ears. Suho simply nodded, casually adding that he was the one who'd convinced Daehan to become a tank. Sui shot to her feet, practically seething with outrage, demanding to know exactly what Suho planned to do if tanking didn't suit him in the slightest. Suho calmly lifted a hand, telling her to relax. He assured her he'd made the decision. After analyzing everything properly, he reminded her that Daeon had actually passed the exam with exceptional scores. Sui frowned, reluctantly recalling the results. Daeon had, indeed, unexpectedly ranked 2nd place. She admitted she'd planned to thank whoever was responsible, but Suho simply shrugged it off, claiming it wasn't a big deal at all, which only irritated her even further. The 3rd Nexus representative finally spoke up, stating Suho's proposal sounded excellent, but he needed some clarification. If Suho truly intended to clear sealed gates, he should know that those locations were strictly protected by the government, and private guilds had absolutely zero access. Civilian safety, after all, was their highest priority. He then asked how Suho planned to get inside. Suho calmly countered, asking if he was doubting his abilities, then coolly stated they would finalize the contract once he brought them the necessary pass, proving he could be trusted. He paused, reconsidered, and then boldly changed the offer. Instead of bringing a pass, he would clear 1 sealed gate first. After that, they would sign the agreement. The secretary practically sweated at the sheer scale of his terms, and grumbled that Suho was laying down terms fit for a king, no less. Suho countered, asserting the terms were perfectly reasonable. The secretary then pointed out that, despite Suho's immense potential, he was still viewed as merely a fresh-faced hunter, with zero official standing in their ranks. But Suho boldly proclaimed that was precisely why he would clear a sealed gate right away and cement his undeniable worth. Dong-yu studied him intently, then concurred Suho would absolutely prove his value. With a broad, contented smile, the guild master declared he truly appreciated today's results, and they would iron out the specifics later on, after the gate had been successfully cleared. Suho then exited the building and sped off. Dong-yu and his secretary stood by the window, watching the distinctive red car vanish from sight. The guild master then quietly began issuing orders. Assemble a specialized support team immediately and prepare all the required paperwork for on Suho. The secretary, however, hesitated and cautiously inquired if they shouldn't perhaps wait until Suho had actually delivered on his promise. Dong-hyuk responded with a knowing, confident smile that Suho would undoubtedly follow through, without a doubt, and by backing him early, It would only solidify their powerful alliance. Closing his eyes, he stated his absolute belief that Suho would keep his word. The secretary, feeling a touch overwhelmed, pressed him on what made the guild master so incredibly certain. Dong Yuk replied that it wasn't a mere guess at all, and that the secretary already knew it deep down. The secretary finally gave a slow nod, remembering Suho's unyielding, determined gaze, and the absolute certainty resonating in his voice. The scene then abruptly shifts to the colossal building housing the Great Hunter Association of South Korea. Inside one of its many offices, a stressed-out young Chulman sat slumped over his computer, clutching his head in utter frustration. He was desperately trying to puzzle out a way to get Suho to join their organization, when a man showed absolutely zero intention of coming willingly. Chulman even pondered offering him a hefty reward for clearing the test tower, but he instantly shot down that idea. He knew full well that upper management would never approve it. They didn't just want a photo of Suho receiving thanks. They wanted one where Suho stood, smiling right beside the association president, making it seem like they were already close. While Chulman detested the idea of using force or pressure, Chief Pai's earlier suggestion echoed ominously in his head, a suggestion that basically amounted to dragging Suho in, by force if necessary. Chulman groaned, dropped his head onto the desk, and wondered why he ever chose to work in this stressful place. As he cursed his life choices, his phone vibrated. The caller ID showed an unknown number. With low energy, he picked up and introduced himself. "This is young Chulman speaking," trying to figure out who would be calling him from an unrecognized number. But the moment he heard the voice on the other end, his expression completely changed. It was Suho. Chulman shot upright from his chair, eyes wide, barely believing he heard correctly. The scene then jumped to a small gukbap restaurant, where steam rose from simmering pots. Suho and Chulman sat at a table, facing each other. Suho commented that he hadn't visited this place in a long time, and noted the restaurant served the best boiled pork. Chulman blinked and asked in surprise how Suho knew about this place. With a calm smile, Suho casually lied that he used to come here often, back when he worked nearby. Chulman nodded slowly, accepting the explanation. He scooped soup onto his spoon and admitted he never expected Suho to reach out first. Then he asked why Suho had changed his number. Suho explained that he had been receiving far too many calls, so he simply got a second number, and now Chulman could use that one instead. The civil servant nodded understandingly and commented that Suho must be exhausted from all the unwanted attention. Lowering his gaze, Chulman sincerely thanked him for contacting him, admitting that he'd almost given up hope of ever seeing him again. Again, Suho asked, "How could you even think that?" and picked up his chopsticks. He then calmly asked, "Are the higher-ups putting pressure on you? And do they want you, Chulman, to convince me to join the association?" Caught off guard, Chulman stiffened, raising a hand to his face, as if trying to shield his telltale reaction. He nervously asked, why would Suho assume that? Holding the chopsticks near his cheek, Suho explained that he found it odd the association president suddenly requested a meeting after the tower clearing because normally, no matter how difficult the gate, the association simply handled paperwork. They never actively tried to recruit anyone. Speechless, Chulman stared downward with a nervous smile. Suho continued, saying that after thinking about it, he realized the executives only wanted to take photos for publicity. Hearing that, Chulman looked at him almost fearfully. But Suho reassured him that everything was fine. He just wished they'd been straightforward about it, since there was nothing wrong with just saying so. Chulman apologized, but Suho waved it off, saying there was no need. He had already understood the situation himself. In fact, he was even grateful to Chulman. The civil servant pointed to himself in confusion, unable to believe he'd heard that correctly. Suho continued explaining that situations like this often involve blackmail, or even outright force. Yet, Chulman handled everything professionally, rubbing the back of his neck with embarrassment. Chulman admitted that it still felt wrong. Suho then, casually, mentioned that he decided to visit the association. Chulman froze mid-motion and asked, "Are you serious?" Suho continued eating comfortably and confirmed it, explaining that he wanted to thank Chulman and felt that meeting the association executives could actually be beneficial. Chulman nodded slowly, agreeing that it truly could be. Suho asked, "When should I visit the association?" Chulman suggested discussing it once they'd finished their meal. But mid-sentence, realization hit him like a lightning bolt, and he sprang from his seat. His eyes practically sparkled with newfound excitement, driven by a surge of sudden determination. He declared he'd arrange that meeting without a moment's delay. Some time passed, and then the dynamic duo arrived at the grand building of the Korean Hunters Association. Suho was already posing for a photo, right beside the esteemed president of the organization. Young Kyung-won flashed a smile for the camera, then warmly told Suho how glad he was to finally meet him. He commented on Suho's undoubtedly packed schedule, saying he truly appreciated Suho accepting the invitation. The vice president, Park Hyumin, chimed in that it wasn't every day someone got to meet such a promising newcomer as Suho. Suho offered a polite smile and replied that meeting the esteemed leaders of the association was truly a great honor. Behind that polite expression, however, he could barely tolerate the sight of these very people. It had been a while since he'd last seen them. But the disgust immediately resurfaced as strong as ever. Kyung-won then asked if Suho truly intended to join the Korean Hunters Association, narrowing his eyes slightly. Suho answered, confirming it was indeed his dream, exactly what he had said during his initial interview before the exam. The president then pressed for why, with his gaze subtly lowered. Suho explained that he'd become an orphan due to a tragic gate outbreak. He passionately declared his desire to eliminate portals ASAP, to protect all of humanity. But in his mind, Suho reminded himself this was only one of his reasons. The other? To prevent the president and his cronies from utterly destroying the association from within. Kyung-won, meanwhile, cheerfully praised Suho for his supposedly noble intentions, while Suho, deep down, silently noted that this man would cling to his corrupt position until the very last, bitter moment. Right up until he was unceremoniously shoved out. He couldn't wait to see what kind of priceless expression this old pig would make when that glorious day finally arrived. And Kyung-won, it seemed, wasn't the only problem infesting the association. Then Park Hyumin spoke up once more, claiming Suho really knew how to make an impression. His arms folded smugly across his chest. The vice president stated Suho cared little for material wealth, wishing only to protect the general public. This selfless desire was truly respectable. The vice president pressed his fingertips together, then solemnly added, Suho has blossomed into a strong, noble man. His parents would be so proud. Suho thanked him politely, all while thinking Kyung-won was most likely the mastermind behind this whole recruitment stunt. In his mind, Suho branded him a pathetic bootlicker, existing solely to polish Kyung-won's shoes. Because of fools like these, most gates remained uncleared in his previous life. Now, he intended to strip them of any chance to ruin things ever again. Then Sumon happily asked which department Suho wished to join. Suho rubbed his chin thoughtfully and replied that while he considered several options, he'd ultimately chosen the gate department. Chulman froze in utter shock as the vice president questioned why. Suho calmly explained that unlike private guilds, the association possessed direct access to gates, handled initial inspections, and could even participate in raids. Kyung-hoon said he was amazed to see someone so incredibly selfless, stating Suho had chosen the most dangerous department in the entire association. Park Chulman nodded and declared that people like Suho truly belong there. The president then turned to Chulman and instructed him to demonstrate their sincerity. A confused Suho asked what that could possibly mean. Kyung-hoon replied that if Suho was truly so determined to end the portals, then he should be given a selection of actual gates to clear, since the association had many available. Chulman nearly choked on his own breath and reminded the president that those gates were either sealed or extremely deadly But before he could even finish his sentence, Suho happily declared, "That sounds perfect." Schulman tried again to reason, stressing that it was incredibly dangerous. But Suho clenched his fist and declared with fervent excitement, "I will clear these gates that pose the gravest threat to all humanity." Kyung-won, with a confident smirk, replied, "This is exactly what I expect from you." Suho, still reeling from the shock, Schulman urgently called out to the president, but the man just coolly asked if there was a problem. Under intense pressure, Schulman lowered his head, forced a smile, and said everything was fine, assuring them he'd prepare whatever was needed. Kyung-won then told Suho to get ready to clear those perilous portals. Suho thanked him politely, while Schulman just glared downward. He knew that, to these unawakened executives, the deadliest gates were nothing more than mere toys. That's why he utterly despised leaders who had never even stepped foot inside a gate themselves. They had no idea how truly catastrophic the danger was. Countless brave hunters had already died, attempting to clear those treacherous portals. And yet, here they were. These two were willing to send Suho to almost certain death, while Schulman clenched his jaw, burning with frustration. Suho, however, just smiled calmly, already knowing exactly what horrors awaited him inside those sealed deadly gates. Schulman then leaned toward the president and whispered something Suho immediately understood. These two were only ever thinking about profit and didn't care how many hunters tragically died, as long as the raid itself succeeded and the association gained more influence. Human lives were simply irrelevant to them. Kyung-won then looked at Suho again and asked what rank he planned to achieve during the exam. Suho smiled confidently and answered that he intended to take the formidable level 5 test by the end of the year. Kyung-won raised an eyebrow, asking if he truly knew how difficult that exam was. Suho calmly answered that reaching that rank would open up more opportunities for him, and that he planned to join a guild to gain invaluable experience. In the meantime, Kyung-won raised his hand and said, "That's an excellent idea. Experienced applicants are always preferred." Then he asked how long private guild contracts usually lasted. Suho stated the contract length wasn't his main priority. Gaining real field experience was. If a guild fulfilled his specific requirements, he would stay until it was time for the exam and the association. Kyung-won yawned, wishing Suho good luck in finding such a place. Suho smiled to himself. Suho realized if the president approved such terms, then joining Nexus would definitely be possible. He sensed the chance to build a bridge between Nexus and the association when suddenly the door swung open and a voice announced Pai Yongyo's arrival. As Yongyo arrived, Suho's expression stiffened. Pai entered confidently, joking that his bosses were enjoying something delicious without him. He then stopped short, noticing Suho sitting there. A wide grin stretched across his lips. He politely turned to leave, but Kyung-hoon promptly told him to stay, pointing directly at Suho and introducing him as the hunter who cleared the test. Tower. Pai tried recalling Suho's name, then suddenly exclaimed, "I remember," with a laugh. He then said, "It's incredible to meet you," and extended his hand, introducing himself as chief of the special department. Suho shook it, introducing himself as On Suho. They exchanged polite compliments, a careful dance of words. Suho's smile, however, remained razor-sharp. Once seated, Human raised his hand and informed Pai that Suho intended to take the level 5 exam. Pai blinked in utter shock, proclaiming it would be extremely difficult. Suho simply stated he wanted to try anyway. Pai stared at him, utterly stunned. One of the executives then added that the association planned to grant Suho access to sealed gates, since he boldly claimed he could clear them. Pai froze, his eyes widening. He then mumbled under his breath, covering his mouth in utter disbelief, all while looking worriedly at Suho. He asked if Suho was really sure, because those gates were incredibly perilous. Suho noticed the anxiety on Pai's face and found it oddly amusing. He replied that he was already well aware of the danger. Still uneasy, Pai crossed his arms and conceded that he couldn't stop Suho, even if he wished to, but he sincerely hoped things would go well. Suho silently acknowledged that Pai was indeed a hunter, someone who truly valued talent. Pai's expression now showed genuine concern, not for himself, but for the chance that someone promising might die needlessly. Pai then added that if Suho wanted to join his special department, he would personally take him under his wing. Sumon immediately raised a warning finger and warned him not to poach. Suho had already chosen the gate department. Pai asked why, and Sumon replied that Suho wanted to destroy all the gates and gain priority access to them. Pai nodded slowly, now understanding. He said that if that was his sole objective, then his department could certainly support him too. Turning his head, he smiled at Chulman and asked him to confirm it. Sadly, Chulman nodded, hands on his hips. Pai commented that if Suho passed the level 5 exam, his relationship with Chulman might become rather complicated. Facing the young hunter, he added that they could discuss all of that after the exam. But for now, he sincerely wished Suho success. Suho thanked him politely, privately thinking, what a sly fox. Suho quietly glanced at Chulman, already realizing that if he passed the exam, he would outrank him, and that alone would put Chulman in a painfully awkward position. Suho let out a subtle sigh. That was exactly why dealing with Chulman felt so complicated. He didn't want a man to feel cornered or overshadowed. After the meeting ended, the two walked side by side down the long corridor. Chulman kept his gaze fixed on the floor. Shoulders low with worry, Suho stole another look at him, before finally asking if he was troubled by what Chief Pai had said earlier. Chulman admitted that, of course, he was. He knew better than anyone how talented Suho was, but even with that ability, clearing a sealed gate was incredibly dangerous. With a serious tone, he told Suho to be extremely cautious and offered to personally speak to the president, so the association would provide the maximum support it could. Suho met his gaze with genuine appreciation and said he truly valued that concern. But Chulman wasn't speaking out of politeness. He meant every word. He reminded Suho he'd only recently become a hunter and warned him again that these sealed gates were nothing like ordinary ones. Then he asked if Suho understood why the government trusted no one except the Hunter Association to clear them. Suho calmly replied that even top-tier guilds were rarely allowed in the sealed gates due to national safety protocols. Chulman stopped walking and looked at him with confusion, asking why he would still insist on going there. Suho answered simply. He was absolutely confident he would succeed. He told him everything would turn out fine. Then, with a faint smile, Suho mentioned that among the sealed gates managed by the association, there was one called Nameless Sword. Immediately, Chulman stiffened and said that gate was among the most dangerous ones in existence. Suho's expression didn't change. He just smiled a little wider and said he already knew how to clear it. The next day, a military vehicle stood, parked against the backdrop of typical Asian buildings, in the district of Gyeongju, right beside the Nameless Sword Gate Square. Two soldiers stood in front of Suho and Jin Wei, and one of them asked the pair to wait. Suho agreed without complaint. The reporter leaned toward him and whispered that the atmosphere here felt extremely tense, and Suho calmly replied that, although the association technically controlled this gate, it was still a military facility. The two young men suddenly noticed something ahead. The soldiers saluted each other, and one of them turned towards Suho to confirm if he was truly Hunter Suho. After receiving confirmation, the soldier introduced himself as Major Kim Jong-gu, the senior commander overseeing this sector. Suho offered him a polite greeting, expressing his pleasure at finally meeting him. Major Kim revealed their team leader is already waiting inside. Jinwoo pointed straight ahead, asking if they were heading directly for the gate, and received an immediate yes in reply. As the colossal structure loomed into view, the reporter's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Its massive scale left him completely stunned, and he declared it would make for extraordinary broadcast material. Major Kim then explained that the enormous walls encircling the gate were forged from iron, and a special alloy engineered to repel any monsters attempting to break free, while also preventing the portal from expanding further. Jinwoo gaped in awe at the sheer scale of it all, admitting candidly This portal is far larger than I ever imagined, and the closer they approached, the more fascinating details he began to notice. Suho chimed in, adding that the military had taken extensive precautions to make the portal itself difficult to reach. The group pressed on until Major Kim arrived before Chulman and announced that Hunter Suho had arrived. The civil servant smiled, greeting Suho warmly. The two exchanged looks full of familiarity and relief. Chulman remarked that it had been quite a long trip to reach this place, and said he was glad Suho managed to arrive quickly. Suho noticed that Chulman had arrived even earlier, and asked when he had gotten there. The civil servant casually stated he had only just arrived himself, and looked toward the person standing next to Suho. Before he could inquire further, the eager journalist cheerfully introduced himself as PBS reporter Jo Jinwoo, extending his hand and saying it was an absolute pleasure to meet him. The men shook hands, but Chulman still looked puzzled and asked why a reporter was here in such a location. Suho stepped in and clarified that photos would only be taken after the raid was completed, and asked if Chulman would permit their entry. The official promptly replied that this wasn't a restricted facility, so there was no valid reason to refuse. Though still a bit bewildered, he confessed he was mostly surprised Suho brought his own reporter. Jinwoo, grateful, thanked him for the access, and bubbling with excitement, declared they'd surely meet often going forward, so he better remember his face. Chulman replied he absolutely would. Major Kim then approached Suho once more. Clutching an M416 automatic rifle, he stated that per the association's message, the raid leader would be Hunter Suho, who confirmed it with a decisive nod. The major hesitated for a moment, then apologized, asking what level Suho currently held. Suho calmly replied, level 51. Major Kim stared at him, utterly dumbfounded, then quickly averted his gaze, muttering that he understood. They finally reached the entrance, the heavy, reinforced door towering over them. Major Kim explained that the inner perimeter of the portal had already been fully prepared, and Suho could enter immediately. He sternly warned that as soon as Suho stepped inside, the door would instantly be sealed shut. Suho thanked him with a calm smile. At that very moment, someone called out his name. Chulman hurried toward him, asking if he had any strategy in mind. Suho answered, I do. Major Kim watched their interaction, clearly bewildered by their casual conversation amidst such a perilous setting. Suho then explained that describing his strategy in words would be difficult, but he would clear this gate the same way he cleared the Tower of Challenge. He added that if he succeeded, then Chulman better remember his promise to help him clear the remaining portals as well. The door then unlocked and slowly opened. Chulman wished for him to return safely. Suho reassured him not to worry, saying that 1 hour would be more than enough. Chulman's eyes widened, and he repeated, stunned, 1 hour. Suho glanced back with a confident smile, promising they'd meet again very soon. The door closed behind him. Jinwoo exhaled, stating Suho had officially entered. Closing his eyes, Chulman replied, now, all we can do is wait. Major Kim quietly asked, will everything truly be okay? He reasoned, a place like this could never be cleared alone by someone who simply had high stats. He then questioned, is Suho also a healer? Jinwoo blinked in confusion, and the major repeated his question. The reporter grinned widely and corrected him, explaining, Suho is only nominally a healer. Major Kim looked even more confused. Chulman raised his hand, stating he had never seen anyone wield a sword the way Suho could. The major asked if he was truly that skilled. Chulman then recounted what he had witnessed during the Hunter practical exam. Suho was supposed to be taking the healer test, but instead he slaughtered every monster with a sword while still protecting his patient, and thus passed without issue. Jinwoo, gripping the strap of his bag, admitted this was his first time hearing about it, wondering aloud, is it even allowed to take an exam that way? Chulman admitted he'd been shocked too, but Suho had fulfilled all the requirements, so it didn't violate any rules. Both the soldier and the reporter stared at him in utter disbelief. Major Kim concluded that Suho must possess a profound mastery of swordsmanship, and suddenly understood why he came here, specifically to challenge this gate. Looking toward the dungeon's direction, Chulma nodded firmly and said, "Major Kim, you are absolutely right." In front of Suho stood the nameless sword portal, its entrance restricted to only one person at a time, and the moment he stepped inside, high cliffs immediately surrounded him. Meanwhile, the system announced that he had officially entered the gate. Walking through the forest with his sword in hand, he gazed around a thought. Crossing his mind, it had been ages since his last visit. The path, carving through the trees, remained strikingly clear, and Suho vividly remembered how he had relentlessly struggled to clear this gate in the past, barely surviving each harrowing attempt. Suddenly, a sharp, piercing ring echoed beside him, and he spotted a dark shadow drifting ominously between the trees. The system announced the boss had appeared. A formidable knight in armor then stepped forward. It was the nameless swordsman, level unknown. He stood, blade at the ready, and in an instant, the air around him began to glow with a brilliant yellow light. The system confirmed the nameless swordsman had activated the battlefield. It explained that while this zone was active, the swordsman's status would exactly mirror the user's. Furthermore, all fighters within this field were strictly prohibited from using anything except a sword and sword-related skills. Suho, a smile playing on his lips, greeted him like an old acquaintance he hadn't seen in far too long. The knight charged instantly, and the two clashed in a fierce, close-range battle. Suho expertly caught the enemy's blade with his own. He struck back, but the knight blocked him effortlessly. White streams of energy shimmered before the warrior as the two briefly separated. Watching his opponent, Suho meticulously analyzed his footwork. He noticed how the Sword Emperor adjusted his stance in perfect balance to minimize any rebound. After every strike, the knight swung again, and Suho understood clearly no one, at this point in time, could possibly defeat this opponent with pure swordsmanship. Alone, the Sword Emperor gripped his weapon with both hands, and Suho noted how the enemy's style instantly shifted, after crossing blades, switching stances, to catch him off guard, with a completely different technique. Not only that, the knight attacked from entirely unpredictable angles, constantly changing direction. As the Sword Emperor closed in, Suho recognized the undeniable truth. The most perilous aspect of this opponent was his uncanny ability to adapt tactics based on whoever he was currently fighting. The knight struck again, but Suho deftly dodged, fully realizing just how cunning this enemy was. But that was precisely the reason why. Suho had learned so much from him in his past life, and with a small, knowing smile, he braced himself. As the nameless swordsman lunged in a fierce leaping attack, Suho spotted an opening and swiftly slashed, but the enemy twisted away at the very last moment. Even so, Suho's blade scraped across the armor, leaving behind a faint cut. Suho lightly asked if he'd managed to surprise him. The Sword Emperor simply stared back in chilling silence. Suho remembered perfectly well that this opponent never uttered a single word until the moment he died. The knight stood ready, holding his imposing sword with both hands. Suho struck again, landing a solid hit, and prepared for another rapid assault, revealing this was already his 7th time, challenging the legendary nameless swordsman. He attacked fiercely. The knight's counterstrike swept just above his head. With a precise slash, Suho severed one of the knight's limbs and followed it with a powerful kick, sending the Sword Emperor crashing backward into a thick bush. Standing before the thicket, Suho recalled how many throughout history had wondered who, or what truly hid beneath the ominous armor. The knight rose again, now missing a leg. Suho asked if he knew how truly disappointed he had been the first time he discovered the truth. Calmly gripping his sword, he stated that everyone called this formidable enemy either the nameless swordsman or the Sword Emperor. But the truth was simple. He was just the spirit of the sword demon. A ghostly limb then appeared in place of the severed leg, and one of the Sword Emperor's hands also shimmered, taking on a spectral form. The opponents clashed again, blades ringing out violently, as sword marks carved deep into the ground and rocks around them. Suho blocked a powerful blow. His sword blazed with vibrant red energy. He countered swiftly with his blade, slicing a gaping hole straight through the enemy's chest armor. He ruthlessly struck the exact same spot again, and the sinister purple cracks, crawling across the Sword Emperor's form, spread even further with another powerful leap. The knight tried to retreat, but Suho instantly closed the distance, closely observing his enemy. Suho declared his own fighting style had been honed, specifically to counter every single style the knight employed. With a smirk, he unleashed another decisive slash. Massive fragments of armor shattered and flew through the air. Finally, Suho stood triumphant over the fallen enemy. The system loudly declared that the nameless swordsman had been defeated, and the sealed gate was cleared, with Suho recognized as the MVP. Gazing down with a hint of sadness, he murmured he was glad to meet the nameless swordsman again, and that in truth, he truly owed him thanks, because without this opponent, he would never have been able to reach such mastery. In swordsmanship, a broken piece of armor lay on the ground, and Suho noted that it was thanks to this very enemy that he had once earned the title of the Sword God. Dark tendrils of energy swirled around him as he wished the spirit to rest in peace, promising to remember him on Teacher's Day each year. The system granted him additional experience points and bonus stats. System windows immediately appeared, one reporting a level increase, another reporting a +1 increase to his stats and an additional skill point, and yet another, awarding 5 bonus points for clearing a difficult gate. A sword lay on the ground. Suho sighed, regretting that this ghost had no blood or shadow. Therefore, his bloodsucker and shadow eater skills were useless here. Still, he picked up the weapon, examining the blade closely. Just this sword alone made the trip worthwhile. His reflection shimmered across its surface, as the system identified it as the nameless sword of the nameless swordsman. Ranked F. The blade quivered and abruptly shattered in his grasp, rising as floating fragments. The system announced that the nameless sword had been absorbed, activating sword understanding. Suho smiled as he learned that the soul of the nameless sword had altered his fighting style and changed the nature of the guardian sword. Then a description unfolded. Guardian sword, rank S+. This ideal technique was created by Suho, based on the most fundamental principles, achieving perfect balance among attack, defense, and evasion. After merging with the soul of the nameless sword, its rank increased further. The technique absorbed the sword's will, and it now possessed unlimited growth potential. Suho realized with awe that his ideal sword technique had just been born. The scene shifted to the spectators, watching multiple screens, and Jinwei murmured that everything seemed quiet. For now, Chunman glanced at him and admitted that, and although he trusted Suho completely, considering the strength of the enemy, clearing this place might still take quite a bit of time. Jin Hui objected immediately, reminding him that only half an hour had passed. Major Kim stepped forward and asked Chunman for permission to check the situation himself, and once he was allowed, he prepared to go, until the reporter suddenly told him to wait. Confused, the Major asked what was wrong. As sweat dripped down the journalist's cheek, Jinwei pointed urgently at the portal, shouting that everyone needed to look on the screen. Suho appeared stepping through the now open door. Jinwei burst out, shouting that the gate had been cleared. Suho, still adjusting to the outside light, was stunned when someone called him. On, and suddenly, Jinwei and Chunman came sprinting toward him, like overly excited kids running after candy. Jinwei even held his camera above his head, like he was filming some epic festival. Suho tried to tell them to calm down, but the reporter's entire face was practically glowing with pure joy as he demanded to know how they were supposed to calm down. When Suho had cleared a sealed gate in under an hour, he screamed that it was absolutely insane. Chulman, looking caught between fear and utter happiness, reminded everyone that Suho had defeated the nameless swordsman, the very same monster who hadn't been beaten, even after more than 200 attempts. He then anxiously asked if Suho was even alright. Suho just smiled and said he felt great, casually adding that he'd handled it with ease. The Major stared at him in utter disbelief, as if trying to process how the monster, who slaughtered hundreds, could be considered easy. Standing beside Jin Hui and Schulman, Suho noted the Major's stunned expression. This soldier was desperately trying to understand what kind of person he was even dealing with. Schulman then practically bounced with excitement, suggesting they take a commemorative photo, since a sealed gate had just been conquered. The Major hesitated, but Schulman just waved it off, insisting it was only a formality, and that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. He reminded the Major that he was just a regular soldier, so he rarely appeared in photographs, and that having a Korean army major in the picture would make the proof far more credible. Finally, Jungkook agreed to join the photo. To cut to another scene, where the picture appeared on a laptop screen. In front of the Nexus Guild leader, Suho explained that, as he had mentioned earlier on the phone, he had successfully cleared the nameless Sword Seal Gate. In the photo with him were a representative of the Hunter Association and Major Kim Jong-gu. He also pointed at the reporter beside him, introducing him as Jin Hui from PBS, explaining they agreed to take the photo together to prevent any manipulation of the news. Jin Hui then politely handed over his business card, introducing himself as Suho's personal reporter. Dong Yuk, pressing his thumb to his temple, declared he never needed that card at all, nor had he ever considered manipulating anything. Meanwhile, standing before Suho, the stunned guild leader demanded to know how in the world he'd managed to pull off such a feat. Suho blinked, calmly asking, "Which part do you mean?" Dong Yuk gestured wildly, demanding every specific detail. How did he get permission to access the sealed gate? How did he clear it so incredibly fast? How did he survive something that had already claimed over 200 hunters' lives? Suho, cool as ever, simply explained that he'd met with the president of the Korean Hunters Association for permission. Then he just walked in and killed the monster. Dong Yuk stared, utterly bewildered, running a frustrated hand through his hair, as he struggled to make sense of it all. Suho then asked if, now that he'd definitively proven his skill level, they could finally finalize their contract. Holding up 2 fingers, he stated that, while the guild leader could choose the salary himself, he had 2 crucial conditions. First, as long as he was with Nexus, he demanded their full and unwavering support. Second, if he passed the Hunter Association exam, his exclusive contract must be terminated immediately. He added that he'd already informed the association president about successfully clearing the gate, and several other guilds had already contacted him. However, he told them all he would only accept an offer from the one truly willing to fully support him. Dong Yuk eyed him with initial distrust, a strange, unreadable expression flickering across his face. Then, he suddenly burst out laughing, declaring, "The deal is accepted." He then called for his secretary to bring the paperwork. The man returned Suho's confidence with renewed, almost giddy excitement, exclaiming that the hero had proven him right. After his earlier doubts, Suho extended his hand, and they shook firmly. The guild leader warned that there would be a lot of hard work ahead, and Suho simply replied that he was ready. Later, on the road, amidst the evening traffic, Suho smiled, mentioning that, since his friend had brought him there, he'd be happy to drive him back. Jinwoo chuckled, explaining that he was simply fulfilling his duties as Suho's manager. When Suho asked why he called himself that, Jinwoo explained that, since Suho kept feeding him exclusive content, the least he could do was pay him back somehow. He added that the sedan didn't shake nearly as much as the minivan he used before, so he bought this one specifically. Suho stared at him, absolutely stunned, realizing once again that this man truly was born with a golden spoon. As they drove, Suho asked if the reporter wouldn't get scolded for skipping work all day. Jinwoo proudly replied that several exclusive articles had been published that very day, so no one would complain, especially since he'd promised the editorial office that he'd bring Suho there. Eventually, Suho realized that there was no way this man would ever let such an opportunity slip. Jinwoo said they could start by reporting the successful clearing of the sealed gate, and then gradually move on to covering his joining nexus, with the news spaced out. There should be no problem maintaining public interest, though realistically, no one knew how long they could truly hold public attention. Suho closed his eyes and told him it was fine. He could handle things however he liked. Then Jinwoo hesitated and asked something more serious, asking how Suho managed to read the strategy of the nameless swordsman. Suho explained that the monster had a very predictable pattern, and that he was already familiar with the sword Emperor's reputation, knowing that the fight had to be done solely with cold weapons. He admitted it might sound arrogant, but he was certain he was better with a sword than the monster. Jinwoo stared, bewildered, gripping the steering wheel, as Suho continued, saying experience played a huge role in the battle, and that his own swordsmanship was strong. The reporter reminded him that the monster had already killed over 200 elite warriors, including the nation's greatest swordsman, and asked if Suho truly understood the gravity of that. Suho calmly explained that the nameless swordsman's skill copied the opponent's stats and adapted its combat style accordingly. Inside that gate, only sword skill truly mattered. No items, no external abilities, nothing else could influence the fight, driving Jinwei to finally ask if Suho even possessed a swordsmanship skill. Suho replied that he did, and it was a formidable S rank, but that it didn't show up in his status window. The car lurched dramatically as Jinwei slammed his forehead onto the steering wheel. Completely dumbfounded, he frantically demanded to know how Suho had acquired an S rank swordsmanship skill, and when it happened, flames practically burst from behind him in sheer excitement. And Suho told him to settle down, because he was practically boiling over. He warned that information should be delivered gradually, not dumped all at once. Jinwei exhaled heavily and offered that if Suho ever wanted to know anything about him, he could ask any time and get instant answers. After carefully slowing the car, he admitted that Suho certainly had a talent for shocking people, and that he never imagined he would end up working for someone like this. Suho reassured him, and Jinwei thanked him for calling him first, apologizing for having doubted him in the beginning. Suho just laughed, assuring him it was all fine. They finally pulled up to their opulent apartment complex, and Jinwei asked if that meant they were done for the day. Suho nodded, explaining he needed some rest. The reporter immediately offered to walk him home, and Suho gratefully thanked him. Later that night, as darkness settled outside, Suho finally sank down onto something soft and allowed himself to truly breathe, thinking with quiet satisfaction that he could genuinely be proud of today's results. Wiping his head with a towel, he realized he wasn't even tired, even after everything he'd been through. He pulled the towel away, summoning his status window. The system flashed, 7 bonus points remaining, and he instantly knew this just might be enough at long last to finally unlock Unified Train, though its conditions were notoriously strict. Every stat but one had to be the exact same rank, and all stats at that level had to have identical values. If even 1 bonus point remained unused, the system would automatically raise the lowest stat to match the others. Suho carefully navigated the window, watching as the system evaluated each requirement. Then, the notification flashed. All conditions met. Unified Train skill fully activated. He blinked in surprise, watching as the remaining bonus points were distributed, equalizing every stat. His personal card refreshed, showing all his characteristics now stood at the same values. Red level rank 14 across the board. Joy surging through him, Suho clenched his fists, thinking, I've finally done it. In his past life, he never even imagined this was possible, so he'd never tried. Now, staring at the window, he broke into a bright, satisfied smile and let himself fall back onto the bed, thinking he needed to keep pushing forward. Exactly like this, his phone rang beside him. The caller ID displayed a name he hadn't seen in a while. Guyenhua. Still lying down, Suho said, It's been a while since I heard your voice, and you called it a great moment, since I'm in an excellent mood. She immediately remarked that he must have a lot of free time. Confused, he asked what she meant, and told her not to speak so formally. Manhwa said she had read the article. Smiling, Suho pressed the phone closer, surprised the piece came out so quickly. He said he hadn't checked the comments yet, and asked her to tell him how everyone reacted. But she called him sir again. But he insisted they meet in person first. Suho reiterated that he simply needed her answer. She sharply reminded him that his offer hadn't been accepted yet. Suho then explained that if she or anyone else wasn't satisfied, he wouldn't force them. This revelation clearly shocked her, and Suho then pressed for her answer once more. Yunho closed her eyes, then asked what their next move should be. Suho rose from the bed and announced he'd explain everything tomorrow. When they gathered, he suggested everyone head to Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. She immediately objected, explaining two of them had work and she had lectures. His expression hardened with visible disappointment. He retorted that he must have overestimated them. Apparently, none of them cared about anything, except for useless nonsense. He had to pull the phone away from his ear, as Yunho absolutely exploded, cursing him out, and then yelling that she'd still come. She declared she'd be at Nexus Academy at 1 p.m. and then slammed the phone down. Suho smirked and bid her goodbye. The next day, at the magnificent Nexus Academy building, Yunho crossed her arms and barked at him, warning him not to get too full of himself. She claimed she skipped her lectures, only because she felt like resting, not because of him. The others stood before Suho, who sat casually on a bench. He coolly stated he didn't recall asking her why she came, and she snorted, clearly irritated. She demanded to know why he'd gathered them all. Suho stood and announced he'd brought them, because he had something incredibly important to say. Then, with a chilling smile, he announced that today he was going to kill them all. The Banshee members stared at him, utterly stunned, while he handed them tablets. He asked them to fill out the forms. At first, Yunho squinted at the device, assuming it was some kind of contract to hand over their very corpses to him. But, as she read the text, she realized it was simply a skill survey. She questioned if he really just wanted their personal information. Raising his hand, Suho informed them that, once he joined the special department, he'd need a crew of freelance agents. He'd already stated he required true shadows. He made sure to remind them he wouldn't simply choose anyone for this task, turning away from them. He explained their training would be utterly brutal. They'd train to exhaustion and master everything, from fundamental combat techniques to optimizing their personal skills. Only they would ever access their personal information, so complete honesty was essential. Their bond had to be built on trust, since he had already laid bare his secrets. Now it was their moment to reciprocate. The group exchanged uneasy, shifting glances. Later, deep within Nexus Academy's training hall, Suho held a black key card, a smirk gracing his lips, as he announced, "It's time to begin." He then recalled the moment he'd received it. Miss Sui herself had explained. This card offered unrestricted, full access to every corner of the academy, even the S-rank exclusive training hall, allowing him to bypass any unwanted attention. She'd also provided guest cards as he'd requested. Inspecting the card closely, Suho suddenly realized he'd been so consumed by other things that he had completely forgotten about D1, the one he'd promised to meet here. He would arrange that swiftly. Nearby, the Banshee members rested within training capsules. Suho resolved to tackle challenges as they arose. Suddenly, the entire landscape violently shifted. Towering, craggy cliffs materialized before them. They had entered the treacherous Kunlun Mountains. Suho stood before the Banshee squad and offered a stark welcome, announcing that this would be their new training ground. During any available free moment, he meticulously looked them over, pondering that, as they were all below level 50, he could train them however he pleased. Yanawa sharply demanded to know what exactly their objective would be. Suho answered they'd start with the absolute fundamentals and intense combat technique refinement, because at their current skill level, the special department would eventually apprehend them. He questioned if they truly believed their cheap tricks could fool the special department indefinitely. Yunho snapped back that their plan was excellent, and no one would ever catch them. Suho simply smiled, arms crossed, reminding her he'd already caught them himself. Perfect crimes? They simply didn't exist, especially in a world teeming with superpowered individuals. For that reason alone, he told them, they needed to learn to protect themselves and, ideally, each other. With a snap of his fingers, countless weapons materialized around them. He commanded them to pick one, because developing their fundamentals and overcoming fear was their absolute priority now. Yunho hesitantly picked up a weapon and asked if there was anything else. Suho then asked if she remembered what he'd been called recently. She muttered that people called him the Sword God. His right hand glowed as he confirmed that was indeed his nickname. Leaning on his sword, he told them they were standing before a true master of swordsmanship. It would be foolish to expect him to teach anything else. To maximize swordsmanship in this realm, they shouldn't use any of their other skills. He couldn't forbid it, but those skills would only hinder them later on. The group frowned. Suho told them to try to kill him, swinging his sword. As he announced, the training has begun. In an instant, he rushed them. Heads flew. He asked the stunned survivors why they still had time to be surprised. Then he finished off the remaining two. The squad respawned again, and Suho quipped that since they died once already, they shouldn't freeze like idiots. They quickly took defensive stances. Suho praised that, saying they would restart. Looking upward, the group realized his next attack was coming from above. Suho slammed into them again, scattering bodies. He mocked them mid-combat. He told one that his grandmother moved faster. He elbowed another in the chest, asking, how could someone who works in delivery be this slow? He wondered jokingly, were you fired because customers starved, waiting for their orders? The boy crashed into another teammate, turning his attention to the third. Suho asked, how can a teacher be so slow that you can't even parry a simple strike? He scoffed, what could you possibly teach kids if they can already outpace you? The young man insisted, I didn't dodge on purpose. Suho retorted, your excuse is worse than a schoolboy's. Their hands trembled, tightly gripping their swords. One of them cursed loudly, asking, when will this bastard finally shut up? They attacked together. Suho thought their growing self-control would help them avoid panic. When they eventually entered real gates, a powerful blast tore through the terrain. Suho told them, you will become my shadows, not mere errand runners, but real warriors who will help clear gates. Stepping on their swords, he told them sternly, there is no easy path to becoming strong. You become strong only when you believe. There's no retreat left. The brutal training continued relentlessly. After a grueling long time, the exhausted Banshee members struggled to get up again. Raising his hand, Suho said he was satisfied with their effort, but I have other things to do. The group stared at him in shock, as he told them the simulation would automatically end at the right time, and they must continue training until then. Yunho asked in disbelief, are you really just leaving? A digital clone of Suho then appeared behind him. Suho told her not to worry. The clone had all the same abilities as him. The copy lifted its sword and immediately insulted them, calling them pigs and trash, and demanding they prepare to fight. Furious, the enraged Banshee members cursed Suho as a complete bastard. Suho stepped out of the capsule and glanced back at the four others still training. That was enough for them for now. He answered a call. Miss Sui's voice came through. She said an article had gone up about his recruitment into the Nexus Guild, and she called to confirm it. Suho asked if the author was Joe Jinwei. She confirmed it was his exclusive report, and the PR team wanted to publish additional info. Staring out the window, Suho declared it perfect, adding that in fact, another article should be prepped immediately. Sui hesitated, concerned it might be too soon. Suho explained the public's reaction would likely be harsh, especially since he'd previously stated his dream was to join the government, only to abruptly join a private guild. The negativity would be undeniable. Sui, however, reassured him that his plan would swiftly settle public opinion. Soon enough, Suho considered that he still hadn't publicly announced his plan to take the Rank 5 exam at the year's end, though it wouldn't stay secret for long. He told her he'd explain everything later and needed to make another call. He then phoned Jinwei, who greeted him happily, working on his laptop. Jinwei asked what he needed, Suho replied that he'd heard the Nexus article had been published, and that public opinion was absolutely heated. He had an idea. He wanted another article. This time, it would cover his next big challenge, the clearing of another sealed gate. Smiling, Suho dramatically announced he was planning to take on the Swamp of Despair next. A new article immediately spread across the internet, announcing that Suho had successfully cleared the sealed gate of the Nameless Sword. People online exploded with shock. How could he have just cleared the Tower of Trials, yet already moved on to conquering a sealed gate? One person wondered aloud, is Suho now the newest Sword King? Another corrected him instantly, declaring, no, he should be called the Sword God. A second article swiftly followed, reporting that Suho had joined the Nexus Academy. Immediately, users started reminding everyone that he had previously said he wanted to work for the Hunters Association. Others accused him of being corrupt and hurled insults without restraint. Then, a third headline dramatically dropped, Nexus Guild Hunter, and Suho intends to clear another sealed gate, the Swamp of Despair. Someone immediately labels him a complete psycho. Another user mocks them. Those who claim Suho only joined Nexus for the cash, demanding, what do your faces look like now? Yet another claims they believed in him from the very start. Another immediately declares Suho his idol and boldly threatens to personally deal with anyone who dares to insult him. Suho scrolls through all these comments on his phone. Most of them are overwhelmingly positive and exciting. He can't help but smile, thinking everything's going exactly according to plan. Just then, Chu-Man shuffles in, looking utterly exhausted, his head drooping forward, cradled in one hand. Suho wastes no time, immediately asking if he's been granted access to the Swamp of Despair. Schulman replies he was discussing exactly that. He vividly recalls the president's expression. The head of the association had practically screamed that Suho should of course be given access, and then called Schulman an idiot for not doing so. Immediately, right when Suho first asked, Schulman adds that now it appears the hero practically has automatic access to every gate he could ever need. While Schulman mentally braces himself for endless paperwork, Suho sincerely thanks him for the effort. As they walk between the bustling office desks, Suho quietly explains that he's planning to take the exam for the 5th rank at the end of the year, but it's a top secret plan, so Schulman absolutely must not tell anyone. Schulman immediately seals his lips with his fingers and swears he'll remain absolutely silent. Like a fish, Suho chuckles to himself, thinking he was only half joking. But the guy's reaction was truly priceless. He tells him they should head out to clear the gate now. Now the scene shifts to young Jongdo, Incheon, where the formidable, sealed S-rank gate, known as the Swamp of Despair, ominously looms. Suho stands bravely before the massive portal, while several cameramen intently record the moment. People in the crowd begin to whisper that no hunter has ever returned alive from this gate before. Even though our Suho is incredibly unique, some still doubt if he can truly overcome this perilous place. Inside the security room, Jinhui watches the screen, visibly nervous. He tells a worried man beside him to chill out, and even proposes making a quick bet. Grinning, Jinhui declares he'll bet 1,000,001 that Suho will clear the gate. The other man, still clearly anxious, reluctantly agrees, hoping Suho just makes out alive. But he's convinced clearing this place is utterly impossible. Meanwhile, Chill Man stands frozen in utter horror. He shouts that the gate is actually vanishing. Everyone stares at the screens, completely stunned. Jinhui asks if Suho actually cleared it already. The other man yells back, that's impossible. In a panic, Jinhui elbows Chillman right in the face, demanding to know how many minutes Suho was actually inside. 10, 20. Chillman shakes his head, stating it wasn't even 10 minutes. It's been less than 5 minutes since the moment Suho stepped inside. The startling truth quickly becomes clear. The system had informed him that the Swamp of Despair had absolutely no entry requirements, and any number of players could enter. Now, Suho stands at the base of a colossal staircase, stretching endlessly upward into an eerie, ominous sky. He remembers all too well that this particular gate caused even more casualties than the Nameless Sword had, and no one had ever returned from it alive. Outsiders never truly understood what actually happened. Inside, Suho knows monsters don't simply appear here. To clear the gate, one must simply climb these treacherous stairs. But every single step is a psychological nightmare, packed with terrifying mental traps. That's why horrific monsters surround the staircase. Victims turned into petrified statues. Suho now understands the real strategy. For clearing this place, you need an item or skill, granting S-rank mental protection. Otherwise, the endless despair will slowly kill you, and your corpse becomes another ghastly statue on the stairs. This gate is aptly called the Swamp of Despair. For that very reason, no one has ever made it back. Smiling faintly, Suho steps onto the very first stair. He thinks that none of this truly matters right now. Immediately, a crushing wave of raw despair slams into him. His legs barely manage to stay steady. Purple, wispy streams swirl ominously behind his head, but then he just smiles. The system announces Dragon's blood has activated. Mental damage immunity, fueled by the dragon blood coursing inside him. This entire gate becomes a mere walk in the park. Suho makes his way to the next level. Terrible monsters lurk all around him, yet he proceeds with unwavering calm. The higher he climbs, the fewer statues he sees. Only a mere handful ever reached even the halfway point. Twisted faces stare out at him from the sides. Trapped forever, he knows saving them is impossible. In his previous life, the hunter who cleared this gate spent hundreds of days meticulously strengthening his mind. That hunter tried to save these victims. But the instant he touched the statues, they tragically crumbled into dust, leaving him utterly alone, unable to save a single soul. Finally, Suho stands victorious at the top. He gazes down at the countless lifeless forms below and acknowledges their unbearable suffering. With his palms pressed together, he makes a solemn vow to freedom. He knows he can only release their tormented souls. A brilliant white portal now awaits him. The system immediately declares him MVP, awarding him additional experience points and a valuable skill point. It also announces he's the very first person to ever clear this portal, awarding him an extra 5 skill points. A level increase notification then pops up, boosting more stats and adding another skill point. Suho grins, declaring it's time for the final reward. The system bestows upon him the Ring of Emotions. This ring allows him to see emotions as vibrant, colored auras. Absorb either white or black emotional energy and reshape it at will. Its full duration remains unknown. Suho remembers that in his past life, the only one to ever obtain this ring was the very same player who cleared this gate. That man had used it to heal deep emotional wounds, but it was tragically stolen by his enemies. Suho slowly raises his hand, thinking this time things will be different. He slides the ring onto his finger while standing at the top of the stairs. The ring immediately begins siphoning the black emotional energy that lingers in the corpses. Thanks to his dragon blood, Suho suffers no mental damage. He touches the ground, and the system promptly reports that the ring is reacting to intense emotions. Its color is black, and absorption instantly begins. Black energy swirls around him as Suho raises his right hand. The ring has absorbed its maximum capacity. Still, it's not enough to purify the entire staircase, but he has no other choice now. As he now stands before the exit portal, he turns toward the gateway. Suho quietly mutters, "It's time to leave." The instant Suho stepped outside, reporters instantly swarmed him, their cameras flashing relentlessly. He lifted a hand to shield his face, as journalists clamor for him to look into their lenses. Before he could even steady himself, Schulman and Jean-Wei rushed toward him, both absolutely overflowing with excitement. Schulman, practically punching the air, demanded to know how Suho had managed to clear the portal in exactly 4 minutes and 17 seconds. And this gate was said to be even more dangerous than the nameless sword. Jean-Wei shouted that he needed to write an article. Immediately, Suho told them to calm down, but with a smile, he invited them for a photo, and the two happily agreed. As news of the cleared gate exploded online, people questioned, whether Suho had truly conquered the swamp of despair, a gate no one had ever returned from. The answer was yes, he really had. Dong Yuk stared at his tablet in utter disbelief, overwhelmed that the completion time was under 5 minutes. He covered his face with his hands, unable to believe what he was reading. Just then, the landline rang. When he picked up, the caller introduced himself as John Kyung-hwan, the president of the Korean Hunters Association, who politely asked if Dong Yuk had a moment to discuss something. Dong Yuk immediately assumed this was about Suho. When asked if he could come to the association, Dong Yuk offered lunch instead, and the president agreed. After hanging up, a man entered the office to speak with him, but Dong Yuk simply called his secretary, Kimmy Gang, and instructed him to arrange a meeting with Hunter Suho later. A white car pulled up, and Jean will let Suho know they'd arrived. As they stepped out, Suho asked if he was headed to the broadcasting station. Jean Huey elaborated that the Swamp of Despair article was already set to go, just needing a few minor tweaks before release. He also suggested a restaurant tour for next time, since he really enjoyed writing food reviews. And Suho readily promised to join him. As the car pulled away, Suho gazed happily at his ring, remarking that Jean Huey's passion had imbued it with so much positive energy. Upon entering a restaurant, Suho approached a table where Tsuman loudly greeted him, hailing him as the protector of South Korea. The president then encouraged him to sit beside Mr. Dong Yuk. Suho thanked the association leaders and took his seat. Noticing Kyung-hwan, Tsuman, Dong Yuk, and Chief Pai Song-yeol, head of the Special Force Division, all gathered around the table. Confused by the sudden formality, he listened as Kyung-hwan congratulated him, praising his unprecedented speed in clearing both sealed gates and calling him the nation's future. Tsuman proposed a toast, and Suho, raising his cup, chose to toast their shared success. Glasses clinked merrily around the table. During the meal, the president mentioned hearing that Suho's guild contract had no fixed term. Dong Yuk confirmed that. While most contracts lasted 3 years, Suho was a special case who could contribute greatly to the country, so he wouldn't be restricted at all. Kyung-hwan laughed, pleased that guild leader Dong Yuk shared the association's goals, then asked Suho if he agreed with the arrangement. Suho simply said he appreciated the guild leader's consideration very much. Chief Pai added that he looked forward to Suho joining the Hunters Association, as it would boost not only their organization, but the entire nation. With a strange smile, Tsuman said the president wanted to present Suho with a special letter of thanks. Internally, Suho rejoiced. This letter practically ensured he'd passed the level 5 exam. He declared aloud he was deeply honored. Kyung-hwan clarified they'd originally gathered to celebrate the nameless swordsman's victory, but Suho cleared another gate so swiftly that they simply couldn't keep pace. Suho humbly replied it was only possible because the president granted him the necessary access. The leaders absolutely loved his answer. Chief Pai, still holding his cup, asked how Suho had managed to clear the swamp of despair, since no one had ever returned, and intel on it was minimal. Suho recognized Pai's knack for extracting secrets, a skill he recalled from his past life. So he kept his guard up. Smiling, he casually explained that inside the gate, there were no monsters, only a single staircase, and after stepping onto it once, he immediately sensed the danger and used his tools while continuing to climb until he ultimately succeeded. The association representatives stared, mouths agape, as Chief Pai stroked his beard, impressed that Suho avoided mental overload, whereas others relied solely on stability. Tsuman then inquired about his current level, saying he'd heard Suho wasn't even level 100. Suho replied he was only level 53. Chief Pai nearly choked. He then asked what ability he'd gained. When the ring on Suho's finger emitted a white light, Suho immediately sensed the association wanted to shape him into an obedient weapon. He explained he was a healer, but because he preferred swords, he acquired the sword path. Chief Pai commented the sword path wasn't unusual, but quite unexpected for a healer. Suho noted privately that the special department had many unique abilities, so his didn't impress them much. Yet he disliked the feeling of being treated like a hunting dog. Out loud, he added that while his main skill was swordsmanship, he wanted support developing his healer abilities because a hunter's lifespan was too short. Dongyuk and Kyungwon both agreed that hunters faced constant danger, and the Nexus Guild could better support his growth and development. The leaders grinned as Chimon proudly declared himself a vital link between the guild and the powerful association. Chief Pai added that Suho could also count on his full support. Overwhelmed by this flood of support and enticing offers, Suho raised his clenched fist high and vowed to clear every single gate in all of Korea. The leaders erupted in applause as Chimon refilled his drink. As twilight began to gently settle in, the meeting concluded and Suho walked out with Chief Pai, bidding farewell to the remaining association leaders. Suho expressed his enjoyment of the memorable evening. Once their car departed, Chief Pai reached discreetly under his jacket, then offered Suho a cigarette, a sly gesture. Suho politely declined, but the chief lit one up anyway, remarking that he always smoked after a truly good party. He then handed Suho his official business card, stating he usually ignored calls, but would always answer his. Next, he casually inquired about Suho's current residence, and Suho candidly explained the situation. How his old place was utterly swarmed by an army of fans, forcing him to temporarily stay in a hotel. Chief Pai frowned deeply, calling this a serious national problem. He noted that popular hunters are instantly mobbed by obsessed, unruly crowds. Suho, however, simply dismissed it as normal affection, a comment that instantly darkened Chief Pai's entire aura. Suho instantly realized his comment had sounded incredibly naive, especially to someone who viewed unawakened civilians as mere pawns, a cold mindset shared by both the president and vice president. Chief Pai then declared that although the official exam would be held at the very end of the year, Suho had, in essence, already practically passed it. Suho simply acknowledged this fact with a nod. The chief confessed he once thought Suho was merely modest, but now saw he wasn't simple or naive at all. He then casually linked arms with Suho, a surprising move, and playfully suggested they rehearse a superior subordinate dynamic, given Suho would soon be formally under him once he officially joined the association. Suho agreed, prompting Chief Pai to burst into laughter. Then, his tone shifting, he suddenly asked if Suho wanted to completely quit clearing gates altogether and instead join their elite special force unit. Immediately, Suho's entire body went rigid and tensed, realizing Chief Pai was expertly baiting him with this offer. As Pai nonchalantly flicked his cigarette ash, Suho finally understood the chief's true underlying motive. The chief had stayed until the very end of the evening, just to personally recruit him into the force, rather than just gathering intel. Through Donghyuk, the ring of emotions sparked to life, and a brilliant white light erupted. Suho internally prompted Pai, subtly influencing his thoughts. Smiling, he assured Pai everything was okay, and highlighted the special force unit's crucial role. The ring, meanwhile, amplified positive emotions, and white streams of light emanated from Pai's eyes as he mused. This Suho actually harbored true ambition, a quality I truly admire, since most hunters only chase empty, hollow dreams. He then inquired how close Suho was with Chuman from the gate department. Suho responded that Chuman was indeed quite close, but he also desired strong ties with both Pai, and especially with the president, hoping for some truly productive cooperation. With the special force head, Pai, clearly pleased, rested a hand on Suho's shoulder, complimenting his excellent communication skills. Suho graciously thanked him and shared his hope of joining the department through a special recruitment drive. Pai rubbed his chin, pondering aloud. That recruitment for level 5 hunters had already been announced for the year's end, and saw no need for any special recruitment, just for someone who'd surely qualify anyway. Suho, meanwhile, knew the ring's influence had deepened Pai's interest into something akin to emotional loyalty. It wouldn't last forever, of course, but it was more than sufficient for now. Standing together, Pai then mused. He was genuinely surprised. Suho was so committed to joining the association, and inquired about special recruitment. Pai clarified it wasn't exactly common, but it could certainly be arranged if necessary. Suho praised him as truly an amazing person, prompting Pai to shyly cover his mouth. He went on to explain that recruitment decisions came from much higher authorities, but if there was a shortage in the special department, they could justify a special intake for sure. Pai then added that if such recruitment occurred, they would definitely need proof that Suho was truly valuable to the department. Suho inquired if he meant clearing gates. Pai reminded him that the special force handled awakened criminals. That was the crucial detail. Suho had completely overlooked that fact. Pai explained that criminals possessing awakened abilities were incredibly dangerous. And even though Suho was highly skilled, gate clearing and crime fighting were two entirely different beasts. He challenged Suho to prove himself by choosing any wanted criminal and bringing them directly to the department. If successful, he could join within a month or two. As a car pulled up, Pai remarked that most newcomers panicked at the mere mention of wanted criminals, but Suho clearly wasn't one to back down. Smiling, he said he'd eagerly await Suho's report. Suho recalled how, in his past life, Pai hadn't even remembered his name until after the nameless swordsman's victory. But this time, things were already diverging. Watching the car depart, Suho realized that soon the villains and their underlings would be among the new recruits, making excellent sacrifices for his grand scheme. Several unassuming buildings stood before him, and Suho's shadow stretched long across the pavement. As faint cigarette smoke drifted from nearby windows, he muttered that he'd strolled right into a snake's nest. Using his magic detection, he spotted a pack of suspicious figures inside, confirming he'd finally hit the right spot. He casually picked up a brick with his left hand, and in the very next moment, smashed it straight through the window of the room where the criminals were gathered. Shocked, one thug stammered, asking what the heck was happening, while another yelled that some punk was seriously messing with them. In a hurry, the criminals rushed outside to confront whoever dared. They stopped in front of Suho, demanding to know what he wanted. The blonde among them stared at him nervously, asking if he was drunk or just plain crazy. Suho smiled calmly and assured them he was completely sober. He then asked if they were the scumbags, stealing cryptocurrency wallets through their elaborate scams. And instantly, a wave of fear washed over the thugs' faces. Suho then calmly asked if they were holding a man named CO Gi1 hostage. The criminals exchanged anxious glances, utterly bewildered. They couldn't fathom who this stranger was, or how he knew absolutely everything. Someone nervously speculated he might be a cop, while another insisted they had to get rid of him no matter what. A third thug, however, hesitated, wondering if this could land them in even deeper trouble. But the answer came swiftly and brutally. This bastard already knows far too much. Nothing worse could possibly happen if we don't deal with him right now. Suho offered them a weary smile, thinking these opponents were truly pathetic. He mentally dared them to try and catch him. If they even could, perhaps they might even prove useful. He then summoned his shadow spear and fired a precise shot near one thug, releasing chains that instantly wrapped tightly around him. Purple energy swirled menacingly over the man's trapped body as his bald companion screamed his name in utter panic. Several more criminals charged at Suho, yelling insults, but he dodged every single blow effortlessly. A blonde-haired man lunged forward with a spear, somehow managing to land a seemingly clean hit, but it did absolutely nothing. The criminal stared wide-eyed as Suho, lightly splattered with blood, simply grinned. The system then announced the activation of his blood weapon, and a long, crimson shaft formed in Suho's hand. He drove it straight into the unlucky thug, sending him sprawling across the ground. Suho noted he couldn't kill them, but no one said he couldn't beat them senseless. Another criminal foolishly rushed forward, calling him an idiot, only to be sent flying by another powerful strike. Soon, only the bald thug remained, trembling and muttering that this was sheer madness. He tried desperately to run, but Suho pierced his leg with the blood spear and calmly asked, "Where do you think you're going?" With all the criminals defeated and strewn around him, Suho warned them to stop screaming, unless they wanted an extra dose of pain. He then stored all of them inside his subspace portal, dusting off his hands. He then declared the only thing left was to find COG1 inside the kitchen, which was a total disaster zone. Suho finally tracked down the man he'd been searching for. Jiwon was slumped on the floor, fast asleep in front of his laptop. Suho called his name, and the man blinked awake, staring blankly at our hero. When Suho asked if he'd finally come to his senses, Jiwon shakily looked around, then asked what happened. Suho warmly greeted him and introduced himself. Jiwon froze, then asked in horror if this was really the Suho from the news. He couldn't understand how Suho had ended up here, nor where the criminals who held him hostage had disappeared to. Still trembling, he looked absolutely terrified. Suho remembered reading in Jiwon's autobiography that he'd been brutally beaten and imprisoned for 6 months by those thugs. He saw the man was too traumatized to speak normally right now, so he extended his hand. The ring responded to Jiwon's intense emotions, identifying them as black. Suho gently pressed his palm to Jiwon's chest to completely absorb them. When Suho asked if he felt better, Jiwon stared at him in utter disbelief, unable to comprehend how his trembling had suddenly ceased. Suho knelt in front of him, softly explaining that he saw his terrible condition and used one of his skills to help him. Jiwon gasped, then hesitantly asked what would happen to him now. Would he be going to jail? Suho asked why he thought he would. Jiwon admitted he'd done many wrong things. Suho reminded him that he had been forced into everything, and people like that didn't belong in jail. Jiwon reluctantly agreed, still suspicious. He asked how Suho knew he was here, especially since Suho hadn't even joined the association yet. Suho answered that he found him, using a special skill no one else knew about, and that he shared this information because he truly needed him. Jiwon anxiously held his left hand and claimed he was useless. Suho firmly disagreed. Jiwon was the only person in Korea possessing the legendary cyber type. He stared in shock as Suho revealed this mind-blowing truth. Among countless abilities across the globe, the cyber type was one of the absolute rarest. It allowed a user's consciousness to breach the digital world itself, and only 2 people had ever awakened it. One was CO Jiwon, and the other was known as Overload. Overload, who uncovered the terrifying potential of digitization, then tried to seize control of the entire internet. He became a nearly unstoppable threat, even after the system's arrival. The only one who ever managed to defeat him was CO Jiwon himself. A year after escaping those criminals, Jiwon vanished. He sacrificed himself to completely destroy Overload. He was later honored with the nickname Media. Everything about his tragic yet heroic life had been recorded in his autobiography. Pondering all this, Suho fiercely vowed that this time he wouldn't allow Overload to appear, nor would he let Jiwon die. Suho told Jiwon this was exactly why he desperately needed him. The world would one day be utterly destroyed by the gates and the system itself. Suho couldn't stop that looming nightmare alone. He then asked if Jiwon would help him. Trembling again, Jiwon looked at him in utter awe as black streams flowed from the ring. The system announced yet another full absorption. Jiwon closed his eyes, wondering whether someone like him could truly threaten the world. He admitted he would have sold his soul just for escape, but now he felt he had to help the very person who'd saved his life. Kneeling, he clenched his fist, realizing someone with the same terrifying power as him could unleash unimaginable destruction. He said he didn't know if he could truly do it, but he would help. Suho saw the man described in the autobiography, a person who endured hell itself, yet remained utterly selfless. Suho thanked him sincerely and declared their first step was to eat. When Jiwon admitted he had no money, Suho slid slippers toward him, telling him not to worry. He would pay. Jiwon asked how Suho knew all this, and Suho replied with an awkward expression that it was all thanks to his incredible skill. Tears welled in Jiwon's eyes. Suho affirmed he knew the man had suffered immensely. Later, while they shared a meal, Jiwon apologized for devouring the food so ravenously. He hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Suho reassured him it was fine and ordered another plate. After finishing his bowl of soup, Jiwon thanked him and shyly posed a question. Suho reminded him they were a team now and could speak openly. And since they were only a year apart in age, Jaiwan could just call him by his name. As another bowl was cleared away, Jaiwan agreed and told Suho he could also treat him as an old acquaintance. He then asked why Suho chose the Hunter Association instead of joining or founding a powerful guild. He explained, because government work came with countless restrictions. Suho closed his eyes and stated that no matter how strong a guild was, its power was limited. He wanted to prevent the destruction of a world with minimal casualties, and the association was the only place that could help. At that, Jaiwan nodded, finally understanding. Suho then put down his spoon and said he wanted to make a promise. Once I joined the association, he stated, no one would ever dare do something like this to Jaiwan again. Jaiwan smiled gratefully and said he would trust him. Suho stood and offered to resolve the man's past. Jaiwan, confused again, followed as Suho put on his jacket and asked if the thugs who kidnapped him really grew up in the same orphanage as him. It was time to pay them a not-so-friendly visit. The moment Jaiwan saw those thugs again, rage took over. He beat them mercilessly as they begged him to stop, still calling him brother, insisting he'd kill them at this rate. His fists dripped with blood as he screamed at them to shut up. Even the blonde thug lay unconscious by the wall when Jaiwan asked to heal the villain again. Suho looked at the villain and asked how many times they'd done this. Jaiwan cheerfully answered, 7 times, so he was warned that special forces would arrive soon, so the beating session had to wrap up. He then healed the blonde man, remembering how this man had suffered deeply because of similar past trauma, and hoping this would help him escape his painful past. A sleek gray car then pulled up, and Chief Pai Sung Joel stepped out. He noted that Suho seemed to have figured everything out already. Suho, standing beside the unconscious blonde, thanked him for coming personally. Pai said he had some special feelings for Suho and couldn't help himself. Suho felt slightly offended by that phrasing. The kidnappers lay unconscious on the ground. Pai asked if these were truly the criminals. Suho confirmed it. Pai observed that although they were knocked out, they didn't have a single scratch. Suho explained they had resisted arrest, but he'd patched them up afterward. Pai burst out laughing, saying he liked Suho's style, a hero who didn't hold back. Suho apologized, admitting he wasn't experienced in this field. Pai clarified he wasn't scolding him. In fact, he highly approved. He even said Suho could beat villains nearly to death. If he wanted, the association's healers could erase all evidence of violence. Pai then pressed his foot on the blonde's head and muttered that criminals like these deserved execution, but society was obsessed with humanity. Suho thought about how he'd learned this method back when he worked with the special department. In his past life, Pai then noticed Jaiwan standing behind Suho and said he'd heard the criminals used this boy in their schemes, and that it was his first time seeing someone with cyber-type abilities. He added that Jaiwan seemed dangerous and must be taken in. Both Suho and Jaiwan glared at him. Suho asked if that was truly necessary, explaining that Jaiwan was just a victim. He then handed Pai a folder containing the young man's testimony and documents proving everything. Pai was absolutely floored by how quickly Suho gathered everything. He then wondered if digitization could be used inside a gate. Suho instantly grasped Pai's motive and patiently explained that the skill was tied purely to the digital domain, making it utterly useless in gate combat, but incredibly valuable in cybersecurity. Pai scrutinized the documents and declared that if the ability had no use in combat or even support roles, then the special department had no need for him. Suho softly interjected, "Please don't punish Jaiwan." Pai scoffed, remarking that Suho was getting soft, taking care of this guy. However, after hearing everything, he conceded that Jaiwan had suffered horribly. Then, turning to his subordinates, Pai declared, "Suho is right. The victim shouldn't be punished. They would close the case immediately and help Jaiwan get the compensation he deserves." Suho bowed deeply, offering his heartfelt thanks. Pai replied that justice was always his ultimate goal. Then he pressed, asking how Suho knew about this case. Suho had been waiting for this exact moment. Raising his index finger, he confidently stated, CO Jaiwan had sent a digital distress signal. Leveraging his skill, and Suho swiftly checked its validity, then organized a rescue operation. Pai asked, "Is that truly what happened?" Suho mentally scoffed. Of course not, but uttered not a word. Pai casually handed the folder to his subordinate, praising Suho for always finding such perfect solutions. Suho modestly claimed it was just luck. Pai replied that luck always favors the capable, placing a hand on Suho's shoulder. He promised to arrange the special recruitment process. As agreed, Jaiwan, now emboldened, finally stepped closer, asking, "What should I do now?" Suho simply pointed behind him and declared, "You're coming with me." Jaiwan stared around the opulent apartment in shock as Suho nonchalantly grabbed a drink from the fridge. The place was undeniably luxurious, almost too perfect, and Jaiwan couldn't help but blurt it out. Suho casually replied that it wasn't his home, though. This actually belonged to Jin Woo, the PBS reporter. As he poured the refreshing drink into a glass, he mentioned that the owner was currently away on a long business trip. The two of them had the entire place all to themselves. Jivan nervously accepted the glass. He wondered if the owner would be upset about bringing someone over without permission. Suho brushed it off, saying it was no big deal, but he cautioned Jivan to keep quiet. Jivan dramatically slapped his own chest and vowed to stay as silent as a fish, then quickly asked what Suho wanted him to do next. Suho raised a glass to his lips and clarified. Jivan had been kidnapped right after hitting level 50 and awakening his ability, right? Jivan confirmed it. Suho said that meant he would soon have to face overload. And for that, he needed to grow stronger, fast, strong enough to reach a level close to Suho's own, if they wanted to prevent the end of the world together. A shocked Jivan asked if that meant he'd have to clear gates with him. But Suho shook his head, typing on a laptop. They wouldn't level him up the traditional gate-clearing way. Instead, Jivan needed to learn how to use his cyber-type ability, with maximum efficiency, turning the laptop toward him. Suho then asked how he felt about going online together. Jivan hesitated. Was that even possible? Suho told him to read his own skill description, but pointed out something the system didn't openly mention. Although Jivan transferred his own consciousness into the network, nothing said he couldn't pull someone else inside with him. Jivan stared at him in disbelief, but agreed to try. He placed his hand over the laptop and activated digitization. A glowing digital circle formed above his palm. As the system notified Suho that player, so Jivan was attempting to transfer his consciousness into the digital world and requesting permission. Suho approved. The system then announced the transition process, and Suho's expression tightened in surprise. A moment later, he found himself standing in the middle of a massive vineyard, under a bright sky, realizing he had literally entered the laptop's home screen, that iconic Windows wallpaper he'd always stared at, but never imagined he'd actually experienced firsthand. Suddenly, Jaiwan came running from behind, calling out to him with pure excitement. He admitted it felt bizarre seeing another person here, because until this moment, he'd always been utterly alone in this digital world. Suho confessed this was his first time too, and it felt absolutely amazing. Jaiwan gazed around at the endless, sprawling fields and asked if they were truly inside that very wallpaper photo. Suho confirmed it was an actual winery image, complete with lush, vibrant grapevines. He even plucked a grape and chewed it purely out of curiosity, earning a hearty laugh from Jaiwan, who reminded him that this digital world had visuals, but no taste or smell. Suho promptly spat out the illusion, admitting he just had to test it anyway. As they walked through the picturesque vineyard, Jaiwan asked how they were even supposed to increase his level here. Suho seemed surprised. Didn't he know levels rose based on experience points? The system didn't care whether actions happened in the physical world or not. He even reminded him that he had increased his sword proficiency during his virtual reality hunter exam. Jaiwan then asked if leveling up in a virtual environment was truly possible. Suho clarified that skills could be trained there, but not character levels. However, this digital world was entirely different. Here, nothing resets after death. Here, everything was real enough to kill you, and that's what made it capable of affecting the system itself. They stopped in front of a pair of closed digital doors, labeled File Cleaner. Jaiwan asked what this folder was. Opening it revealed a cheerful computer window, cheerfully claiming to organize devices easily. Suho explained that it wasn't an antivirus at all. It was malware. When Jaiwan asked if he really planned to level up using a virus, Suho confirmed it. Malware behaved like monsters, attacking and destroying systems. Therefore, Jaiwan needed to risk his life and defeat them to gain experience. He warned him again. Dying here meant dying for real. He also told him never to answer the guide's questions, because that would only unleash more viruses. As they stepped inside, a blue-haired girl greeted them sweetly, asking if they wished to use the free file cleaner. Suho smiled, admitting it sounded tempting. Jaiwan nervously admitted he almost fell for it. Suho handed him a weapon and explained that he probably belonged to the magician class, so he should stay in the back, attack, collect bonuses, and let Suho tank the front line. Suddenly, the blue-haired girl reappeared, with a much sharper tone, repeating her question. This time, dozens of black, glitching monsters with glowing eyes emerged menacingly behind her. The system couldn't even properly describe them, only incomprehensible. Corrupted characters filled the status window. Terrified, Jaiwan pointed out how many there were. Suho manifested his bloody sword and reassured him. Although they were stuck inside, the monsters couldn't escape through the door. If Jaiwan couldn't escape either, he'd die, so he needed to use his magic. Suddenly, a massive black skull monster lunged forward, but Suho decapitated it instantly. He reminded Jaiwan to prepare his spell. A digital circle lit up around Jaiwan's hand as he confirmed readiness, and Suho charged headfirst into the horde, cutting down wave after wave of corrupted entities. Eventually, after a tense battle, the monsters scattered into pixels. As Suho finished them off, Jaiwan collapsed on one knee, exhausted and shaking, admitting he thought he was going to die. Suho told him, "You're still alive, and now level 59. He asked how Jaiwan was doing. Jaiwan reported he had reached level 55. Suho realized the guy was far more talented than he'd expected. With the right guidance, he could work well alongside the Banshee group. He helped Jaiwan stand and suggested they log out and rest. Jaiwan agreed eagerly. Back in the real world, Suho chugged a Coke on the couch, relieved there was a safe way to level up without entering actual gates. He then checked the public, his reaction to the swirling news about him, clearing the notorious swamp of despair. The internet exploded with admiration. People were even begging the government for a medal. Fans clamored for souvenirs and endless praise. Suho proudly rubbed his nose. As long as he kept clearing those gates, the world hailed him as a hero. And honestly, that kind of respect made life truly worth living. With everything proceeding exactly as planned, he knew it was time for the next big step. Suho found himself on a late-night call with guild leader Bei. He went straight to the point, seeking permission to clear the rank gate under Nexus Guild's name, and threw in an irresistible promise that every single piece of loot would flow straight into the guild's pockets. No strings attached, no conditions whatsoever, just pure grind value. The gate in question? It was the infamous Mole Mine, an S-rank dungeon packed with mana stones, and crawling with those freaky mole monsters that moved like they were speed, running through the dark. Suho eyed the place, already picturing just how annoying it was going to be. So many damn moles that grabbing even a single mana stone felt like snatching candy from a nest of feral toddlers. Still, he smirked, like this entire death cave was just another warm-up. Clearing was exactly what he planned to do. On the other end of the call, Guild leader Bei was quietly analyzing the situation. If mortality rates inside the gate spiked, the government could snatch the dungeon away under national safety protocols, which meant having Suho clear it would actually secure Nexus Guild's ownership. The guy genuinely thought Suho's idea was pure gold. He just didn't understand why. The kid sounded so incredibly urgent about it. Suho, still lounging, explained that he might join the Korean Hunters Association earlier than expected, which meant he wouldn't be able to finish out his contract properly So, before dipping, he wanted to at least do something truly worthwhile for the guild. That was his unique way of paying rent. Right before leaving the apartment, they totally understood. Even though a hint of disappointment managed to slip through, still, Suho told him straight, rather than a dramatic, last-minute announcement. Unlike so many hunters who ditch for the association, without warning, Suho then added he'd personally put together a team to take down the moles, so the guild would just need to arrange miners. Plus, none of this had to be rushed. The guild leader finally agreed to the plan, saying he'd reach out to Suho once all preparations were set. The next day, Suho was at the lounge of Nexus Academy, where Dihan warmly greeted him, offering an outstretched hand. Suho shook his hand, remarking it had been a while since they'd last met. Then he told Jivan, standing beside him, that this was none other than Dahan, the one who'd taken the exam in their same group. Rubbing the back of his head, Dahan admitted he only scraped by on the exam, thanks to the advice Suho had given him. They gathered around a table, and Suho inquired if Dahan had managed to join any squad yet. Dahan replied he was still training, soloing gates, and gaining experience all on his own. Suho eyed him thoughtfully, recalling that usually when a newcomer joins a guild, they're assigned to a squad to gain experience and boost their survival rate. With a slight smile, he asked Dahan if he'd be interested in gaining experience in his own squad. He explained he planned to clear gates soon, and his help would be invaluable. Dahan's eyes widened in surprise, but quickly responded that if Suho was interested in him, then he was ready to assist in any way needed. He even cheered happily that he'd always be ready to help. Suho just smiled and declared they'd start right away, leaving Dahan staring at him in utter disbelief. Inside the simulator, the Banshee squad members were clashing with a digital clone of Suho. One shouted they needed to flank him from the other side of the battle. As the fight intensified amidst cries of effort and pain, Yanoa stood, fists clenched, just as the ghostly Suho clone rushed her. In a single, swift strike, the copy decapitated her. The entire squad reeled in shock, while Yanoa, seething, gritted her teeth. She vowed that one day she would kill the real Suho with her bare hands. The real Suho, standing right behind her, calmly told her she was already doing much better. The squad spun toward him, utterly bewildered, unable to grasp that the actual Suho had just appeared. Observing their reactions through the system window, Suho noted the squad's sudden gloominess. Yanoa complained they died at least 100 times, and their morale was clearly suffering for it. Suho smiled, remarking that judging by their eyes, they were already quite used to dying in the simulation, and no longer saw it as a catastrophe. This, he declared, was a very good sign. Jaiwan and Diwan watched all of this, surprised. Suho then announced that new members had joined a squad. He introduced the 2 newcomers to the Banshee team. The group scrutinized the newcomers, while Suho explained they had arrived earlier and shared their names. Diwan smiled, while Jaiwan looked visibly nervous. Suho then asked the Banshee squad if they were tired of this place yet. Yanoa tightened her fist and declared they were nowhere near bored. Burning with fury, she warned she wouldn't rest until she managed to take Suho's head off. Indeed, the entire Banshee group was fueled with an undeniable killing intent. Suho smiled, saying he liked that attitude, and advised the newcomers to develop the same instinct. Yoon asked why that was necessary. Suho replied gently that it was essential if they wanted to survive inside real gates. He declared that from today onward, they would all train to clear gates together. Yanoa stepped closer. Suho told her one of the newcomers was a mage, the other a tank, so sword training wasn't needed. She would need to organize the squad properly, use the clones well, and train everyone hard. Yanoa agreed, but insisted he explain more about this mysterious gate. Suho coolly adjusted his system window, stating he'd need to tweak the clone settings. But soon, they'd grasp everything on their own, so they better be ready. When she pressed him again about the gates type, Suho simply declared it would be a very ordinary one. He then added that it'd be inconvenient to call each other out with meaningless shouts during real combat. They needed proper forms of address. Yanhua said she had no clue what to call him, but she'd rather die than call him Appa. Suho, still working through his system window, suggested that since they were a team now, she could call him team leader. She grudgingly accepted. Suho then stated he had to leave for other matters, asking them to notify him once preparations were complete. Daehan and Jaiwon watched in utter confusion as the digital Suho avatar pulled a sword straight from the ground. When they asked what exactly they should do, Yanhwa cryptically said they'd soon see for themselves. The virtual Suho then pointed his sword at them, calling them trash. He demanded to know why they were just standing around like ducks. He snarled, demanding they attack instead of staring. Daehan was absolutely stunned, muttering he never imagined Suho acting like that. Meanwhile, Yunho coolly remarked that he was always like this. She warned the newcomers to be prepared, unless they wanted their heads rolling. Meanwhile, the real Suho stepped out of a taxi outside. The driver explained that cars weren't allowed any farther down this path, so Suho would have to walk the rest of the way. Suho agreed calmly and continued forward, standing before towering, imposing buildings. He then activated his ring, channeling first Mumu. The system immediately reported that the skill, Monochrome Solitude, had been activated to erase his presence. Walking down the sidewalk, he observed the neighborhood of Peijin, once famously known as the Golden Land. Seeing the beggars nearby, he recalled how incredibly prosperous the place used to be. But after the appearance of multiple gates, and too few hunters to clear them out, the entire area had become desolate. If it weren't for these gates, this district would never have fallen into such a ruined state. Passing by the impoverished residents, he thought about how this area was now plagued by crime, gangs, drugs, and widespread hunger. He knew he couldn't save everyone here, but he remained determined. He needed to clear the gate quickly, and when the right time came, this place could prove incredibly useful. Looking up, he suddenly realized that this abandoned area had attracted a certain group of people who could potentially be useful to him. He stopped before a familiar door, remembering that he used to frequent this place often in his past life. A man peeked through a small window in the door and asked who he was. Suho stated he wanted to purchase the mine as soon as Mumu deactivated. The man immediately recognized him as on Suho. Smiling, Suho confirmed it. The man opened the door and invited him inside, pointing to a sofa sitting across from him. The man explained that, although they weren't officially open yet, he already had specific orders on how to treat Suho. He then asked if Suho had ever been to Paiju. Suho, instead, asked if the man was uncomfortable. The man repeated the question in confusion, and Suho pointed out that he didn't seem comfortable in the mask he was wearing. Surprised, the man asked how Suho had noticed that. Suho told him not to worry, since they were alone. The man then removed the mask, revealing a stunning red-haired woman underneath. She commented that she had expected someone capable of clearing 2 portals alone to possess abilities like this. Suho recognized her immediately as Choi Yun, one of the most famous gate brokers in the country. In his past life, he had gained access to many portals through her, but now, at this point in time, she was barely known. Choi Yun crossed her legs and asked how Suho knew about this place, adding that she found it interesting. He used a slang termine instead of the official term gate. Suho thought to himself that Choi Yun only gained popularity later, after joining the Union, Korea's largest underground guild. Placing his briefcase on the table, he simply said that he always learned what he wanted to know, and suggested they talk about gates. She asked which ones he was looking for. He asked if she had access to the Twisted Forest. Choi Yun stiffened in surprise, and Suho pushed the briefcase toward her, saying he wanted to buy a pass and would be entering alone. She explained that the Twisted Forest had appeared on the market less than 3 days ago, and very few people knew about it. She asked how he even knew she had access to it, and what the price was. Suho answered that, explaining such things in the black market wasn't necessary. He reminded her that when dealing with gates, people didn't talk more than needed. There were 2 types of gate deals: buying the gate itself or buying a one-time entry. Ticket ownership cost far more. But even single entry into a popular gate could be expensive. Cho Yun nervously apologized and said that a one-time entry into the Twisted Forest cost 100 million won, and clearing it alone was extremely difficult. She asked whether he was sure he wanted to attempt it. Suho held a thick bundle of cash, telling her not to worry since it was his responsibility. He said she could take a deposit now, and he would give the rest once they reached the gate. Smiling, Choi Yun admitted he surprised her. Hence all her questions, she agreed to take him. Their car crossed a bridge, and Suho noticed an emblem on the dashboard. From it, he realized Choi Yun had already joined the union. He thought that was good. Their influence would prevent trouble. And looking out the window, he listened as she asked whether he was. He was shocked to find himself crossing into North Korea. He readily admitted it was an incredibly unusual situation. He recalled how, following the sudden appearance of the gates, North Korea had plunged into absolute pandemonium. China made attempts to seize control, but was thwarted by the monstrous creatures guarding the borders. Meanwhile, South Korean hunters enjoyed far greater freedom of movement. During their journey, Choi Yun remarked that Suho was considerably more straightforward than she had anticipated. She explained that after devouring articles about him, she had pictured him as a very different kind of person. Suho simply replied that he just aimed to make a good impression. They stepped out of the car, confronting a formidable group of armed men. Choi Yun declared that she had brought a guest who wished to enter the notorious Twisted Forest. She added that payment had already been processed. A scar-faced man grumbled that he'd expected a nobody, but Suho's presence clearly took him by surprise. The girl sharply told him to mind his manners, then demanded to know where his boss was. A bald man then emerged from a nearby tent, introducing himself as their leader and claiming it was an honor to finally meet Suho. Suho silently scrutinized him, instantly recognizing him as Bang Dok, notoriously known as the Woodsman. He was a notorious human trafficker who had once kidnapped countless individuals, brazenly calling them logs and selling them like mere merchandise. In his past life, this man had been apprehended and sentenced to life imprisonment. Suho couldn't recall him ever working with the union, nor owning a gate. They now stood before a pristine white vehicle, and Choi Yun inquired if they could immediately enter the gate. Bang Dok instantly replied that she could, but a hunter who had cleared 2 portals alone shouldn't be permitted to enter. Confused, she pressed him, asking why. Bang Dok slowly removed his glasses and coolly asserted that they only sold tickets to individuals who absolutely couldn't clear the portal on their own. Someone like Suho simply didn't meet that condition. Suho, however, frowned internally, thinking such a justification perfectly fit a human trafficker's utterly twisted logic. Choi Yun immediately challenged him, demanding if he was trying to hike up the price on the spot. She folded her arms, issuing a stern warning that he shouldn't ever expect her to tolerate such disrespect. Bang Dok quickly flashed a smile, then turned away, claiming it was just a joke. Suho knew even the woodsman wouldn't dare challenge a powerful union broker like that. Bang Dok grumbled that nobody let him joke around anymore, then sharply told them to follow him. Choi Yun politely motioned for Suho to proceed, promising she'd ensure his safety. Meanwhile, several unsavory men glared at Suho with open hostility. Suho knew that even if he successfully cleared this gate, an ambush might be waiting for him on the way out. This was precisely why brokers were tasked with keeping their clients safe, and why so few of them actually existed. The shutter lifted, and the glowing portal shimmered into view. Bang Dok questioned Suho, asking if he truly planned to enter alone, and if he thought himself invincible. Suho simply ignored him, stepping right into the gate. Inside the Twisted Forest, a blue portal shimmered before him, and the system confirmed entry had begun. It then laid out the rules. Only hunters level 99 or below were permitted, and the maximum squad size was 8. Suho stepped further into the forest, lifting his gaze to take in the grotesque landscape. He hadn't expected to find himself in this particular place. In his previous life, he'd never even entered this gate, but he'd heard more than enough about it to know exactly what lay within. Calling forth his shadow spear, he decided to first scout for anything useful. Closing his eyes, he activated his magic detection and streams of purple energy rose upward. A massive yellow, I glared back at him, as he realized the very trees themselves were monsters. The system identified them as twisted ants. Level 93. Suho hurled his spear, striking right beside the monster's eye. He mused that an axe would be ideal here, but he didn't have one right now. The ant let out a deafening roar as Suho summoned his bloody sword. He thought the mole mine boss had been far more bothersome than these creatures. It was like dealing with a nameless swordsman. He'd need some serious leveling up before he could defeat something this formidable with ease. He slashed forward, bisecting the monster's attack midair. As the system announced, decapitation activated. Gripping his weapon tightly, he realized the stark difference in power. A whopping 30 levels stood between him and this ant, so it was no wonder he couldn't just obliterate it. He decided to engage in a proper fight, relying solely on his swordsman's skills. His blade painted a crimson trail as another furious roar reverberated. Soon, he stood victorious over the monster's mangled remains, his sword still trembling slightly. Even taking down a single ant was an arduous task, but he could sense his levels steadily rising. He pressed onward, realizing the sheer number of monsters here made the spot absolutely perfect for training. A gaping, tooth-lined maw opened beneath another ant's eye as Suho launched himself skyward, soaring high into the air. He inwardly promised to turn the creature into firewood later. Fallen trunks formed a scattered heap beneath him as he finally stood atop the pile of defeated ants, declaring that he'd finally managed it. Opening his status window, he realized that despite the painstaking, slow progress, he had achieved the result he desired. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression as the system congratulated him. The light of healing had reached its maximum level. It explained that F-rank healing now used mana more efficiently, increased healing effectiveness, and significantly reduced regeneration time. It then showed him the progression from rank 50 to 100, and he remembered how before level 40, he'd only had access to a single class skill. At level 50, class skills rose to rank A. After level 60, they ascended once more, and at level 100, he would finally be able to change his class entirely, jumping down from the broken trunks. Suho walked forward, hands casually in his pockets, thinking that the boss monster should be appearing soon. Meanwhile, in the middle of a serene, quiet pond, sat a mysterious, horned creature. Its eyes were closed until they snapped open. The system identified him as Malayan, the tyrannical ruler of the Twisted Forest, a level 100 monster boss. Suho paused before the horned figure, finally facing his very first one-star monster. He mused that monsters under level 99 weren't usually given special classifications, but from level 100 onward, they earned 1 star for every 100 levels. Melion spoke, declaring an uninvited guest had arrived. Suho retorted that he himself had been invited to nothing in this world, since the monsters opened the portals first, yet they dared call others uninvited. In his eyes, it was almost comical. Summoning his shadow spear, he scoffed. Malayan simply doesn't understand anything. The system reported the activation of divine power as he surged forward, hurling the spear. Malayan caught it with a single hand, sensing divine energy and demanding, "Are you a servant of the gods?" Suho formed a crimson sphere of blood in his palm and simply acknowledged the boss's guess. The projectile shot forward, striking the spear and forcing it to stab right through Malayan's chest. Suho remarked, "I expected more from a 1-star boss." Malayan ripped out the spearhead, a predatory smile creeping across his face as he roared that Suho had made an unforgivable mistake. The system warned that. The forest trembled with Malayan's unrestrained fury, and his terrifying killing aura washed over Suho until the dragon blood within him responded, activating the dragon's armor, shielding him from the intense aura. Suho noted, Malayan's aura is powerful, but the fight now is essentially between a deer and a dragon. Malayan snarled, demanding to know, "What kind of dark magic is protecting you?" Suho simply stated, "It's not magic, but simply a reward for effort. He summoned the shadow spear once more. The boss scoffed. "Is that all you can do?" Suho replied, "I can do much more if needed." The spear struck the ground directly in front of Malayan. Black chains coiled around the boss. The system activated shadow binding and shadow bleeding, but Malayan tore through them easily, asking, "Does Suho truly believe such tricks would work on me?" He raised his arms, the water around him bubbling, as dark energy surged upward. Menacing formations rose from the pond. With a confident smile, Malayan urged Suho to feel the difference in their strength. Suho watched calmly and simply said he was looking forward to it. A powerful strike came at him, which he dodged with ease, responding with blood-enhanced sword attacks. His blade turned crimson as the system activated decapitation. Suho acknowledged that this enemy was indeed tougher than the ants. He leapt back to avoid a massive root, cutting another one cleanly. Malayan sneered, saying Suho didn't know how to handle a sword. Suho admitted it with a smile, stating that he only needed to wait a moment longer. Malayan studied him, unable to discern his intentions. Suho's slashes continued, and faint red marks began appearing on the roots. Malayan realized Suho had stopped using divine power and couldn't understand the purpose of these weaker attacks. Suho's movements made no sense to him. Malayan spread his arms and prepared another attack, sending multiple roots surging forward. He promised to cut Suho to pieces, but when the attack reached Suho's position, the roots split apart effortlessly, standing on a stone island. Suho's calm expression contrasted Malayan's shock. Malayan tried to justify it, imagining Suho had struck weakened points on the roots. But as more roots fell with clean cuts, Suho said that his technique seemed to have worked. He had been using decapitation so that the system would assess his technique. Now that it recognized his mastery, it significantly boosted his strength. Holding a red and black sword, he watched as the system announced that his swordsmanship had surpassed all others and upgraded decapitation to an S rank. A follow-up message then appeared, stating that the will of the nameless sword had reacted to this power surge. Suho, a smirk playing on his lips, read the new system notifications. The sword's consciousness had awakened. It blessed him, choosing a new target. And then the system congratulated him for becoming the successor of Void-style swordsmanship. Malayan unleashed another massive swarm of roots, shouting that Suho had no way of stopping this attack. Suho simply looked up, struck once, and cleanly split the massive root in half. The system immediately identified the technique as the first form of the Void-style slash. Malayan, absolutely enraged, demanded to know what kind of sorcery this was. Suho calmly replied that it wasn't magic at all, holding his bloody sword forward. He declared that the real fun was only just beginning. The system then announced that Suho's understanding of swordsmanship now surpassed all others in the database. It would now be added to the system's database. Suho thought back to when he first created the style, mistakenly believing he had reached the absolute limit. Later, he had realized that there were true monsters, like the Nameless Swordsman, whose skills exceeded all human abilities. The first technique he learned afterward was the Void style, Steel Cutter, and he had achieved it in this life far faster than before. Malayan furiously promised to crush this dark magic, but Suho merely asked whether life had taught him nothing. The system activated Cutting Steel. Suho slashed, and Malayan raised his hands in utter disbelief. Utterly unable to comprehend what he was seeing, Suho questioned whether the boss was blind in his old age and promised to finish him off. Malayan, however, refused to back down, summoning giant, monstrous figures behind him. The system identified them as Twisted Forest Golems, levels 96 to 98. Suho declared that Malayan had summoned pathetic creatures. Malayan merely smirked, ordering the golems to kill him. Suho charged forward, striking down one with a single devastating blow. As the system activated Cutting Steel again, more golems collapsed, dropping vibrant green stones, standing victorious among the defeated monsters. Suho told Malayan steel was no match for his blade now, so these creatures didn't stand a chance. Malayan snarled, unleashing a barrage of vines at him. Suho's blade tore through them. Proclaiming the boss had exhausted all his strength, he leaped onto a stone. Then another, announcing it was time to finish this. Soaring through the air, he kicked Malayan mid-flight, sending the boss crashing into the water. Streams cascaded down the monster's body, while Suho summoned a formidable shadow spear and bound him tightly in chains. Malayan struggled fiercely, demanded he cease his incessant chatter, and accused him of daring to mock a being of his stature, but the chains held him fast. Suho's blade arced, beheading him with one swift, decisive strike. The system announced that Malayan, king of the Twisted Forest, had been defeated and the gate was cleared. Suho was named MVP, received bonus experience, one skill point and another skill point, as all his abilities soared with the level increase. A glowing green sphere ascended from Malayan's corpse. Suho stated, "This is what I came for." The system described it as the cursed druid sphere, rejected by the very gods themselves, an ancient artifact that controlled unstable minds and corrupted them entirely. It had allowed Malayan to become the sole druid and guardian of the Twisted Forest. Suho meticulously examined it, thinking that while the void style was valuable, this sphere had been his true goal from the very start. With that, he decided it was time to leave. Outside the portal, people watching gasped in shock as they realized the gate had been cleared. Cho Yin was utterly shocked that he had succeeded. Bang Duek stared, absolutely enraged, remembering their earlier conversation. The gate was S rank, allowing up to 8 participants, and was considered nearly impossible to clear. It had been his gold mine. He remembered the immense effort it took to obtain ownership of the gate, and now one mere boy had taken everything from him. Furious, he shouted at Cho Yun, asking if she had any idea how much he had invested, and that even 100 million won wasn't nearly enough compensation. His men's smiles turned menacing as he ordered them to flay Suho alive. Cho Yun stepped forward and inquired if they truly understood the consequences of their reckless attempt. Bang Duk cursed out loud, demanding what the Union had ever done for him. Before he could even finish, the tip of a shadow spear burst through his chest. Shocked, he stared at his own blood, then collapsed, as his followers screamed in sheer panic. Suho stepped out of the portal and approached the frightened gang members, leaning over their fallen leader. Squinting slightly, he asked Cho Yun if they could leave now. The remaining men glared and told him to go. Suho asked if they intended to return his money. He had paid them. The tip of his sword landed against one man's shoulder, and, pressing the red and black blood blade to his throat, Suho calmly told them that, since the portal owners had broken the rules, they should pay for it. He demanded a refund. The man quickly agreed. A car door slammed as they departed the scene. Cho Yun, seated at the wheel, thanked him. Suho replied, "Of course you should be grateful," then added that thanks couldn't be put in a pocket, so a more substantial gesture wouldn't hurt. She admitted he was sharp-tongued, and he answered that it was only natural, since he was a swordsman. Handing her his phone, he asked her to give him her number, so they could stay in touch. Cho Yun said she'd call him first instead. Suho said he would welcome it, especially if she found another suitable gate. After saying goodbye, he stepped away from the car. Watching him leave, Cho Yun remarked softly that he was much nicer than she had expected. The scene shifted to Nexus Academy at 9 a.m. Many feet moved across the pavement as someone asked where they were going. Suho, holding the trunk lid, said he would explain everything once they arrived. Closing the trunk, he added that they shouldn't keep the boss waiting. As he led his squad forward, he announced their destination, the miner's quarry. This news visibly thrilled his comrades. The group assembled before the protective frame, surrounding the portal, right as a car pulled up. Bei Dong Yuk approached, thanking Suho for coming. Suho replied that he was lucky to arrive without a hitch. Before them loomed the walls of an iron barrier. Suho asked if the landkeeper's mine was located inside. Dong Yuk explained that a safety zone had been built to contain the gates. Immense energy. Behind him stood a team of workers in yellow helmets. He confirmed he had arranged the mining team, exactly as Suho had requested. Suho thanked him, then suggested they begin the briefing. Dong-yuk agreed it was time. Inside the meeting room, Suho held a tablet. He explained that inside the mine live creatures known as landkeeper kobolds. If they managed to eliminate them, they would be able to gather a significant number of monostones. Their strategy, he said, was straightforward. Destroy every monster, collect as many monostones as possible, defeat the boss, and clear the landkeeper's gate. A guild secretary asked in surprise, "Is it really that simple?" The group looked thoughtful, and someone wondered aloud why. No information about the portal boss had been shared. During the briefing, Suho replied that he would fight the boss alone, so he felt it didn't require further attention. Raising his index finger, he reminded everyone that, as previously promised, all profits earned from clearing the gate would belong to the Nexus Guild. He shook hands with Dong-yuk, who said he was counting on him. Suho thanked him for the trust and promised he would not disappoint. Then, smiling, he told a nearby miner that his squad should wait behind and only begin mining when they received the signal. The miner nodded, confirming he understood. Turning back to his squad, Suho asked, "Are you prepared?" As this was their very first time stepping into a portal, Suho asked if anyone was feeling nervous. The terrifying illusion of a monstrous Suho still lingered vividly in their minds, with tears welling in her eyes. Yunho confessed they absolutely were. They remembered how he'd pushed them to their limits during training. Suho told her not to exaggerate so much. Standing tall before his squad, he explained the mission would be extensive, so conserving stamina was crucial. He assigned Han to cover Jaiwan, instructing the others to hold their formation. Their absolute priority, he stated, was the safety of the miners. Unlike in the Kunlun Mountains, the fallen here wouldn't resurrect. Extreme caution was paramount. A vibrant red portal pulsed ominously before them. Suho commanded everyone to follow him, and the squad eagerly responded. The system registered their entry. Inside, Suho walked through a dark passage. The system displayed data for the Landkeeper's mine. Maximum level 88, allowed capacity 56. Soon, a spear was impaled through a kobold's head. Suho then lunged at another kobold, wielding a strangely blood-coated shaft, and swiftly eliminated it too. Blue blood gushed from the monster's mouth, as a blood jade refilled itself with the spilled liquid. Suho found it impressive how few kobolds they encountered, giving him ample time to gather their blood. One of the miners stood utterly astonished, exclaiming that Suho had obliterated all enemies with a single strike. A Banshee squad member beside him wholeheartedly agreed, and when the miner asked if he'd never seen Suho fight before, Kawan admitted it was indeed true. After all, their leader usually just talked a lot. Yunhwa urged them to keep pace. The squad surged forward, joining the intense battle. Their orders were to eliminate the kobolds and protect the miners. Jivun raised his hands, forming a magical circle, promising protective cover. Diwan decapitated another kobold nearby, and Yunhua reminded everyone to maintain formation and avoid rushing. Suho glanced back, a faint smile playing on his lips, satisfied they were following his instructions, and that nothing had gone wrong yet. Yanawa then instructed the miners to begin their work. Once the hunters had pushed forward a bit, the miners immediately began digging. Massive, shimmering crystals surrounded them. One miner then announced they had nearly finished gathering the precious stones, requesting they be taken to the surface. He also told his teammates to double-check for any hidden valuables and to remove any monster corpses blocking their path. A miner suddenly spotted something to his left. His companion asked what he was staring at, and the young man replied he couldn't believe what he was witnessing. As monsters spat torrents of blue blood around them, Suho delivered another precise strike, then pierced a goblin to his left. Clenching his fist, he activated his bloody weapon. His eyes glowed stark white, as defeated enemies piled beneath him. Resting the blood sword on his shoulder, he stood tall amidst the fallen creatures. The miners in his squad stared at him in stunned admiration. Several workers raised their arms joyfully, shouting that working with Suho was an absolute honor. Suho suddenly sensed something. He then ordered everyone to gather. Yahello responded immediately. In a section of the mine, he pointed out a branching passage. The squad confirmed they saw it. Suho explained the nexus. Guild had abandoned attempts to clear this gate because endless hordes of kobolds always overwhelmed them. Someone asked if they needed to split up. Summoning his bloody sword, Suho declared he would go alone. They asked again, utterly shocked, but he merely raised his weapon and declared that there was a boss inside. With one devastating strike, stones exploded outward as his cutting steel skill activated. Diwan was amazed that Suho could cut through solid rock with a single blow, and Yahello wondered aloud how such immense strength was even possible. Standing before the tight passage he'd just carved, Suho explained he intentionally made it narrow, preventing monsters from swarming out en masse. He ordered them to stay put and guard the right flank, while he ventured left, when someone inquired if they should just eliminate any goblins popping out of the newly cut path. Suho affirmed they should, adding that he'd initially planned to seal off the whole entrance. But then, he realized they wouldn't gain any experience. Turning from his squad, he instructed them not to seek him out, under any circumstances, if he didn't return within 12 hours. They were to abandon the mine completely. Yahello agreed. Suho mused to himself that he'd need every minute of those 12 hours to complete his objective. Turning his head once more, he told them they'd reunite soon. Duho muttered that Suho had sealed the entrance, questioning the man's sanity. Hyunmin remarked that even though Suho was their leader, going solo would be incredibly tough, fearing Suho might not make it. Jivan countered that Suho would be perfectly fine, reminding everyone their leader had cleared 2 seal gates and numerous dangerous portals. Single-handedly, Yahello smiled, saying they all remembered that feat. So, they simply needed to trust him and do their part. One of the fighters agreed, adding they had to ensure Suho would be astonished by their improvement by the time he returned. The group clenched their fists with fierce determination, ready to showcase everything they'd learned in training. Large stones lay scattered before him, and Suho declared, "Now, nothing's holding me back." Ahead stretched a countless army of kobolds. He declared it was finally time to begin. Smiling slightly, he noted that there were indeed an overwhelming number of monsters awaiting him. Yet, he also remarked that their sheer numbers meant nothing to him. The landkeeper kobold snarled. The system identified them as formidable level 72 to 74 foes. So, never one to back down, charged in to attack. The snarling monsters lunged at him, a terrifying blur. But he met their onslaught with a flurry of rapid strikes. Suddenly, a smaller kobold dropped from the shadows above. But Suho's sharp instincts caught it, and he instantly raised his weapon, blocking the surprise attack with a cool, almost amused expression. He mused that these creatures, surprisingly, actually knew how to use their heads to plan an ambush. Though, in the end, all it did was create unnecessary trouble for him. The system chimed, confirming the defeat of the landkeeper. Kobolds outside the main tunnel. Meanwhile, Dahan delivered a powerful finishing strike to an enemy, then turned to a comrade with a triumphant smile. "We've finally dealt with all the monsters," he announced proudly. A Banshee squad member nodded in agreement, adding, "As long as we stay alert, everything should be just fine." A tired miner suggested, "Let's take a quick break and cook up something good to eat." The weary miners gratefully sat down beside the glowing crystals, relieved it was finally time for a well-deserved lunch. One of them gasped in surprise, realizing half the workday had already flown by. An older miner approached the squad, asking, "Are you young hunters tired?" Then praising, "You all did an absolutely excellent job." Jivan admitted there had been some incredibly difficult moments, but now a profound calm had settled. Younghwa stood silently behind him, listening as the miner praised Jaiwan for single-handedly defeating an entire horde of those pesky kobolds. Jaiwan quickly explained that this impressive feat was only possible because Suho had cleverly created a narrow exit tunnel. If the monsters had swarmed them all at once, they wouldn't have lasted even an hour, he stressed. Younghwa studied the fallen kobolds, a thoughtful expression on her face. She couldn't shake the feeling that Suho must have been here before. "I hope he's all right," she whispered to herself. Remembering her chaotic first encounter with him, she recalled how disastrously that initial meeting had gone. She'd even assumed he was simply insane back then. But with time, and surprisingly, she realized she had begun to worry about him deeply. A faint smile touched her lips. She accepted that she couldn't help him right now, then admitted to herself with a wry chuckle that was truly unclear who should be worrying about whom. Deep inside the shadowy depths of the mine, Suho sat on a cold stone, his bloody sword still clutched in hand, savoring a bite of his chocolate bar. He grumbled that the kobolds still weren't attacking, even though he was openly eating right in front of them. Tiredly standing up, he noticed the monsters were glaring his way, but still weren't moving. He wondered aloud if they had finally grown afraid of him. Then he added that it hardly mattered anymore, since they simply didn't interest him. Standing atop a tall cliff, he thought of the one thing he truly wanted, to find a portal's boss. It was too dark to see clearly, so he pulled out a flare gun. The system explained it would illuminate the area. For quite a long time, Suho fired it, and the cave instantly lit up with bright, scattered lights in a now illuminated cavern. A strange, elephant-headed creature appeared. The system identified it as Bulgasari, level 99. Suho considered that. Bulgasari was known to be nearly impossible to kill, feeding on ore, and with a body stronger than most monsters. Approaching it carefully, he recalled that Bulgasari was one of the 3 most dangerous non-star monsters, summoning his shadow spear. Suho declared it was time to begin. He threw his spear, hitting Bulgasari right in the head, but the monster only reacted with a ticklish flinch. His smile grew odd as he realized the spear had simply bounced off the creature, as if striking solid stone. Bulgasari finally awakened. Its clawed paws scraped the ground as it rose, throwing its head back and releasing a deafening roar. The kobolds covered their ears in terror. Far away, the miners looked up in panic. One said it felt like an earthquake, and another lamented he never imagined dying like this. Yanhwa saw stones tumbling from the cavern ceiling and realized the source of the tremor was the direction Suho had gone. Sweat ran down her face as she frantically tried to understand what was happening. Meanwhile, Suho looked up at Bulgasari, smiling as he noted the creature did not appreciate being awakened. The system warned that Bulgasari was using the boss monster level. With a roar, the enormous jaws unleashed its fierce skill again. But Suho stood firm, as the system promptly reported. The dragon's blood within him had activated, granting him full resistance to the fear effect. Bulgasari's eyes glowed with pure menace. As Suho summoned his bloody sword, he boldly invited the beast to attack. Bulgasari then launched a steel projectile from its trunk, aiming straight at Suho. He recalled that Bulgasari converted or stored deep inside its body into ammunition, then spitting it with incredible force. Although the technique was primitive, its destructive power was utterly terrifying. He gripped his sword with both hands, knowing steel was one of the strongest materials, and few things could match its might. With a clean slice, he bisected the projectile. Steel slash activated. A confident smile spread across his face. Suho declared, "It's time to tame this monster." He felt relieved, having collected so much blood earlier. Bulgasari roared furiously and charged forward. White energy burst from its body, and its massive paws thundered across the ground. The creature opened its mouth wide, moving with shocking speed. Suho thought, such speed seems almost unfair. The monster slammed into the cavern wall with full force as Suho narrowly leapt aside. Though shaken by the impact, he knew he couldn't waste a single moment. The cave could collapse at any time. Leaping from precarious rock, he summoned his bloody sword. Holding it firmly, he focused on channeling every drop of blood he'd gathered for the strongest attack he could possibly muster. With a decisive strike, he severed one of Bulgasari's trunks, using the skill Steel Slash. The monster roared in excruciating agony as the severed trunk fell heavily to the ground. Landing on one knee, Suho studied the creature closely, realizing that the Steel Slash attacks' effectiveness didn't depend on the depth of the cut, No matter how thick the armor was, the sword would still deliver maximum damage. Seeing the fallen trunk, a surge of confidence washed over him. Now convinced he could conquer this monster, Suho considered the well-known strategy against a Bulgasari, fire. In his past life, this beast had only been defeated by overwhelming flame, but he reminded himself that such a method required an enormous amount of firepower. Since he wasn't a mage, he had no way to use that option. Standing with his blood sword in hand, he understood this was why he had no choice but to rely solely on his blade. Before him, Bulgasari's enormous paw scraped the ground, the monster growling low and dangerously. Its eyes shifted, and Suho noticed a sudden change. A powerful wave of energy surged from the creature, and the system warned that Bulgasari was shrinking its body. To activate quick recovery, the stump of the severed trunk pulsed faintly. Suho thought about the creature's regeneration. Once Bulgasari was wounded, it compressed its body and used the minerals it had absorbed to restore itself. This was precisely why the monster was considered immortal and so notoriously difficult to kill. A small, almost comical, appendage began sprouting from the wound. As the regeneration took place, Suho smiled and asked whether the monster expected him to simply stand and watch this process. Yellow waves of power spiraled around Bulgasari, and the system reported the monster was initiating Ultra Enhancement. A new exoskeleton began forming as the absorbed minerals hardened along its body, giving the beast an even more threatening form. The two opponents faced each other. Suho realized Bulgasari was using every skill it had, unleashing its full strength in an attempt to defeat him. Clearly, the monster believed it needed all its power for this single confrontation. Suho, still smiling, accepted the challenge. The monster launched itself forward, the system stating it was using the skill Ultra Rotation, holding his bloody sword. Suho braced himself. He'd always wondered what Bulgasari, known as one of the strongest monsters, was truly capable of, and he was equally curious to see whether his blade could break through such formidable power. The two clashed. His sword met the monster's rotating body. With a violent impact, Bulgasari's eyes gleamed, yet Suho remained calm as he slashed at its form. The creature's limbs suddenly sprawled outward. In a helpless motion, Bulgasari growled weakly, looking upward, as if trying to understand what had just happened. Suho tried to make sense of whether he had already defeated the beast. Raising his sword high, the system announced the activation of Steel Slash. Suho struck with full force, slicing the monster cleanly in half with a single, decisive blow. A deafening roar echoed, the monster's remaining eye glowing, as Suho pointed a green sphere toward it, declaring that Bulgasari now belonged to him. Outside the chamber, the miners and the hero's squad waited near a collapsed section of stone. One of them said that the shaking seemed to have stopped. Yanhwa looked up while Jaiwan, standing beside her, remarked that the kobolds had stopped emerging, and it appeared the expedition had already gathered enough Mona stones. The girl lowered her head slightly. Guan said that now all they could do was wait. Suddenly, Yanhwa's expression brightened. She saw a system message, confirming that the gate had been cleared. The miners gasped as they saw the same message appear. The system declared Suho as the most valuable player. Yanhwa and Jaiwan exchanged relieved smiles, and Jaiwan said he had expected nothing less from his boss. Meanwhile, inside, the system informed Suho that, for his exceptional achievement, he was awarded 5 skill points. Smiling, he looked at the glowing green sphere, and the system granted him several more points, along with a level increase and a rise in all his stats. With the shining sphere clutched in his hands, he excitedly declared, "I did it." He vividly recalled delivering the final blow, thinking any other monster in Bulgasari's place would have instantly perished. But he hadn't come here with the intent to kill the beast. The sphere pulsed, emitting streams of vibrant green energy, as he mentally affirmed to himself that his sole objective had been to tame the monster, utilizing the control sphere. he'd obtained after soundly defeating Malayan. He then hurled the green sphere onto the ground. It dramatically cracked open, revealing a tiny, elephant-like creature. The system instantly identified it as Bulgasari, level 99, boasting multiple high-level skills. Suho noted that possessing traits like Phantom Beast and species domination alone would be enough to classify this monster as S-rank. Yet, astonishingly, this creature possessed both. He knelt before the miniature elephant as the system activated a healing sequence. His hand hovered protectively over the creature, whose eyes were still closed. Suho gently greeted it, and the little monster responded with an odd, chirping sound. Rising to its feet, Bulgasari faced him attentively. Suho told it, "Listen carefully." Surrounded by enormous, shimmering crystals, he explained that while the creature's enthusiasm was admirable, they couldn't return here again. So, they needed to gather all the ore in the area. The tiny Bulgasari, ears flapping excitedly, looked cheerful. Suho asked, "Shall we begin?" And the creature responded with another series of unusual sounds. Meanwhile, his squad waited anxiously at the other end of the mine, confused and growing increasingly anxious, wondering why their leader was taking so long. Suho now stood inside his impossibly luxurious subspace house, the kind of hidden dimension only a very few individuals in the world could ever possess. Surrounded by its vast, quiet expanse, he found himself once again pondering his past life and everything he'd learned by living through the world twice. In that old life, the only player who had ever controlled Bulgasari was a legendary figure known as Gaia, the Master of Earth. Their fame had risen entirely because Bulgasari was an overwhelmingly powerful creature. Suho vividly recalled how Gaia wielded Bulgasari. This mythical beast was a monster, capable of devouring any metal, transforming it all into raw strength. It could also store vast quantities of minerals within its body, becoming a walking mountain of pure, compressed energy. And inside the subspace house, Bulgasari, now adorably nicknamed Bulbul, was shockingly cuter than its terrifying full-sized form. It resembled a cheerful, metallic-skinned gray hippo, bouncing energetically around the room. Then, Bulbul opened its mouth wide and inhaled an entire mound of gleaming magic stones like a living vacuum cleaner. Once it had consumed everything, it rolled onto its back, radiating a deep, powerful glow. Suho watched with satisfaction, thinking this little creature was unquestionably the greatest miner in the entire world. He smirked to himself. By now, the Nexus miners outside should have collected their agreed-upon portion, exactly as agreed in the contract. Whatever remained inside this subspace belonged solely to him, and he had ensured that. Outside the mine, Daehan, Yeonhwa Jaiwan, and the rest of the team continued to wait. Near the sealed tunnel, Daehan grew increasingly restless, convinced Suho had been gone far too long. The miners whispered to each other, assuming Suho must have defeated the boss, but perhaps suffered injuries during the fight. A few even considered going deeper to check, but Jivan held firm, insisting they follow Suho's strict orders. Yeonhwa agreed, even though worry tugged quietly at her thoughts. She reminded everyone that a team, without trust in its leader, would collapse. And Suho had clearly told them not to enter for at least 12 hours. None of them wanted to break that trust. Suddenly, the stone wall exploded outward. In a burst of purple energy, Suho emerged from the smoke, looking utterly unbothered, as if he'd just wrapped a light training session, not a life-or-death battle. His squad immediately swarmed him, demanding to know why he'd taken so long. Jaiwan, especially dramatic, practically leaped right in front of him. Suho playfully teased that if they were so worried, they should have just come looking for him. The group quickly reminded him that he was the one who forbade them from doing so. Suho's playful smirk softened as he placed a hand on Jaiwan's shoulder, acknowledging the boy had faithfully followed his orders. Yeonhwa loyally admitted she was utterly relieved that their trust hadn't been misplaced, though she still hated being treated like a child. Suho simply stated that they had lived entirely different lives, and that was an undeniable truth. Their darker pasts had completely shifted, and he felt a quiet pride in having changed their future paths. Afterward, Suho thanked the miners, declaring it was finally time to leave the cave for good. The group cheered enthusiastically, more than ready to return to the surface. Meanwhile, in his office, guild leader Bae Dongyuk waited anxiously. The longer the silence stretched, the more tightly he clenched his hands. If anything happened to Suho, all responsibility would fall on him, and the Nexus Guild would drown in trouble. Suddenly, someone burst through the door with news, announcing that Suho and his entire team had returned safely. Dongyuk hurried out, overwhelmed with relief. Suho confirmed the gate was cleared and requested the result be officially registered. Later, they gathered in the office to review the collected materials and recorded data. Dongyuk was stunned. Despite Suho's unusually short contract period, the profits were absolutely massive. They estimated more than 7.2 billion won in resources, potentially soaring past 10 billion. After Suho's haul was tallied, he discreetly recalled the raw stones he'd personally secured for himself in advance and nearly burst out laughing. His personal treasure trove was worth a fortune. To be fair, Dongyuk offered Suho's squad a full 10% of the gate's entire profit as a bonus. Suho feigned surprise, even though he secretly thought it was far too generous. He'd already taken home enormous amounts, so demanding anything more would simply feel greedy. After a polite but firm exchange, they eventually settled on a balanced reward that left both sides fully satisfied. Once this financial matter was settled, Suho brought up something else. He proposed forming a secret raid unit within the Nexus Guild, since he would soon officially join the Hunter Association. As a government hunter, he wouldn't be able to lead his team officially. He asked Dongyuk to quietly support them and register them within the guild so they could continue operating as a hidden force. Behind the scenes, Dongyuk absolutely loved the idea and agreed immediately. Suho mused that only because he had regressed could he build a foundation this solid, avoid the betrayals of his past life, and truly test each person until they proved to be trustworthy allies. This time, he wanted real companions walking beside him, not just opportunistic hangers-on. Suho then entered the locker room, where his squad was gathered, still absolutely buzzing with excitement about their previous mission. Ji-won immediately leaped toward him with his usual overly enthusiastic greeting. Suho gathered them around and shared the big news. Starting today, they were all officially members of Nexus. The team was stunned. Several Banshee members had given up their previous jobs just to follow him, and now they would receive proper pay, clear advancement paths, and official B-rank status, with potential for A-rank promotions. Dahan and the others were absolutely ecstatic, celebrating as if they'd just won the lottery. Just then, Suho's phone buzzed to life. It was Chief Pai calling with even more fantastic news. Suho's special recruitment for the Hunter Association had officially been approved. Soon he'd formally join, receive a commendation, and start his government contract. Chief Pai joked that Suho was becoming far too impressive, far too fast. And Suho, with a smirk, responded that he fully intended to keep surprising everyone from here on out. The very next day, inside the Nexus lounge room, the entire Banshee squad was deep inside a vast digital space, all created through Jiwon's digitization skill. The bright, white environment looked futuristic from the outside, but inside, the environment was utterly filled with grotesque, glitch-covered monsters. Their red eyes flickered ominously as they crawled out of broken streams of corrupted data. The creatures let out distorted, horrifying screams as they swarmed the team. Everyone held their positions, while Dahan barked out precise commands, keeping the formation from collapsing under the sheer chaos. Manhwa glanced toward Ji-won, who was catching his breath, leaning heavily on his staff. She asked if he was all right. Ji-won insisted he was fine, though he was clearly pushing himself far too hard, determined not to look weak, and wanting to prove he truly belonged in the Banshee squad. One of the older members, gave Jivan a playful smack on the back, nearly knocking him off balance. Teasing that their youngest member was really fired up. Today, another stepped in to steady him, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder and telling everyone to quiet down. Manhwa reached out to help Jivan stand straight and warned him not to let any weakness show. If they wanted to reach level 100, if they wanted to keep up with their leader's reputation, they still had a long road ahead of them. The others agreed. If Jivan wanted proper recognition, he knew he had to keep fighting. Their collective determination surged. The entire team cheered in unison, declaring that no matter how tough the climb, they'd give it their all. A short distance away, Suho observed them, even as he stood amidst the digital remains of corrupted monsters he'd already vanquished. Their overflowing enthusiasm amused him. He mused the team had become almost too energetic. He'd instructed Jivan to set the program to hard mode, but even he hadn't anticipated things would escalate so intensely. He even joked internally, thinking, if a virus like this ever spread online, the entire internet would probably crash in no time. Suho approached Jivan, asking if he was holding up okay. Jivan tried to appear unfazed, claiming he was just taking a quick break before rejoining the battle. Suho simply informed him they were done for the day, and it was time to log out. Jivan froze instantly, unable to believe Suho had already cleared the entire stage. Meanwhile, the rest of the team, exhausted but thoroughly irritated, felt like their leader had been playing a totally different game. Entirely. They insisted they were just getting warmed up. Suho offered a quiet smile. He knew then that they were pushing themselves harder, all for his sake. He then exited the virtual space. Later, back in the real world, Suho sat alone inside the Angel and Earth Coffee, a serene cafe near the outskirts of Seoul. He checked his phone, organizing his next steps. You see, since he had just entered the special recruitment program, his free time would rapidly shrink. He needed to move fast. His next priority, locating a certain individual. Soon, a sleek white car pulled up outside. Choyin stepped out casually, strolling inside, as if she owned the entire place. She then ordered a strawberry frappe. Suho reminded her that she wasn't exactly in a position to demand drinks, since he was the one who called her here to repay the favor she owed him. But before she could even react, the waiter set the drink down before her. Suho had already placed the order. She blinked, utterly disbelieving. How'd he know her exact drink order? And even the timing, Suho just brushed it off, claiming it was simple intuition. But in reality, the vast library of memories he carried from his previous life held even the most minor details, like her favorite snacks. Changing the subject, he asked if she'd found the person he'd requested. She presented him with a document folder, still puzzled why he wanted info on who she believed was just a junkie. Suho swiftly corrected her. The man he was after was a highly skilled craftsman. In Suho's memories, that junkie would grow into one of the world's greatest blacksmiths. Nam Hee-won, he mused to himself. Finding information on someone like Hee-won was a tough task, but Choyin still pulled it off. She was undeniably skilled at her job. Suho then stated, the next step, using a safe house in Cheongdam, one that belonged to the Union. The girl froze. She knew these safe houses existed, but only the highest ranks controlled the Cheongdam facility. Even brokers rarely set foot inside. Her nerves flared. She pointed out that even knowing about the place was unusual. Suho simply reminded her of the favor she owed. She tried to negotiate, but he pressed harder, even taunting her that if her entire life's worth was just mere paperwork, maybe he shouldn't have helped her at all. Cornered and sweating, she started making childish excuses. Finally defeated, she said she'd make the call. She stepped outside. Suho waited calmly. Certain the Union would eventually choose the most logical path. They would approve his request. When she returned, she looked utterly defeated and asked if it truly had to be Cheongdam. Suho's twisted expression made the answer obvious. She instantly regretted asking. He'd picked the spot purely because it was the closest. She told him he could use it, but there was a catch. She explained that if he fulfilled this one condition, he could access the Cheongdam safe house at half price. Even at half price, it was still a hefty sum. She pulled out her phone, ready to accept the union's terms. But Suho told her to wait. He wanted to know the full catch first. She thought he was being extremely strict for someone asking for favors. But Suho replied with a shrug, saying he had to be, after all. He was joining the Hunter Association. Finally, Choyun told him the condition. He had to help clear a newly discovered gate. The Union had found one they didn't want exposed, because it appeared in an extremely public area. Nam Hansen, Suho asked about the monsters inside. She explained the gate was known as Sky Mountain, filled with massive wyverns. Fast sky blue dragons were difficult, even for trained hunters. Only those under level 110 could enter, she added, and it wasn't supposed to be a solo operation. Suho only needed to join the raid team and assist. But Suho already knew everything about Sky Mountain. He asked whether the wyverns were sky blue. She confirmed it and asked how he knew. Suho stood up, asking her for the raid time. She said he could go immediately if he wanted. With a calm, confident smile, Suho told her to change the condition, because he would be clearing the gate alone. A couple of days later, the sun shone over a quiet forest clearing, where a blue, swirling portal stood like a breathing doorway. Boxes of supplies were stacked nearby, prepared for the raid. But Suho walked right past them, without slowing down. He headed straight for the gate. Not far behind him, Choyun stood beside Kim Soo-won, a hunter from the Union. Kim Soo-won commented that it was surprising. Suho had declined all supplies, and insisted on entering alone. And Choyun only shrugged. She believed he had his own plans, and their boss had actually said that, regardless of whether he won or lost. Watching Suho would be utterly fascinating. She still felt utterly confident he'd triumph. Suho always surpassed all expectations eventually. Kim Soo-won, meanwhile, remained intensely curious. If Suho managed to solo this gate, he'd become an even greater legend. If he failed, the fall would be equally dramatic. He found the entire situation utterly riveting. Inside the gate, the system loaded a brand new environment. Celestial Mountain. The surroundings were rugged and rocky, incredibly bright and high above the clouds, with powerful winds swirling through the jagged peaks. The system stated that only hunters under level 110 could enter, and the maximum party limit was 31. Yet Suho stood there alone, planning to clear everything entirely by himself. He remembered reading association reports about this place. Officially, it wasn't classified as extremely dangerous, but the reality was starkly different. Many hunters had failed here, and several had even died, with wyverns dominating the sky. The association usually sent mages and archers. Warriors were advised to stay far away, since aerial combat was simply too difficult for them. But Suho felt that these rules absolutely did not apply to him. He gathered blood in his hand and activated his blood weapon skill. A crimson sword instantly formed in his grip. Looking up the winding mountain path, he decided to skip it entirely. Using leap, he soared upward through the sharp winds, as if they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. He ignored the twisting trails and ran straight up the mountain face. Soon, he reached a plateau where sky wyverns had gathered. All of them were over level 100. The leader, a sky wyvern at level 109, stood among them. As Suho approached, the wyverns reacted with irritation and surprise, clearly confused that a lone human had rushed them so confidently. One wyvern launched a swift attack, but Suho struck even faster, slicing the creature cleanly with quick draw. The others recoiled in sheer terror. They instantly realized this human was unlike anyone they'd ever faced. Still, they refused to fight fair. When it became painfully clear that none of them could take him one-on-one, the wyverns tried to overwhelm him from every single direction. Suho quickly grasped this was a coordinated strategy. The first attackers served only as a diversion. The true threat was their leader approaching from behind. As the leader lunged for a surprise attack, Suho dodged and slashed straight upward, landing a precise hit. Enraged, the sky wyvern unleashed its terrifying fear skill. A wave of blue pressure rolled menacingly across the mountain. But Suho's dragon blood rendered him completely immune. To him, the wyvern's intimidation felt almost comical. Only true dragons could ever frighten him. These wyverns were merely cheap imitations. Frustrated, the leader fired its scorching breath attack. Meanwhile, the lesser wyverns tore massive boulders from the mountainside and hurled them at Suho, blocking his movement, while the leader prepared yet another strike. It was a surprisingly well-coordinated tactic. As the rocks crashed down, the leader charged in for the finishing blow. Suho activated Leap once more, soaring high above the crowded attack. From the air, he unleashed Airstyle's first form, Sever, and prepared Cutting Steel. He descended like a razor blade from the sky and sliced the leader from head to tail. With one clean strike, with the leader defeated, Suho observed its remains and felt that he was finally starting to adapt to his powerful new techniques. Still, he sensed room for even more improvement. He continued climbing ever higher, heading toward the true boss of this gate. But suddenly, the air grew dark and heavy. A massive monster stepped into view, far larger than any of the others, with dark blue scales and a crown of jagged, menacing horns. When it roared, the entire mountain violently trembled. The Sky Wyvern King, high above, loudly announced its presence. Suho assumed the king must have sensed the death of its minions. Now he stood right in the king's domain. Everything before this, just a warm-up. As Suho finally reached the mountain's summit, the sky itself dimmed, as if bowing to a king. A giant wyvern landed, its colossal form blocking out the sun. The system immediately reported its level, 113. It unleashed a massive, earth-shattering roar, accompanied by a terrifying wave of dark energy. Yet again, Suho resisted effortlessly, all thanks to his potent dragon blood. Though the Wyvern King was certainly intimidating and resembled a true dragon, Suho inwardly reassured himself that real dragons were infinitely more terrifying. The Wyvern King circled menacingly above, waiting for Suho's next move. Suho, however, disliked wasting time, but he sensed that mastering his techniques during this very battle would prove beneficial. Then, something unexpected caught his eye. A nest brimming with glowing wyvern eggs. He suspected, quite rightly, that approaching those eggs would definitely provoke the king. He stepped closer, and his guess proved instantly correct. The Wyvern King dove at him with a furious shriek, blasting winds so powerful they actually cracked the ground. Suho felt the immense pressure, yet remained perfectly calm. The Wyvern King repeated its terrifying fear skill, but it had absolutely no effect. Suho retaliated with Cutting Steel, but the boss's incredibly thick scales significantly reduced the damage. A staggering level gap of over 40 levels was certainly making a noticeable difference. But instead of feeling discouraged, Suho simply welcomed the challenge. This was a prime opportunity to truly sharpen his abilities. Even faster, the Wyvern King roared once again, summoning another absolutely massive flock of wyverns. Suho had certainly expected more enemies, but even he was momentarily surprised by the sheer, overwhelming number that appeared. Still, his massively upgraded stats allowed him to move faster, strike harder, and jump higher than ever before. Absolutely perfect for this chaotic situation. The wyverns swarmed, attacking from all directions. Suho expertly jumped onto one wyvern's back and used it like a living platform. The system immediately notified him. His leap skill had officially reached rank S. Now, he could jump one more time in midair, effectively doubling his aerial movement, soaring through the sky. Suho tested it immediately, stepping on seemingly empty air, and effortlessly closing the distance to the Wyvern King with impeccable timing. His blood weapon transformed into a long, crimson staff. Suho extended it, slamming it into the Wyvern King's neck, and sending the colossal beast crashing to the ground. Even after that, the monstrous beast clawed its way back up. Suho truly admired its incredible resilience, letting out a soft chuckle, hoping the boss would last a bit longer, so he could unleash even more techniques. The Wyvern King, now utterly desperate, forced its subordinates to surge forward once again. But the lesser wyverns froze, hesitating, as if fearing Suho more than their tyrannical ruler. Some even appeared to be visibly trembling. Suho quietly mused, that perhaps he had become the true Wyvern King himself. At that, the true king shrieked in absolute outrage, and its minions finally resumed their frantic assault. Suho effortlessly moved through the air, leaping from one wyvern to the next. Yet, he couldn't help but notice his powerful sword-drawing technique wasn't leveling up as quickly as he'd initially hoped. These opponents were formidable, yes, but not quite enough to push his technique further. Determined to accelerate the pace, he swiftly rushed toward the mountain's peak. There, he stumbled upon something truly enormous. The Sky Wyvern Queen, even larger and stronger than the king, covered in glistening purple scales. She was guarding her nest and couldn't leave its side. This immediately gave Suho a crucial advantage. The queen was undeniably powerful, but tethered to her nest. She attacked by rolling massive boulders directly toward him, but he used sword drawing to slice them apart with effortless ease. Her piercing screams summoned every single remaining wyvern on the entire mountain. Still, Suho remained perfectly calm. He understood she would rely heavily on her minions, rather than attacking him directly herself. And at that critical moment, the Wyvern King swooped down in a full-force, desperate assault. Suho decided it was finally time to end this epic battle. He chose not to unleash his strongest skill right away. Instead, he wanted to achieve an even higher level of sword drawing. The greatest swordsmen relied solely on their blade's power, and Suho aimed to honor that time-honored principle. He focused intensely on impeccable timing and precision, repeating sword drawing over and over again. The system jolted, acknowledging his incredible mastery. It saw that his understanding had utterly surpassed all others. System alerts then flooded his vision. His sword drawing skill evolved to a truly supreme level. The guardian sword deep within him stirred and responded, unlocking a new form, Cloud Cutter, now rank S+. Red energy blazed in his hair and eyes. Suho then unleashed Cloud Cutter with a devastating swing, sending forth a massive vortex of bloody, swirling energy, crushing straight through the formidable Wyvern King. The boss reeled, then collapsed, dying with a final, echoing cry. The remaining wyverns shrieked in terror and grief. But Suho was far from done. He activated Cloud Cutter again. In one magnificent, sweeping strike, he obliterated every single remaining wyvern, including even their queen. The system then announced his triumph. Suho stood victorious on the mountaintop, with his sword casually resting on his shoulder. The gate, conquered,